Fake it till you make it. You've heard the line so many times it almost sounds like science. Fake it till you make it. Smile wider, speak louder, stand taller. Pretend you're confident until confidence shows up. And for a moment it works. You breathe a little steadier, the room feels less hostile, and the words come out cleaner than you expected. But if you've ever walked home after a performance like that, you know the quiet that follows. The costume is on the chair. The mask is back in the drawer. And your body asks a small, honest question. How much of that was me? The appeal is simple. Pretending gives you momentum when your feet feel heavy. It lets you enter a conversation you might have avoided. It buys you a few seconds to remember what you actually know. Used gently, it's rehearsal, a way to borrow posture from your future self while your present self is still learning. The trouble begins when the posture becomes a promise you can't keep. If the role you're playing is 3 steps ahead of your real skill, the gap turns into static. Tight shoulders, shallow breathing, a mind that watches itself from the ceiling. You're in the room, but you don't feel safe there. Competence doesn't grow well in that kind of air. It grows in smaller rooms where you can make mistakes without consequence, where a sentence can land awkwardly and the world does not end. It grows when you tell the truth about the edges of what you know and invite someone to stand next to you while you learn the part you don't. Borrow confidence at the doorway if you must. Slower voice, steadier hands. But once you're inside, trade the act for attention. Ask the clarifying question. Admit the unknown. Take the note and try again. There's a calmer way to move forward. Before the meeting, write 1 sentence. A competent version of me does this. Not everything, just one thing. Opens with the agenda. Summarizes the point in a single line. Asks for a decision before the clock runs out. Practice that line twice out loud. Breathe slower than feels normal. When you're in the room, do the line and nothing more heroic. Later, when the door closes, note 1 strength you felt, 1 friction that showed up, and 1 tiny drill for tomorrow. That cycle, attempt, observe, adjust, build something the mask never will. Trust in your own repetition. And there are red lines. If someone's safety, money, or future depends on your skill, don't fake the part. Ask for a co-pilot. Ask for time. Ask for a smaller stage. Real confidence is not the absence of fear. It's the presence of a plan. Tonight, let the mask rest. Let your shoulders drop. You are not trying to become someone else. You are letting practice catch up to who you already are. Never give up. It lands like a drum beat in motivational speeches, the line you're supposed to swallow when your energy is thin, and there are days it helps. Grit holds you together long enough to finish the set. Send the email. Keep a promise you made to yourself. But the slogan hides a quiet trap. There's a difference between a hard thing and a wrong thing, and if you can't tell them apart, persistence turns into a cage. Sticking with something because it's meaningful is different from sticking with it because you're afraid to admit it isn't working. The mind keeps a ledger of hours, money, pride, and expectation, and that ledger whispers keep going even when the road is clearly closing. You don't owe your past self a lifetime subscription to a plan that no longer fits. The test is gentler than you think. Ask 3 quiet questions. Is the process still teaching me, or am I just defending it? If success arrived tomorrow, would I want the life it locks me into? A messy entwine. And if a friend described my exact situation, would I tell them to continue? Answers given in honesty tend to loosen knots. Sometimes they reveal the kind of difficulty worth enduring, the pain that comes with growth, apprenticeship, and craft. Sometimes they reveal a pattern of wheel spinning, where effort is high but learning is low, and the best move is to change the game, not push harder on the same rules. Quitting, done well, isn't a flinch. It's a plan. Before you re-enter the arena, set exit criteria in daylight. If X hasn't happened by Y date, and I've tried A, B, and C, I'll pivot. Keep bets small and reversible so experiments teach without breaking you. Replace heroic marathons with short cycles. Try, measure, decide. Fardazi Verbluya vaisits the unidicity for when something does deserve perseverance, narrow your focus to the next controllable inch. One lesson shipped, one rep logged, one conversation that clarifies reality. Grit then becomes quiet consistency, not loud suffering. There are seasons for stubbornness, building endurance, learning a language. Why? Gaiga kursumerze onder. Well, repairing trust. These demand staying power and routine. But even inside those seasons, it's okay to change methods, mentors, or environments that keep you stuck. You're not abandoning the mountain by switching trails. You're choosing a route your legs can actually climb. So breathe. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to stay. The wisdom is in the choosing. If you carry one thing forward tonight, let it be this. Perseverance is powerful when it's pointed. Let your effort be loyal to the goal, not the first plan you wrote in a different version of your life. Yukita said, "Be yourself." It sounds like the simplest rule in the world. Walk into the room as you are, and everything will click. But if you've ever tried to follow that advice during a job interview, a first date, or a high-stakes presentation, you felt the paradox. You are not the same you everywhere. With friends, your voice loosens. With a supervisor, you tighten your phrasing. With family, old habits wake up. That shift isn't fakery. It's how human beings belong to more than one context. The trap is believing there's a single pure version of you that must look identical in every room. Or else you're lying. Authenticity isn't a costume you put on, it's a spine you stand with. The spine is values, what you refuse to trade. Around that spine, the limbs can move. Your tone can soften for a nervous colleague. Your pace can quicken when a crisis hits. You can learn assertiveness without betraying kindness, learn brevity without losing warmth. People call this adaptability, and in practice, it's the only way to carry your integrity through different climates. The trouble with just be yourself is that it often freezes you inside an old snapshot. I'm just not a confident person. I don't do small talk. I'm bad at boundaries. Now the slogan becomes a cage that defends habits you've outgrown. There's a gentler approach. Ein, en undo sonarain, ol. Treat identity like a draft that gets cleaner with use. Begin with a few non-negotiables. Tell the truth. Don't promise what you can't deliver. Don't laugh at things you don't find funny. Then experiment at the edges. Try the clearer sentence in the meeting. Try the pause before you fill a silence. Gwe. Tis gohidrids. Shonusus deneste. Try the simple, I'm not available for that, and notice that the sky doesn't fall. The first times may feel artificial because unfamiliar often feels false, but repetition turns chosen behavior into natural behavior. And what once felt like acting becomes part of you, the same way a song becomes muscle memory. There's also the authenticity tax, where people demand your unfiltered self while punishing you for it. You don't owe anyone access to your private interior. Privacy is not deception, it's dignity. Likewise, approval isn't proof that you're real. Sometimes the most honest move is the least popular one. If you ground in values, check your motives, and act with proportion, you're being yourself, even if your voice shakes while you try. Tonight, let the rule shrink down to something livable. Be honest and adaptable. Bring your real intentions. Choose behaviors that fit the moment and keep room for growth. You're not sculpting a statue. You're tending a living thing that learns. Every deliberate change you make doesn't erase who you are. It expands who you get to be. Take risks. Take more risks, they say. As if bravery were just a louder volume knob, the phrase makes risk sound like a virtue in itself. Jump first, figure it out mid-air, celebrate the adrenaline. But risk isn't a personality trait, it's an exposure to loss. What matters isn't whether you face danger, but how you shape it so the danger teaches without breaking you. The people who look fearless usually aren't. They're prepared. They've put rails on the staircase you can't see. Start with a quiet truth. Uncertainty is where growth lives and also where avoidable pain hides. If you only move where guarantees exist, life narrows. If you chase uncertainty for its own sake, life frays. The middle path is simple and unglamorous. Make uncertainty smaller than your ability to respond. That means you don't need to quit your job overnight to test an idea. You can run a tiny pilot on weekends. You don't need to pour savings into a product. You can ask 10 real buyers to pre-commit. Then, defense into define. You don't need to announce a new identity to the world. You can try the new behavior once and see whether your nervous system can carry it. There are calm ways to hold risk. You name the downside in daylight and ask what would need to be true to recover. You keep a reserve of time, energy, and money, so experiments don't consume the parts of life that hold you together. You imagine the most likely failure in advance. Not to scare yourself, but to pack what you'd need if it happens. That little rehearsal, done kindly, makes your courage softer and steadier. You're not white-knuckling a jump, you're building a ramp. Sometimes, of course, there's no clean ramp. The conversation you've been avoiding, the application you're afraid to submit, the boundary that will disappoint someone. These don't become risk-free, no matter how carefully you plan. Still, you can carry them differently. Speak a little sooner than comfortable, not 3 weeks too late. Send a draft to one trusted person before you share it wide. Start with a boundary you can keep, even if it's small. Each act teaches your body that you can tolerate the stretch and return to baseline. You don't owe the world theatrics. You owe yourself honest attempts in the direction you care about, built at a size you can actually sustain. Tonight, picture the next inch, not the entire leap. Make it reversible, make it observable, and make it soon. Bravery isn't noise. It's a plan that lets you walk into tomorrow with curiosity still intact. Follow your passion. It sounds like the most honest compass a person can hold. Find the thing that lights you up and let it pull you across a lifetime. But if you've ever waited for that lightning to strike and felt only a quiet confusion, you know the pressure the phrase creates. It suggests there is one secret thread you're supposed to find, and that until you find it, you're behind. In real lives, passions are often plural, seasonal, and unevenly matched to opportunity. Some fascinations fit a market, some belong in a hobby. Some need to be learned into, not discovered fully formed. Passion is not just a feeling, it's a feedback loop. Interest leads to practice. Practice produces small wins. Small wins deepen interest, and the loop strengthens. That's why the advice often works after you've invested enough reps to become decent. Competence warms the fire. If you wait to feel certainty first, you can stand still for years, mistaking uncertainty for a lack of calling when it's really just the early stage of any craft. The calmer approach is to move with a craftsman mindset. Pick a promising domain, build skills that create value, and let passion grow alongside the proof that what you do helps someone. There's kindness in designing for reality. Keep a runway, time, energy, money, so you don't turn your dream into a source of panic. Try small, real experiments and offer to 5 people a weekend project, a low-cost prototype, an hour freelanced after dinner. Watch for signals that matter more than vibes. Repeat requests, referrals, relief on the other person's face. Those signals tell you where your work meets the world. If they're weak, adjust the offer, not necessarily the dream. Sometimes you don't need a dramatic pivot. You need a clearer audience, a different price, or a better constraint. It's also okay to love something and not monetize it. Not every joy owes you a paycheck, and not every paycheck deserves your soul. Separate what must feed you from what must free you. Naifigwit, samsazakbuviu, nasiyure, fuwe. Let paid skills underwrite the experiments until the graphs cross, until your developing craft is steady enough to carry more weight. And if they never cross, you haven't failed. You built a life where the thing you love stayed alive because it wasn't forced to do work it couldn't bear. Most of all, trade the fantasy of a single perfect path for a series of honest seasons. This season might be foundation building. The next might be a brave consolidation. After that, a pruning. Passion expands when you keep promises to yourself at a size you can sustain. 1 hour a day, 1 deliverable a week, 1 conversation that opens a door. You don't need to chase a thunderbolt. You can light a small, steady flame and protect it. Given time and attention, small flames learn how to burn. Everything happens for a reason. This arrives like a soft blanket you can throw over chaos. A relationship ends, a job falls through, an illness arrives, a plan dissolves, and someone says the line that promises there's a script behind the noise. It's comforting because it turns randomness into narrative. If there's a reason, then somewhere there's order. If there's order, then maybe you're safe. But there's a quieter, more honest comfort available. Not every event carries a pre-written purpose, and you don't need a cosmic explanation to build a life you can stand in. The brain hates loose ends. Says, I need to use orbilis as fevelives barbesian. Here, there's a ban, says erzons. It stitches patterns from stray threads, turning coincidence into choreography. That's normal and sometimes useful. Meaning making helps us recover. But assuming meaning was always there, meant to be, necessary, deserved, can slide into passivity and blame. You might stay in a harmful situation because you're waiting to discover why it had to happen. You might tell yourself someone's cruelty was a lesson you needed, rather than a boundary you're allowed to keep. You might look at your own pain and try to make it noble before you let yourself feel it. Wandi enderuze, you fama. None of that helps healing, it just delays it. There is a kinder sequence. First, name the facts without poetry. This happened. It cost me this, I miss that. Let the grief breathe without polishing it. Second, separate control from mystery. You didn't choose all of this, but you still have choices here. How you treat your body, who you ask for help. what you stop pretending you're okay with. Third, build meaning on purpose. Not the abstract kind, the lived kind that shows up as small, repeatable acts. A walk you keep, a journal you fill, a class you start, a conversation you finally have. Meaning grows through pattern, not pronouncement. When you're ready, you can ask the gentle questions that turn pain into direction. Self-accuse after Gustavus says that shares. What did this reveal about what matters? What would honoring that look like this week? What has become non-negotiable for me now? You don't have to answer loudly. Whispered answers are enough to change the day. Over time, those small answers make a contour you can trust. They don't justify what happened. They justify your decision to live forward. If someone tells you there must be a reason, you can nod and choose a different sentence. I'm going to make one. That doesn't deny mystery or faith. It simply returns agency to your hands. E shows you are allowed to treat randomness as randomness and still grow something decent in its soil. You are allowed to say this hurt and also say here's what I'm doing next. Healing is rarely an insight, it's usually a rhythm. Keep a rhythm you can carry and let meaning catch up to your steps. Don't worry, you're young. It's meant to loosen the knot in your chest, to tell you there's still runway, still time to figure things out. And for a moment it helps. Your breath slows, the panic dims, the edges of the to-do list blur. But if you hear that line often enough, it becomes a lullaby that puts your plans to sleep. Youth can be a cushion, it can also be a trap. The days still pass. Habits still lay foundations. Opportunities still arrive with doors that close if you don't touch them. The truth is gentler than the panic and sharper than the slogan. You don't need everything decided by 20 anything. You also don't have infinite time to drift. Early actions compound, not because the results are huge, but because the systems you build start paying quiet interest. A half hour of focus study that becomes a rhythm. A small savings rule that becomes a safety net. A beginner's portfolio that becomes a body of work. When someone says, "Don't worry," let it mean, "Don't freeze." Let it be permission to start small now, not a pass to postpone the life you keep saying you want. Comparison makes this harder. Your feed shows the rare meteors. The startup at 22, the book deal at 23, the body transformation in 12 weeks. And your brain asks why not me, but you're not late, you're on a different trail with different terrain. Some paths reward early sprints, others need quiet apprenticeship. What matters is contact with the work, not the optics of your timeline. If you build a tiny, sustainable cadence, 1 hour most days, one deliverable most weeks, one conversation that could open a door, you'll look up in a year and realize momentum happened anyway. Without the anxiety performances, there's a way to hold youth that keeps its lightness without losing its urgency. Zoom out when you're spiraling. Remind yourself that careers bend, relationships evolve, identities iterate. Then zoom in to the next inch you actually control. Make the draft. Send the message. Learn the skill labeled uncomfortable. Choose optionality over image. Skills that travel, savings that buy you time, health practices that keep your mind clear. Treat experiments like reps, real, small, reversible, fucked. Then setzt zu harn, say how das setzt the desk fur. If one flops, you didn't fail. You purchased information at a discount, and when you are truly tired, rest on purpose. Rest is not avoidance. It's fuel for the next honest attempt. What you must watch is the soft, indefinite later. Later is where projects go to die. So take one step tonight while you're still young enough to call it a beginning. Set a 30-minute block on the calendar, pick a small promise you can keep, and protect it like a meeting with your future self. Youth is not a pause button. It's a window. Use it with kindness and with intent. Yeah. Fo wu. Fur. So they. Fair you. Believe you can do it. The words are meant to lift you over the first ridge. The pep talk you whisper before the call, the exam, the first day. And belief does matter. When your mind considers a goal possible, your body is more willing to try, to persist, to recover from the awkwardness of beginning. But belief is fuel, not the engine. If you pour it into an empty frame, no plan, no practice, no feedback, you burn bright for a moment and stall at the first hill. Real confidence isn't loud, it's layered. It's the felt memory of small promises kept. Start where belief can actually land. One specific task, not a vague identity. I can outline a 2-minute pitch, not I'm a natural presenter. I can write 200 honest words, not I'm a writer now. Shrink the target until the next step looks almost embarrassingly doable. Then, do it in daylight as a art. Stars only. Stetsinini. The nervous system learns from completions, not intentions. A finished tiny thing rewires the story you tell yourself far more than a large goal rehearsed in your head. After the attempt, resist the all-or-nothing verdict. Scan for 3 things: what worked, what wobbled, and what to drill. Ask a human for one note you can act on tomorrow. Feedback is how belief stops being magical thinking and becomes calibration. This is where many people get stuck. They wait to feel ready before they expose their work to the world. But readiness grows faster in conversation than in solitude. This is basis bosses of wios station in this minion. Say wavichin bull VL. Let someone see the rough draft. Let them show you the inch that would make it cleaner. There's also the environment. Some spaces demand just believe while withholding the tools to improve. That mismatch breeds guilt and burnout. Give yourself a kinder lane, models to copy, stakes small enough to absorb mistakes, a routine that repeats even on ordinary days. When belief dips, and it will, habit will carry you across the gap. And when habit dips, community can remind you of your evidence, the reps you've already done, the notes you've already applied, the progress you can't feel because you're close to it. If you're tempted to perform confidence you don't own yet, trade the performance for presence. Breathe slower. Move slower, admit exactly what you're here to learn, and ask the one clarifying question that would make the next rep better. The mind hears that honesty and relaxes. Belief becomes less of a leap and more of a step onto ground you're steadily building. Tonight, you don't have to conjure certainty. And, estapelas namzerejoint, spisse, alani nuervat, stoi. You only have to place a small bet on yourself and settle it by tomorrow. A page drafted, a message sent, a drill repeated. Each settled bet is proof, and proof, stacked gently, is what belief wanted to be all along. Do what makes you happy. It sounds pure, like a compass that never lies. Choose joy, avoid what drains you, steer toward the light. But happiness is slippery. It shifts with context and time. What soothes you at 10 p.m. might steal from you at 7 a.m. What tastes sweet now may ask for interest later. If you've ever binged the show, skipped the workout, scrolled through midnight and woken up hollow, you've met the gap between quick relief and quiet satisfaction. The slogan collapses that difference, and that's where we get lost. There are at least two kinds of happy your body knows. One is the spark, pleasure, ease, the exhale of comfort. The other is the ember, meaning momentum, the sense that you're building something you want to live inside. Sparks are real and necessary. They keep the dark from swallowing the room. But embers are what warm the house. If you aim only at sparks, your nights feel full and your days feel thin. If you aim only at embers, life turns into homework. The art is mixing them on purpose. A simple way to hold this: treat happiness like a budget. Give yourself daily sparks that don't sabotage tomorrow. Music while you cook. A short call with someone who lifts you, 10 guilt-free pages of a book. Then place a few ember-building blocks into the calendar at sizes you can actually keep. 30 minutes of movement, a page of writing, a room cleaned to zero, a task that matters to a future you. When the spark and ember sit next to each other on the same evening, you fall asleep steadier. Exowi wo, zitnal, seche. You didn't just feel good, you moved something good forward. Trade-offs are honest. Loving travel doesn't erase bills. Loving art doesn't remove deadlines. Loving your kid means sometimes doing what doesn't feel happy in the moment, because love is larger than mood. Do what makes you happy becomes wiser when you add two quiet questions: happy for when and happy for whom. If it's only for this hour and it harms the others, it isn't kindness, it's borrowing. If it's only for others and never for you, it isn't virtue, it's depletion. Let the answer guide proportion, not perfection. When you feel torn, try the shoulder test. Pick the smallest action that your tonight shoulders can handle, and your tomorrow shoulders will thank you for. 5 minutes of tidying before the show. A walk call with a friend instead of text on the couch. Mir tillskomstest on the stier. Sunday, shade ab for signed. Half a dessert and a real glass of water. These aren't punishments, they're ways of staying on your own side. Over time, they stitch a life that's both softer and stronger. You don't have to chase happiness like a finish line, you can design it like a rhythm. A little spark to make the hour kind. Ooh. Has nonjelsai, des buzz. Has a little ember to make the week mean something. Repeat until the shape of your days starts to feel like a place you're glad to come home to. YOLO, you only live once. YOLO shows up like a permission slip the moment you feel restless. Book the ticket, send the text, say yes to the thing that scares you a little, because you only live once. At its best, the phrase is a nudge against paralysis. It reminds you that routine can turn into sleepwalking and that joy sometimes needs a decisive hand. But used carelessly, it becomes a costume for impulsiveness, a way to baptize choices you haven't really chosen. If everything risky is automatically brave, you can call chaos courage and wake up in a life that feels scattered instead of full. The kinder reading of YOLO isn't do everything now, it's treat time like it matters. That doesn't mean you must chase extremes, it means you decide on purpose what story you want this season to tell. Spontaneity is sweeter when you've protected the basics that keep you steady: rent, rest, relationships, your own word. A night that stretches late, a trip you say yes to, a bold application you submit anyway. These sing when they sit on a foundation you're not secretly eroding. If the moment asks for a leap, you can still pack a parachute. Set a limit. Keep a margin. Leave a path home. Try letting YOLO ask better questions. Will this make a memory I'll be glad to hold in 5 years? Or just a mess I'll have to untangle next week? Am I running towards something I value or away from something uncomfortable? If I do this, what must I protect around it so tomorrow isn't paying interest on tonight? You'll notice that the answers don't kill the impulse, they refine it. You still take the drive to the coast at midnight, but you bring water, text a friend, check the tires. You still quit the draining project, but you line up a bridge and tell the truth with care. You still confess the feeling, but you do it in a way you can stand behind in daylight. There's another side too. Sometimes YOLO means choosing rest over spectacle, calling your grandmother instead of chasing a party, finishing the thing you promised, because your future self also only lives once and deserves a life without piles of avoidable regret. You are allowed to define living once as a rhythm, not a highlight reel. A quiet dinner that deepens a friendship counts. A walk at golden hour counts. The first page of a book you've been avoiding counts. The point isn't to inflate your days with noise, it's to inhabit them with intention. So keep the spark the phrase offers and pair it with a steady hand. Say yes to the experience that fits your values and your season. Say no to the one that steals from the parts of life you mean to keep. You don't need to prove you're alive by burning through yourself. You can prove it by choosing well. Good things come to those who wait. Sounds gentle, like time itself will carry you where you're trying to go. And patience does matter. Most worthy things, skill, trust, strength, a body of work, arrive on a delay. The problem is how easily waiting turns into drifting. You check the horizon, wish the wind would pick up, and call that patience. But patience isn't standing still, it's moving steadily while you accept that results will lag behind effort. It's the difference between staring at the oven and chopping the next ingredient. A useful way to hold this is to separate lagging outcomes from leading actions. Outcomes are the numbers you can't force. Sales, followers, grades, distance PR, someone's yes. Leading actions are the part under your hands. 1 outreach a day, 1 page drafted, 40 focused minutes, 3 honest reps with clean form, 1 difficult conversation rehearsed and scheduled. If you keep touching the leading actions, the lagging outcomes tend to catch up. Often all at once after a stretch that felt like nothing was happening. That's where patience lives, in the gap where effort is real and proof is late. So don't wait, build a cadence. Pick the smallest daily unit that moves reality. 1 paragraph, 1 pitch, 1 drill, 1 practice client, 1 room reset. Track it where you can see it. Review weekly with 2 questions. What carried me? What clogged me? Adjust the environment before you adjust your ambition. Fewer tabs, clearer checklists, a start line you can reach even on low energy days. When motivation dips, let routine take the wheel. When routine stutters, borrow from community. Share your tiny scoreboard with 1 person who roots for you. Westfor mulai chasarane. There's also a kindness in pacing. You are not lazy for needing recovery. You're human. The body consolidates strength on rest days. The mind integrates practice when you sleep. Patience includes this biological truth. It also includes strategic pauses, stopping the scroll long enough to feel the discomfort that's trying to point at a real need, holding a draft 1 more day to read it with fresh eyes, letting an argument cool so repair can work. Slowness used on purpose is not procrastination. It's craft. Word wasn't a froze. And says. If you feel the old slogan making you passive, swap the sentence. Good things come to those who prepare, persist, and periodically prune. Prune by quitting the tactic that's never worked, not the aim that still matters. Persist by keeping your word to a small, repeatable action. Prepare by making tomorrow's start so easy it's hard to skip. Then let time do its quiet job. Most growth is invisible until it isn't. When you lie down tonight, you don't need a grand promise. You need one tiny action you'll take tomorrow before noon, so clear you could do it half asleep. You don't bambus verpages, semitbone to son. Wezast. Do that, and you're not waiting anymore. You're walking patiently toward the kind of good that lasts. The customer is always right. The customer is always right was born to correct a different problem. Rigid stores with rigid rules that treated buyers like nuisances, it flipped the script. Listen, be fair, assume good faith. That spirit still matters. People remember how you made them feel, and a generous posture earns trust quickly. But taken literally, the slogan turns lopsided. If always right means reward any behavior, you don't have a service culture, you have a stage for abuse. The goal isn't to pick a side between customers and staff. It's to protect a relationship where both can be respected and solutions can actually work. Think about what a good experience feels like when you're the customer. You want to be heard without being screened by 10 policies? And say the boza the shizje. You want a clear path to a fix that doesn't waste your time. You want a human who has the authority to help you now, not a script that apologizes forever. All of that is possible without sacrificing your team. In fact, it works best when your team is protected, trained, trusted, and backed by boundaries they can use in a hard moment. Yes, we'll make this right can live next to no, we don't tolerate harassment, and both lines can be said calmly. Boundaries keep service honest. For Bordodi, das by Verspecion. In soundless, I sang this by. Publish what you can promise and what you can't. Put time frames on resolutions and meet them. If a policy exists, write the human reason under it in one sentence so it doesn't feel like a wall. Fraud prevention, safety, fairness to other customers, sustainability. Subvesten warranty. Torta the banchistuad hasn't just perfect essence, but the samacutis in the she. Sedam guus person the manmi ways. Give frontline people 2 or 3 flexible levers. Store credit, expedited replacement, repair referral, so they can tailor solutions instead of reciting a single outcome that fits no one. When the edge cases show up, and they always do, escalate patterns, not just individuals. Adjust a confusing process that keeps breaking, fix a shipment step that keeps damaging, rewrite the copy that keeps misleading, and protect the humans who carry the brand, not just the brand itself. Oh. A staff member who absorbs daily disrespect to keep the peace becomes brittle. Turnover climbs and service quality falls. Teach de-escalation and also teach exit. I want to help, but I can't while I'm being yelled at. I'll step away and return in 2 minutes, or I'm transferring this to a manager now. Back those sentences with action every time, so the boundary isn't theater. Customers notice, most are decent, and they relax when the room has rules. In the end, the phrase works when you hear it as a principle, not a prophecy. Assume good faith, fix real problems, make it easy to be satisfied. And when someone tries to turn service into surrender, let fairness be your North Star. The best businesses don't worship customers, they care for relationships. That care includes listening, repairing, And, when necessary, saying a clean, respectful no so the rest of the yesy stay possible. Always be positive. It sounds kind, almost hygienic, like a rule for keeping the mind clean. Keep your chin up. Look on the bright side. Find the silver lining before the storm has even finished forming. Hope matters. It helps you try again when the first effort falters. But hope that won't look at the wound isn't hope. It's avoidance with good manners. If you've ever said, "I'm fine," and felt your chest tighten, you know the cost of forcing light into a room that still needs the dark to be named. Positive thinking works when it widens your options. It says, maybe there's another move I can make, and your body loosens enough to see it. It fails when it polices emotion, when sadness, anger, or fear get treated as contaminants to be scrubbed away. Feelings unacknowledged don't dissolve. They go underground and leak into sleep, appetite, patience. The quiet correction isn't be negative, but be honest first, hopeful second. Honesty gives hope something true to work on. Try an "and" stance instead of a "but." I'm scared and I'm taking the next step. This hurts and I can still be kind today. The conjunction matters, but cancels the first truth, and let's both exist in the same breath. When you're the one listening to someone else's pain, resist the reflex to brighten. So, heroes. Before advice, mirror what you hear. That sounds heavy. I'm with you. If they ask for help, make the hope specific and proximate. One call you can make, one errand you can run, 1 hour you can sit beside them while the wave crests and falls. Positivity becomes useful when it turns into a verb. Wine be for ba. Ask away. For yourself, set a small emotional practice that doesn't depend on mood. Name 3 sensations in your body. Write 1 line about the part of the day that asked the most of you. Walk outside for 5 minutes and let your eyes land far away, so your nervous system remembers that the world is bigger than the room. None of these are cures. They are doors. On the other side of the door, perspective has room to show up without being forced. There will be days when optimism is a stretch. Let it be. Replace the command with a direction. Move 1 inch toward what would help. Drink water. Answer 1 message. Fold 1 shirt. Small completions reduce the noise in your head, and in the quieter room, a realistic kind of positive thought can breathe again. Not everything will be great, but I can meet this moment with what I have. That sentence doesn't deny pain. It doesn't worship it either. It makes space for both, and people grow in spaces like that. You can be anything you want to be. Aim high, dream big. Refuse the ceilings other people install over your head. There's a real gift in that spirit, especially if you grew up around small boxes or low expectations. But the sentence, taken literally, turns heavy fast. If you can be anything, then not being everything can start to feel like failure. You begin to treat limits as shame instead of the shape that makes a life possible. The quieter truth is kinder and more useful. You can pursue anything you're willing to practice for, adapt to, and build support around. And even then, outcomes are shared with timing, resources, health, and luck. Ambition breathes easier when you trade absolutes for experiments. Instead of declaring an identity, pick a domain and run a season. Give yourself 90 honest days with visible reps and clear constraints. This many applications, this many drills, this many prototypes shown to people who aren't your friends. Let the world talk back. If it says more, deepen. It'll anen dingi sadanes for me says nen ti. Just this. If it says not yet, adjust the method. If it says no, decide whether to pivot within the domain or carry the spirit somewhere with better traction. None of those choices make you smaller, they make you real. Part of growing up is learning the difference between a dream that needs more skill and a dream that needs a different role. Maybe you won't be a touring musician, but you might be a respected producer, a music teacher who changes lives, or the person who runs the venue that keeps a scene alive. You they say, this is things that be they for say. The core desire shaping sound and community can survive the death of one job title. Likewise, you can keep a beloved craft sacred by refusing to force it to pay rent. Let work that travels well fund the work that frees you. There's no shame in building a bridge job that buys you time and training. Dova, says, it's not quitting, it's engineering. When the old slogan starts to accuse, check the inputs. Do you have a rhythm you actually keep? Do you have feedback from people who know the terrain? Do you have buffers for money, energy, and attention so you're not chasing on fumes? Add one missing piece at a size you can sustain. Practice turns into competence. Competence turns into options. Options turn into a path that fits your hands. If the path still won't hold, you didn't fail at being anything. You succeeded at discovering where your best work can live. You don't have to worship limitlessness to live largely. Choose a direction on purpose, run a season with care, and keep your identity wider than any single role. You can't be everything. You don't need to be. You need to be devoted to the right few things, long enough for them to become true. You da the, you to be, to you, de to see, cues it. Time heals all wounds is something people say when they don't know what else to say. It's meant to soften the edge, to promise that if you can just outlast the ache, relief will find you. And yes, time does change pain. Sharp becomes dull, constant becomes occasional. The body remembers how to eat and sleep. But time by itself is more like a container than a cure. What you do in that container is what turns distance into healing. If you wait for the clock to do the work, you can carry the same hurt for years, quieter perhaps, but still steering your choices from underneath. There's a gentler, steadier way to move through it. First, let pain be plain. You don't have to brand it as a lesson or a blessing before you've even felt it. Say what happened. Say what it cost. Say what you miss. Naming doesn't enlarge the wound. It outlines it, and outlined things are easier to hold. Then give your nervous system places to settle. Walk without a destination. Breathe longer on the exhale than the inhale. Eat something simple and warm. Sleep like it's a prescription. These aren't solutions. They're scaffolding so the rest of the work has somewhere to stand. When you have a little more air, invite meaning in by building it, not declaring it. Write one paragraph. No one else will read. Tell the truest sentence you can manage to a person who has earned your trust. Wa, create tiny rituals. A morning stretch while the kettle heats, a song that only you know is for them, a weekly call you don't cancel. Healing likes repetition. It grows in grooves you make on purpose. And if the weight is heavy, flashbacks, panic, numbness, bring a professional into the room. Easy da for file my for birding zenze. Sante to vetsa. Therapy is not a verdict on your strength. It's a technology for carrying what the body and mind couldn't file on their own. You'll hear advice about forgiveness, closure, moving on. Let those phrases be invitations, not deadlines. Forgiveness without safety is theater. Closure cannot be yanked out of an open door. Moving on is often just moving differently. Less circling, more forward steps you can actually keep. Check how your life is shaped now and make small edits that favor the present. Unfollow what reopens the cut. Build routines that don't depend on the person or plan you lost. Say no to roles that ask you to pretend you're fine when you're not. Protect a few hours each week where nothing important is scheduled so grief can come and go without wrecking your day. One morning you'll notice the space around the wound is larger. Music returns. Food tastes like itself. You laugh once and don't feel guilty about it. That isn't time acting on you like weather. It's you, inside time, doing ordinary brave things. The hurt may never vanish. Many hurts don't. But it can stop being the boss of your life. It can become a scar that tells the truth without deciding every next step. Opposites attract. One of you fills silences. The other listens like it's a craft. One wants the plan, the other wants the adventure. At the start, this feels like magic. Relief, even. Your strengths cover their gaps and vice versa, like puzzle pieces finally meeting. But chemistry isn't the same as compatibility. Because, why do sarasva or sarvamiyazami wanawriyevide? There's a attraction is the spark. A life together is wiring, insulation, and a breaker panel that won't fry the house. Opposites can make beautiful currents, or they can short each other out, depending on where the differences live and how you handle them. Some differences are complementary and stay that way. One of you enjoys cooking, the other loves cleaning. One loves negotiating bills, the other hates it. One is better at initiating tough conversations, the other is better at repair after. Those are gifts. Other differences look cute until there's load on the system. A saver paired with a spender when money is tight. A talk now person with a I need a day person in conflict. An extrovert who refuels in crowds with an introvert who needs quiet after work. None of these doom you, but they do require design. Without it, the very trait that attracted you becomes the thing you try to sand off each other. The trick isn't to pick a side, adopt my style, or else, but to install dials instead of switches. If you move fast, can you slow 15% when the other is flooded? If you move slow, can you come forward 15% so they aren't begging for contact? Dials make room for both nervous system. Opposites stop colliding when you agree on process, how money decisions happen, when and where arguments pause and resume, how weekends get divided between social plans and recharge, which parts of the house belong to sound and which to silence. The process doesn't kill spontaneity, it keeps resentment from killing everything else. Values matter more than vibe. You can be different in music, hobbies, and social energy and still build something sturdy if you share a core. If the core is aligned, differences become texture. If the core is misaligned, similarities just decorate a mismatch. Notice what each of you reaches for under pressure, that's the real map. Do you turn toward or away? Do you punish or protect? You don't need to be identical. You need to be safe. You need to be safe. Artistic vi was a div. You dus is for your own. Is do is the ta. Says opposites attract. Partners collaborate. The first can happen in an evening. The second takes a language you co-create. When I withdraw, come closer but slower. When you escalate, I'll soft start and stay. You can write that language together in small, repeatable scenes, 10-minute check-ins, a shared calendar, a simple "are you" resource to talk before the heavy thing. Over time, The differences that once scared you start paying dividends. You aren't trying to make each other the same. You're learning how to steer in the same direction with different hands on the wheel. Never go to bed angry. Sounds like noble discipline. Two people refusing to let the sun set on resentment. But the hour matters. At night, bodies are brittle, patience is thin, and the brain that could have listened at 2 p.m. has clocked out. What starts as a repair attempt often turns into a longer bruise. Voices get sharper, positions harden, and the thing you were trying to fix grows roots. The alternative isn't avoidance, it's smarter timing. Some conversations heal better after sleep has put your nervous systems back inside their windows. There's a difference between pausing and stonewalling. Stonewalling is a locked door meant to punish. A pause is a door left ajar with a time written on a sticky note. You can say, I care about this, and I can feel I'm past my bandwidth. Can we take the night and meet this at 9 a.m. with coffee? Put it on the calendar like you mean it. That single step, naming the return, changes how the silence feels. It's not abandonment. It's a promise. If you're the one who needs to keep talking now, it can help to have a shared code that honors both people. I need 10 minutes of quiet means the other person isn't being rejected, they're being protected from words that would be regretted. I need closeness without content can mean a brief hug or a hand on the shoulder with no debate attached. For some couples, a simple ritual helps. I'm still upset, but I'm on your team. Good night. No forced cuddles, no forced solutions. Just a reminder of alliance before sleep pulls you under. Or, you may means di, a hensen is its bini. Morning is not magic, but it is kinder. Cortisol resets, language returns. The issue looks less like a verdict and more like a problem two people can look at together instead of as weapons to point at each other. Keep it practical. Start with what you each heard, name one feeling and one need, and ask for a small, observable change rather than a personality transplant. If tempers rise again, shorten the session and schedule another. Repair is a series, not a showdown. There are exceptions. If safety is in question, if a decision is truly time-critical, containment matters tonight, call for help, make the minimum plan, create immediate distance if needed. But most conflicts are not emergencies. They're frictions asking for better process. A few agreements protect you both. No new topics after 10 p.m., no threats during fatigue, no drafting speeches in bed. Keep a notepad by the lamp. Write the sentence you're afraid you'll forget and grant yourself permission to close your eyes. Going to bed angry isn't failure if it's part of a clear path back. What harms isn't sleeping on it, it's sleeping through it, pretending nothing happened and letting the distance calcify. So tonight, if you need it, choose the pause. Say a small goodnight that keeps the bridge intact. Then meet in the morning as teammates facing the problem, not as enemies trying to win the night. Always be the bigger person. Be the bigger person is advice people give when they want a mess to end. Don't clap back. Don't sink to their level. Take the high road. Sometimes that's wisdom, especially when the other person is acting from heat, not thought. Letting a moment pass can keep a small spark from becoming a field fire, but the phrase can also turn into a quiet order to swallow what hurts you and call it maturity. If bigger means be the rug, resentment grows under it until the room tilts. Real bigness isn't appeasement, it's proportion. What? The let's brawl the rumor, sasses moan. It's choosing responses that reduce harm while protecting your dignity. Start with your nervous system. When you're flooded, clever vanishes and only old habits speak. Attack, defend, withdraw, perform. Step back long enough to get your breath under you. Count the ground under your feet. Let your shoulders drop. Bigger people aren't bigger because they never feel anger. They're bigger because they don't let anger pick the words. From that calmer place, tell a simple truth without decoration. When you took credit for that idea, I felt undercut. Next time, say we worked on it together. Notice the structure, impact, request, future. No character assassination, no courtroom speech. Just a door the other person can walk through if they want to meet you. Boundaries are part of the high road. I'm happy to discuss this when we can keep voices down. I'll rejoin after lunch if we can stick to the agenda. If the jokes keep going there, I'm leaving the group chat. You don't threaten, you inform. Then you follow through once, cleanly, so the sentence means something. Sometimes the bigger move is exit, not eloquence. You are allowed to walk away from conversations designed to injure you and from roles that reward your silence more than your honesty. What about apologies? Being first to repair can be powerful if you actually contributed to the harm. To Fidges is dish as dish jiwangzai. Says nine, some doligi. It turns a fight back into a conversation, but apologizing to manage another person's mood, handing them your self-respect in exchange for temporary peace, isn't big, it's expensive. Try proportional accountability, own your slice, ask for theirs, and leave space for both to be true. Sizenje to what are ka. You can say, I overreacted to one part, and I still need the original issue addressed. That and keeps you from erasing yourself to earn harmony. Being the bigger person also doesn't require the stage. You don't need witnesses to justify your restraint. Let your private metric be simple. Did I stay truthful? Did I protect myself without cruelty? Did I leave the door open to repair without forcing it? If yes, you did enough. Some people won't meet you in that room. That's information, not a verdict on your worth. Save your best behavior for relationships that can use it. Tonight, let the bigness you practice be quiet and livable. Breathe before you speak. Name the behavior, not the person. Set one clear boundary you can keep. And step away when your peace is the only thing anyone is winning. That's not capitulation, that's leadership at human scale. Love unconditionally? Love unconditionally is a phrase people reach for when they want love to feel bigger than circumstance. A promise that won't snap under pressure. At its best, it points to a deep posture. I will keep caring about your well-being even when we're tired, even when we miss each other, even when life is heavy. But the sentence often gets misheard as something else. Tolerate anything. Swallow the insult, ignore the pattern, accept the harm, call it devotion. That isn't unconditional love. That's love without boundaries, and love without boundaries stops being love, it becomes permission. Real love is steady, and steady doesn't mean passive. It means you can hold both truths at once. I care about you, and I will not stay in rooms where care isn't mutual. You can be loyal to the person without being loyal to the behavior. In practice, that looks ordinary and clear. I love you, and I won't be in conversations where I'm insulted. And for wabi, it's us a dear. Wablete. I love you, and I won't lend money again until the last loan is repaid. I love you, and I need us to get help if we keep cycling this fight. Notice the shape, affection, paired with a boundary that protects the relationship from eroding the people inside it. There's nuance across relationships. Thus, widest is the lio, so it's possess thus the sign outside. A parent's love for a child asks for asymmetry. You absorb more storms, you lead repair, you teach language the child doesn't yet have. Even there, the boundary remains. Protection from harm, from yourself when you're depleted, from situations that would cost safety. In adult partnerships and friendships, reciprocity is the oxygen. Unconditional love means you don't make care conditional on being entertained, flattered, or obeyed. It doesn't mean you make your safety conditional on nothing at all. Forgiveness often sits nearby. Forgakial. People confuse forgiveness with forgetting or trusting again on the spot. Forgiveness is releasing the wish to punish. Trust is choosing to rely. One can arrive long before the other, or never. You can forgive someone and still restructure access. You can love someone and still step back because the version of the relationship available right now isn't kind to either of you. Distance, in that case, isn't betrayal. It's a form of care that says, I won't let us practice hurting each other. If you want an anchor you can use tonight, try this. Let love be unconditional in regard and conditional in relationship. Your regard, your wish for someone's good, doesn't vanish when they falter. But relationship, the terms of closeness, the shapes of daily life, depends on honesty, effort, and repair. When those go missing, love asks for boundaries, consequences, or help, not martyrdom. And when repair is real, apology with change, pattern with proof, love knows how to open the door again, maybe slowly, maybe to a different room. You are allowed to love without losing yourself. You are allowed to stay soft and say no. You're allowed to hold someone's hand and also hold a line. If love survives that truth, it becomes something quieter and stronger than fantasy. Two people caring in ways that make both lives larger, not smaller. Hard work always pays off. Hard work always pays off is the kind of sentence that gets you out of bed when nothing else will. Set the alarm, grind, outlast the doubt. And yes, effort matters. It builds skill, earns trust, and keeps you moving when the path is foggy. But if you've ever worked yourself flat and watched the result refuse to budge, you know the limit of the slogan. Effort is powerful, not magical. It raises the odds. It doesn't control the dice. What you work on, how you work, who you work with, and when you do it all, tilt the table more than volume alone. Start by pointing your effort. Ask a smaller, sharper question than how hard can I try? Try what action today moves the system that moves the outcome. Sales don't happen because you want them. They happen because you ship offers to real people and follow up. Fitness doesn't show up because you suffer. It shows up because you keep form clean, eat like someone you respect, and sleep like recovery is part of training. Pick a lever you can actually pull. One pitch, one page, one drill, and pull it on a cadence simple enough to survive bad days. Consistency beats surges that need drama to exist. Then, insist on feedback. Without it, hard work becomes wheel spinning with good intentions. Let reality talk back fast and cheap. Ship the rough draft to one honest reader. Put a test version in front of 10 customers before you perfect the logo. If the signal is quiet, change one variable at a time so you can learn what mattered. The work is not just doing, it's adjusting. Adjusting is quite te da sa virtual. People call this luck when it clicks. Often it's attention plus iterations you didn't announce. Context isn't an excuse, it's a design spec. Two people can grind equally and get different results because the ladders they're climbing lean on different walls. Access, timing, network, capital, even geography. All of it shapes return on effort. You don't control every factor, but you can widen your luck surface. Show up where your work is valued. Make it easy for allies to help you. Practice in public enough that the right eyes can find you. Hard work inside a good context feels lighter because each hour has leverage. Also, rest like it's part of the plan. Brute force without recovery turns skill into sludge. Muscles grow between sessions, minds integrate between attempts. Sleep, walks, quiet hours with no inputs. These don't slow you down. They let adaptation finish its sentence. If you can't rest, your system might be under-designed. Too many tasks depending on you alone. Not enough automation or delegation. Goals sized to adrenaline instead of to a life. These Steve, Stacy. When the old sentence starts to sting, swap it for one that holds. Hard work aimed, measured, and recovered from often pays off. And even when it doesn't, it leaves you with assets you keep. Competence, relationships, a body of work you can carry into the next season. Do a small, honest piece today. Let someone or something tell you how it landed and edit your next move. That's not giving up on grit. That's giving grit a brain. Happy wife, happy life. Happy wife, happy life arrives as a joke that sounds like wisdom. Keep her smiling and the home stays calm. Underneath the rhyme is a real instinct. Relationships run better when partners feel seen, safe, and supported. But the slogan tilts the table. It makes harmony the man's job, emotional reality the woman's volatility, and peace a performance you buy with appeasement. That isn't intimacy. That's conflict avoidance with gendered marketing. What actually keeps a relationship steady is mutual care with shared responsibility. Den doesn't make us born in Dublin ban le city cn. Not one person smoothing every rough edge, but two people tending a common fire. In practice, that looks less like guessing moods and more like building systems that don't require mind reading. Explicit check-ins. What would make this week lighter for you? Visible calendars, clear ownership of chores, and the invisible load. Planning, remembering, anticipating, and a repair process you both understand when something snaps. If the rule is keep her happy, resentment quietly grows on both sides. One feels managed, the other feels alone with the weight of the weather. If the rule is keep us resourced, you collaborate instead of perform. Try swapping appeasement for alignment. Before big choices, money, family time, boundaries with friends, name values first, preferences second. What are we protecting? Might reveal rest, savings, intimacy, or kid stability. Then make the smaller decision in service of that shared guardrail. During conflict, protect the bond while you argue about the thing. Slow starts, fewer absolutist words, breaks that are timed and promised back. After conflict, practice small repairs that don't require perfection. Own your part, ask for one concrete change, appreciate what went right. Mia. Door distispe. Appreciation is fuel. Make it specific so it lands. When you handled bedtime, my brain unclenched. Equality isn't scorekeeping, it's clarity. You can be generous without being erased. You can lead in some domains and follow in others. You can delight your partner because you want to, not because their mood is the thermostat for everyone's day. And if you're tempted to keep the peace by swallowing your needs, remember, suppressed needs don't disappear. They leak. The kindest thing you can do for the relationship is to speak early, simply, and with a commitment to finding a shape that works for both of you. Let the new rhyme be quieter and truer. Mutual care, lives we can share. It doesn't fit on a novelty mug, but it fits in a home. Tonight, trade the joke for a 5-minute check-in. Ask what would help the other person feel more held this week, and say what would help you. Peace that depends on one person's smile is fragile. Peace built on shared effort is a place you can actually rest. Let babies cry it out. It's a advice that often arrives at 3 a.m., when your eyes sting and every soothing trick has blurred together. It promises a clean trade, a few hard nights now for longer sleep later, and for some families a structured version of that idea helps. Brief pauses, predictable routines, and gradual space so a baby learns to settle between your interventions. But the phrase is too blunt for the reality it describes. Babies don't cry to manipulate. They cry to communicate. Day. Sa Tatsuchandes at this later they renegade. The question isn't cry or not cry, it's how to listen, how long to wait, and what kind of help best fits this baby, this age, this night. Think of settling as a ladder rather than a switch. The bottom rungs are tiny cues. Dim the lights, slow your breath, keep your voice low and rhythmic. Next rungs, a hand on the chest, a gentle shush, a brief pickup to reset, then back down while drowsy. Sometimes a short pause before you climb the ladder gives the baby a chance to knit 2 sleep cycles together, especially if the cry is a tired up and down protest rather than the sharp, escalating sound of hunger or pain. Other times, pausing only increases distress. Learning the difference is less about a rule and more about noticing patterns. Time of night, last feed, temperature, overstimulation, naps that ran long, a day that ran rough. Parents need a plan that protects the baby and the adults. Decide in daylight what checking in means, a 60-90 second reassurance at set intervals, or a slower fade, where you reduce how much you do every few nights. Agree on signals that end the experiment for the night fever, frantic crying, your own bandwidth hitting its edge. Consistency helps more than heroics. A predictable bedtime routine, bath, feed, song, crib, teaches the body that sleep is coming. Daytime naps matter too. Overtired babies don't sleep better, they crash and then startle awake like a car with bad brakes. None of this is a character test. This fade, say? If you choose to pick up your baby quickly, you're not creating bad habits, you're responding to your capacity and your child's temperament. If you choose to pause briefly and offer spaced reassurance, you're not cold. You're trying a structure that might fit your family. What breaks parents isn't choosing wrong. It's believing there's only one right way and judging yourself at 4 a.m. while the house is quiet, but your heart is loud. Give yourself permission to adjust. Keep the pieces that helped and retire the ones that made everyone tense. You're building a language with a person who can't speak yet. Fluency takes time. If tonight goes sideways, that's information, not failure. Tomorrow, make one gentle change. Start 10 minutes earlier, shorten the last nap. Tweak the room's light or sound. Simplify the routine. Babies grow. What worked last week may not fit next week, and that's not your fault. It's development doing its job. Be kind to the version of you who is learning in the dark. The goal isn't silence, It's safety, rest, and a home where everyone gets to settle. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger is the kind of sentence people toss into the air when the room doesn't know what to do with pain. It's meant to hand you a sword. Survive this and you'll come back sharper. And sometimes you do. A setback forces you to focus. A loss clarifies what matters. A failure teaches you the work you actually need to do. But not everyone walks out of the fire carrying muscles. Some walk out carrying burns. Suffering isn't a gym by default, it's stress. Strength is what happens after, if you have the conditions to recover and the space to integrate what happened. Think about how bodies get stronger. You stress a muscle, then you feed it and let it rest. Without food and sleep, the same workout just shreds tissue. Minds aren't so different. Challenge can become capacity if there's safety, support, and time. That might look like one friend who lets you tell the story without fixing it, a therapist who helps your brain file what it couldn't, a routine that keeps the basics intact when everything else feels unglued. Walk, water, warm meals, lights out at a real hour. None of that is glamorous. Foreyui. Why wala varane faces the Queen's phone. All of it is what turns damage into adaptation. There's also an honest distinction between hard and harmful. Hard is training, apprenticeship, learning curve, friction with meaning on the other side. Harmful is chronic overwhelm, disrespect that erodes you, environments that make your nervous system live on high alert. You don't owe harmful anything. Leaving a room that breaks you isn't weakness, it's capacity management. You can seek growth elsewhere. Smaller loads, cleaner feedback, kinder people, so your system can get strong without staying hurt. If you want a gentle way to hold this season, try a 3-part loop. Stabilize, make sense, then stretch. Stabilize by shrinking your life to what keeps you steady. A shorter to-do list, a quiet morning, one person you update honestly, a boundary that stops the daily leak. Make sense by naming what occurred and what it touched in you. Write a paragraph, say it out loud once. Notice the beliefs the event wants to harden and choose which ones you'll keep. Then stretch a little, one exposure back toward the thing that scares you, sized so your body can return to baseline afterward. Capacity grows at the edge of tolerance, not beyond it. You're allowed to be changed by what happened without translating that change into a motivational poster. Stronger might mean kinder to yourself, quicker to leave when respect is missing, slower to say yes, more precise about the life you want. It might also mean you ask for help sooner. Strength isn't measured by how quietly you carry hurt. It's measured by how skillfully you rebuild around it. So if the old sentence feels like pressure, edit it. What didn't kill me could make me stronger if I treat myself like someone I intend to keep. Tonight, pick one small, recoverable act that favors your future. A walk around the block, a call to a name in your phone you trust, an earlier light out. Gilon. Sajya. Sospe. Growth happens in those quiet choices. Repeat it until your system believes you again. Follow your heart. Sounds like a clean answer to messy questions. Quit or stay, confess or keep quiet, jump or wait. The phrase promises a compass that never lies, but hearts aren't compasses, they're sensors. They register hunger, fear, longing, nostalgia, relief. Sometimes that signal points exactly where you should go. Sometimes it points toward the nearest exit from discomfort, not the destination you'll want in daylight. If you treat every strong feeling as a green light, You'll call escape routes destinies and wonder why the map keeps changing. A kinder approach is to let emotion speak first and logic set the itinerary. Ask your heart what it's actually asking for beneath the headline. The urge to quit might be asking for respect, variety, or rest. The urge to text your ex might be asking for soothing or certainty. Once you name the need, you get more than one way to meet it. Maybe you don't need the dramatic exit. You need a clearer role, a better manager, a 2-week break, a sleep routine that gives your brain back. Maybe you don't need the ex. You need a friend's voice and a walk at dusk. You deep at this death, you demand on nay. You care to the we. Feelings also change with states. Before you call a feeling a truth, check the basics: food, sleep, stress, substances, social contact. Hearts shout when bodies run on fumes. Bring your physiology back within range and see if the message shifts. Then, give your emotion a small experiment instead of a wedding. If your heart says move to that city, try 1 month of remote work there or a 2-week scouting trip. If your heart says this person matters, spend steady, ordinary time and watch how they handle boredom, conflict, and no. Reality is a great editor. A few simple tools keep romance from becoming roulette. Do a brief premortem. If this goes wrong, how does it go wrong, and what guardrails would I wish I'd set? Run the 10-10-10 check. How will I feel about this choice in 10 minutes, 10 weeks, 10 months? If all 3 windows nod, you're likely hearing a deep want, not a spike, and write 1 line you'd be proud to read later that explains the choice. If you can't write it, don't do it yet. You don't have language for it, which usually means you don't have clarity. None of this is an argument against desire. Desire is how you find your people and your work. Weeds and A's. Oh. You do. Nanula. It's the current that keeps you alive. The aim is not to mute it, but to tune it. Less radio static, more melody you can follow without burning the house down. Let your heart choose the direction and ask your head to plan the steps. Let your heart pick the why and your head pick the when, the how, and the how much. When both are in the room, decisions feel quieter, and you can live with them even when they cost you something. Tonight, if your heart is loud, don't argue with it. Thank it for the message. Write down what it wants. Test the smallest version and put 2 guards on the door, a budget and a boundary. Do that, and follow your heart stops being a dare and becomes a path you can walk with your eyes open. Power pose for confidence is the kind of life hack that spreads because it's easy to picture. Step into a wide stance, lift your chest, hands on hips, instant courage. For a while it felt like magic, the promise that posture alone could rewire stress into power. Then the studies started arguing with each other, and the spell cracked. The truth that remains is quieter and more useful. Posture won't do your work for you, but your body can help your mind do the work you came to do. Think of power posing not as a cure, but as a cue. A way to remind your nervous system that you're allowed to take up space while your preparation carries the rest. Confidence isn't a costume. It's a collection of signals your brain trusts because you've kept small promises to yourself. As buddies, you've offices who education say. Posture can be one of those signals. When you stand with your feet planted, shoulders unshrugged, jaw unclenched, and breath slower on the exhale, your body reads safer and your language returns. You're not summoning dominance, you're reducing static. Add 2 minutes of quiet rehearsal and a single, clear first line. Here's what we're deciding today. Or, in one sentence, this does X, and you'll feel the difference. Less performance, more presence. There's a gentle sequence that helps before high-stakes moments. Step somewhere private if you can. Oh, Vormensdruk fades as bears nain, actually. Oh, place your feet hip-width apart. Let the crown of your head rise without stiffening your neck. Soften your belly so the breath has somewhere to go. Exhale longer than you inhale a few times. Look at one stable point across the room. Far focus calms scattered attention. Then do one practice rep out loud at a slower pace than feels normal. The stance isn't a victory pose, it's a stable dock you launch from. When you enter the room, keep one piece. The slower exhale, the grounded feet under the table, the deliberate first sentence. You don't need the superhero iconography. You need signals your body believes. Pair those signals with substance. Bring a cheat card with 3 bullets you can land, even if adrenaline makes you forget the rest. Decide in advance what a good enough outcome looks like so perfection doesn't hijack your timing. Ask at least one clarifying question early. Curiosity converts nerves into engagement. If your hands shake, rest them lightly on the table or hold a pen. If your voice lifts, drop your pace by 5% and let silence carry weight you don't have to fill. If posture tricks feel silly, skip the pose and keep the principle. Make your body easier to live in while you attempt something that matters. Shake out your hands, roll your shoulders once. Stand up before the call. Sit on the front half of the chair. None of this proves you're powerful. It proves you're present. Presence is what helps other people trust you, and more importantly, helps you trust yourself. So let the myth be edited, not erased. Stand well, breathe well, prepare one clean line, and go say the thing you came to say. Your body can steady the door. Your work will walk you through it. Smile to become happy. Smile to become happy? Sounds like a gentle shortcut. Turn the corners of your mouth upward and let the feeling catch up. There's a grain of truth here. The body and mind talk to each other all day, and small physical cues can tilt your mood by a degree or two. Loosen your jaw, soften your eyes, breathe slower on the exhale, and the room inside your chest often gets a little bigger. But when the sentence becomes a rule, smile no matter what, it stops helping. A forced grin over unspoken pain doesn't lift you. It layers you. The feeling doesn't vanish. It goes under the floorboards and rattles the house at night. Use the idea as an invitation, not an obligation. A real smile grows best from safety, not pressure. Start one step earlier. Let your face tell the truth it's been carrying. Unclench the brow that's been holding the day together. Let your mouth rest neutral. Notice the body's small storms, the tight throat, the buzzing shoulders. Take 3 longer exhales than feels normal. If there's a name for what you're feeling, let it show up silently. Paradoxically, this brief honesty makes room for the smallest upward turn to be genuine when it comes. Think of smile to become happy as part of a larger mood loop. Behavior can pull feeling, and feeling can guide behavior. You can stack gentle behaviors that cooperate with your biology. Sunlight on your face for 2 minutes, a glass of water you finish, a short walk with your gaze far, a message to a kind person, a song your body remembers. Somewhere along that tiny sequence, a half smile may appear on its own. If it doesn't, nothing's wrong. You still did things that keep the floor from dropping. There's also the social layer. Smiles function as bridges, signaling safety and invitation. That's beautiful when you have the bandwidth to cross. It's costly when you don't. You don't owe the world a mask to be acceptable. Offer the lightest version you can afford, a soft nod, a warm tone, without taxing your insides. On days when everything feels brittle, practice the smallest yes to yourself. 5 quiet breaths, hands around a warm cup, a step onto the porch. Fa, det är små chans, you does not say, you do not understand. A soft, private smile sometimes arrives in those ordinary moments, not on command but as relief. If you want one practical experiment, try the half smile for 30 seconds while you breathe slowly and let your shoulders drop, then release it and notice any shift. Not happier or fixed, just a degree less clenched. Tonight, the point isn't to perform joy. It's to reduce friction so the system that knows how to feel okay has a cleaner lane. Smiles belong in that lane, but they aren't the engine. Let them be signals of safety you've already created, not tickets you have to buy to earn your place in your own life. Tailor teaching to learning styles. Sounds compassionate and precise. Figure out whether someone is a visual, auditory, or kinesthetic learner, and then pour the lesson into that shape. It feels respectful, like personalized education, and it promises an easy lever to pull when learning stalls. The problem is that preference isn't performance. People do have modal preferences, and honoring them can make class feel friendlier, but matching lessons to a declared style doesn't reliably improve outcome. What matters more is the fit between the content and the method, plus a handful of boring, powerful practices that help every brain remember. If the goal is to learn geography, a map beats a monologue. If the goal is pronunciation, your ears and mouth must practice together. If the goal is swimming, brains like multiple cues that point to the same idea. An image paired with a few words, dual coding. Examples that travel across contexts. A quick practice that forces recall instead of re-reading. A lesson that feels slightly effortful, that makes you reach for the answer before revealing it. Sticks longer than one that flows past you like a pleasant podcast. This is where teaching becomes kinder and more effective. Start with clarity. One sentence that says exactly what the learner will be able to do by the end. Use a concrete example first, then name the rule hiding inside it. Switch channels on purpose. A sketch and a sentence, a short demo, and a try it now minute. A brief read and a one-question check. 소원하선 디데바스 꾸fun고노선 style zonmonlon. Space the practice, so the brain has to fetch the idea tomorrow and next week. That small struggle is the learning, not a sign of failure. Mix similar skills, so learners practice telling them apart, interleaving, and give feedback that points at the next inch rather than at identity. Tighten this step. Name the units. Try the verb first. Preferences still have a place. If a student hates reading walls of text, trim the walls. Först if someone relaxes when they can doodle while listening, let the pen move. Comfort lowers static. Just don't confuse comfort with the work. A learner who swears they only learn by seeing can still benefit from saying it in their own words. One who only learns by doing still needs a moment of clean explanation so their doing has a shape. Most people need all of it across a semester: seeing, hearing, reading, speaking, doing, and, quietly, the pauses where the brain knits things together during sleep. If you're teaching yourself, you can borrow the same rhythm. Write what you're trying to do in one line. Find one clear example. Wa, da, you, de, te, day, ang. Draw or outline it in 60 seconds. Close the notes and retrieve it once from memory. Tomorrow, retrieve it again and make a tiny variation. Learning styles make for tidy posters. Learning in the wild is messier and more forgiving. Match the method to the task. Mix your channels and keep the practice small and spaced. That's personalization that actually moves the needle. Willpower is like a fuel tank. Sounds intuitive. You wake up full, spend the day resisting donuts and doom scrolling, and by evening the tank blinks empty. If that model were the whole story, the best you could do is ration grit and hope you don't run out before bedtime. The fuller truth is kinder. What we call willpower is less a fixed supply and more a set of conditions, physiology, context, habits, and stories that make doing the next right thing feel costly or doable. Change the conditions and the tank refills without you muzzling anything. Start with the room, not your character. Sath, och det rumdes förvet ju nej, han. So situations are. Most lapses are friction problems disguised as moral ones. Put the phone in another room and your evening suddenly has fewer cliffs. Move the snacks off the desk and your hand stops deciding for you. Put a water bottle within reach and you'll drink more without pep talks. That's environment design. Make the thing you want obvious, easy, and close. Make the thing you don't want invisible, awkward, and far. A 20-second difference in friction changes behavior more reliably than a 20-minute lecture to yourself. Give your brain a script so it doesn't have to negotiate every time. If it's 6:30, shoes on and out the door. If I open the laptop, I set a 25-minute timer. If I crave a scroll, I stand up and stretch once first. These tiny if-then plans move the moment from choice to choreography. And te, di va. Di, din he, this deal. Reduce decisions upstream too. Prep clothes, pre-log meals. Default your calendar to blocks for the work that matters. Decision hygiene is willpower conservation. Identity beats intensity. Instead of, I must be strong enough to skip dessert, try, I'm the kind of person who eats to feel good tomorrow. Instead of, I have to force myself to study, try, I'm the kind of student who touches the material daily. Identities are light switches. The behavior that matches them costs less to start. Pair that with tiny floors, the absolute minimum you'll do on a bad day, and flexible ceilings extra when you have it. 2 pages read keeps the streak alive. More pages on good days build momentum without the all-or-nothing crash. Physiology still matters. Sleep debt, hunger, dehydration, and stress shrink your patience and make every choice feel heavier. Eat something with protein and fiber, drink real water, and protect wind down so sleep can actually do its repair work. None of this is weakness, it's maintenance. Your brain is more generous with yes when it isn't spending all its budget keeping you upright. Finally, forgive the slip by design. Survivors die in ways here. Files of brunch begins is main is a expected rehearse recovery. When I break the streak, I return next session without doubling the dose. That sentence prevents the shame spiral that burns more energy than the slip itself. You don't need a bigger tank. You need fewer leaks, clearer paths, and kinder defaults. Build those and you'll notice something odd. The days you thought you were strong were really the days you'd set the stage, washing away guilt. It's the fantasy of a clean slate in a single gesture. Confessed, cry, shower, pray, journal, buy the right candle, feel forgiven. Rituals can soothe your nervous system. Warm water, soft light, a page that listens. These lower the noise so you can hear yourself think. But rituals don't repair harm by themselves. Guilt isn't dirt. It's a signal that says something I did scraped against who I want to be. If you try to rinse the feeling without addressing the scrape, it comes back, quieter for a day, then loud at night when the house is still. Begin by telling the truth in small, steady words. What exactly happened? Who was affected, including you? What did it cost? Write it once without defending or dramatizing, then separate guilt from shame. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Shame says, I am something wrong. Guilt invites action. Shame freezes action. If you catch yourself spiraling into identity verdicts, pause and return to the behavior. You can be a decent person who did a specific unkind thing. That framing keeps your hands free to repair. Repair is practical. Where it's safe and appropriate, apologize without dressing it up. I did X. I see it landed as Y. I'm sorry. Here's what I'm changing. Is there anything reasonable I can do to make this better? Don't bargain for instant absolution, and don't make them parent your feelings. Says Bini. If restitution is possible, return the item, repay the money, redo the work. Do it cleanly. If the harm can't be undone, contribute in the direction of the loss. Volunteer, support a fund, offer time or skill where you can. It won't erase what happened, but it can keep the story from stopping at harm. Fortese, Shausolvirduandan, Gomte, Forges dothel. Then change the system that made the slip easy. Was it rush, secrecy, exhaustion, alcohol, resentment you never named? Put friction in the path of the old behavior and a ramp toward the new one. Tell one trusted person your plan so you can't quietly move the goalposts. Set tiny guardrails you can keep even on bad days. No replies after midnight, no decisions when you're hungry or spun up. One beat of is this kind true necessary before you hit send. Guilt wants penance. Growth wants design. If the harm was against yourself, promises you broke, health you ignored, repair still applies. You don't need punishment to prove sincerity. You need consistency sized for a human, a realistic wake time, food that steadies you, one small workout you can do tired, an allowance for pleasure so deprivation doesn't boomerang. Self-forgiveness isn't letting yourself off the hook. It's taking yourself by the hand and walking back to the path as many mornings as it takes. Sometimes guilt is outsized because the rule you broke wasn't truly yours, just an inherited script from family, culture, or a younger version of you who needed stricter walls. Sense check your standards with a calm friend. Scrape off the parts that are about image or impossible purity. Keep the parts that are about care and honesty. You don't need to suffer to be good. You need to act like someone you respect when you wake up tomorrow. Rituals can mark the shift. Take the shower. Light the candle. Close the journal with a hand that's a little steadier. But let the clean feeling come from what you did outside the bathroom, the apology made, the boundary drawn, the plan taped to the fridge. Guilt has done its job when it moves you from rumination to repair, and then, gently, lets you go. Vindabla, sos ditzekje, das na vos bebzi, manure. Posters of eyes make people honest. Posters of eyes make people honest is one of those ideas that feels clever the moment you hear it. A cafeteria puts a picture of watchful eyes above the self-serve milk and, poof, fewer people take more than they pay for. The trick taps an old reflex. When we feel observed, we tend to behave. Vos associated the subsets that foreshadowed this above. But a photo of pupils isn't a moral spell. Cues of surveillance can nudge behavior at the margins briefly, especially when temptations are small and the rules are clear. Over time, people acclimate. Some feel creeped out. A few learn to game the system around the prop. If you need honesty to be durable, you can't rely on a poster to carry the weight of a culture. The honest version of this idea is about layers, not gimmicks. Start with clarity. State the rule in one plain sentence where the action happens, and make the fair reason obvious. Please pay before pouring. The funds keep breakfast free for everyone. Clarity reduces the stories people tell themselves to justify the exception. Then make the honest path frictionless. Place the payment jar before the milk, offer tap to pay, default the charge on the till, show a running tally so people see that their contribution matters. If the system makes the right thing easy and the wrong thing awkward, you're managing behavior without shaming anyone. Add transparent accountability that respects dignity. Two-person verification on cash handling, random spot checks. Quiet dashboards that show shrinkage trends to the team, not a wall of public blame. When issues appear, fix the process before you accuse the person. Poor placement, confusing signage, empty change tray. Use social proof that invites. 90% of our community pays here. Thank you for keeping it that way, instead of a scolding tone that dares someone to be the exception. If you must use a watchful image, keep it subtle and pair it with warmth. Performative surveillance backfires by making decent people feel distrusted and making determined cheaters more inventive. Always measure what matters. If a nudge works, know how long and at what cost. Short-lived boosts can distract you from structural repairs. In higher stakes environments, finances, safety, privacy, the ethics change. Replace posters with real controls, separation of duties, access logs, approvals over thresholds, audit trails that are reviewed by someone empowered to act. Is even these, there's minutes brains, and citizens falls, and though build channels for quiet reporting without retaliation, and close the loop with visible fixes so people learn that speaking up does something. Culture turns the screws most gently. Leaders who admit mistakes and correct them teach everyone what honesty looks like under pressure. Teams that celebrate catching a near miss rather than hiding it create safety to tell the truth. When someone does break trust, respond proportionally and consistently. Leniency with favorites erodes more integrity than any pair of painted eyes could restore. If a poster helps you for a week, fine. Use it as a reminder, not a crutch. The durable work is making honesty easier, expected, and respected. People rise to that more often than we give them credit for, especially when the system treats them like participants in a shared good instead of suspects under a silent stare. Wear red to attract mates is catchy because it turns something complicated, chemistry, into a wardrobe trick. A bold color, the logic goes, will flip an invisible switch in other people's brains and make you irresistible. It's fun to imagine, and sometimes a bright hue does draw eyes in a crowded room. But attention isn't attraction, and color isn't charisma. Clothes are signals, and signals only work when they match the person wearing them, the place they're in, and the story they're quietly telling. If a color ever helps, it's usually by changing you first. When you feel good in what you're wearing, comfortable in your skin, and undistracted by fuss, you move differently. Your posture is less guarded, your gestures land cleaner, you hold eye contact a touch longer. that ease reads as confidence, and confidence reads as approachability. Red can do that for some people. For others, it feels loud and makes their body want to hide. In that case, the supposed advantage turns into static. Attraction is multi-factor and mostly small. Fit, fabric, grooming, congruence with the setting, how you smell, how you listen. A well-fitting t-shirt is often more attractive than an expensive jacket that fights your frame. Clean shoes and cared-for hands say more than a loud blazer ever could. Soft textures invite closeness. Harsh textures photograph well but don't always translate in person. In quieter settings, subtler palettes let your face carry more of the conversation. In louder rooms, a bolder accent can help people find you. None of this requires a particular hue, it requires intention. Context matters. Colors carry different meanings across cultures and occasions: festive, formal, solemn, celebratory. A first meet at a coffee shop asks for put together but low threat. A night show leans theatrical. A work event needs polish without costume. If you love red but worry it wears you, try it as an accent instead of a headline. A scarf, pocket square, lipstick, socks, a sole line on a shoe. If you don't love it, you lose nothing. Choose a palette that flatters your undertone and a silhouette that matches your energy. Relaxed, tailored, playful, grounded. If you want something concrete, run a gentle experiment over 2 weekends. Outfit A. Pieces that fit well, neutral palette, soft textures, clean lines. Outfit B. Same foundations plus one accent piece that feels a notch bolder, color, pattern, or shape you actually like. Keep everything else constant: hygiene, rest, presence. Pay attention not just to reactions but to how your body behaves. Do you talk easier? Laugh sooner? Feel less in your head? For was banjahuni, soshtie, chevu fei. Fatsuzanpo. The outfit that frees you to be warm and attentive is your attractive one, even if it isn't red. In the end, clothes should support the connection you're trying to make, not replace it. Wear what lets your nervous system relax and your attention turn outward. Smell pleasant, stand open, listen with your face, and be kind without performing. That combination is louder than any color, and it fits every room you'll actually want to stay in. No pain, no gain sounds like courage distilled into 4 words. Push harder. Ignore the voice that says stop. Turn struggle into progress by sheer force of will. There's a sliver of truth in it. Growth often lives just past comfort. But pain is a signal, not a virtue. And treating it like a badge can turn training into injury, learning into burnout, and discipline into self-punishment. What your body and mind respond to isn't agony, it's productive discomfort. Stress at a level you can recover from and learn from. Betorduik jodis dis bedas dat des burning do. Fortue zaldu veri. Think about the difference you felt after a good session versus a reckless one. Productive discomfort feels challenging but organized. Your form stays mostly clean. You can still breathe and say a sentence. The effort leaves you pleasantly spent, not limping or dizzy. Harm, on the other hand, announces itself. Sharp, stabbing, or electric pain, sudden loss of strength, a movement that feels wrong in your bones, swelling or numbness, a headache that blooms behind the eyes after hours of strain. The first builds capacity, the second taxes your future. Instead of worshiping pain, tune the stress with dials. In the gym, that means technique first, then load. Pick a weight you can move with control, leave 1 or 2 reps in the tank, and let progress come from small, consistent increases. In running or cycling, Finish a session able to keep a conversation in short phrases. If you're gasping so hard your world narrows, your training red when green or yellow would have built more fitness with less fallout. In creative or study work, use focused blocks that end before your focus collapses. Genuine concentration should feel narrow and effortful, not punitive. Stopping while you still have a little left makes tomorrow possible. Recovery isn't a reward for doing well, it's part of the plane. Wuan wai sky that juai, year ninglingi, sendero zoetis guy 4 years. Sleep is where strength and memory consolidate. Food is how your body repairs the tiny damage training creates. Walks, stretches, and light days clear fog and keep the machine from grinding. If you need to white knuckle every session, the problem isn't your toughness. It's the design. Lower the volume, clean the form, give yourself a deload week, or swap a session for technique practice. Paradoxically, you'll progress faster when you stop trying to prove how much you can suffer. There's also a mental version of this myth. Studying until words blur, grinding at work until you're short with everyone you love, hustling on 4 hours of sleep. These feel noble and look impressive in a caption. They're also how skills stall and relationships fray. Real grit is quieter, showing up on ordinary days, stopping before slopiness becomes habit. Asking for feedback instead of doing the same failed rep louder. The line to hold is simple and humane. Challenge that asks for attention versus strain that steals it. So let the motto evolve. No pain, no gain. Gain you can measure and keep. Work at an intensity that invites tomorrow, not one that demands a week of regret. When something hurts sharply, change it. When something feels heavy but doable, breathe into it and finish clean. The body remembers what you rehearse. Make sure you're rehearsing being good, not just being tough. Drink 8 glasses of water a day is tidy advice in a messy world. It gives you a number to chase, a finish line for hydration. But bodies aren't identical bottles. They're living systems that shift with heat, activity, salt, sleep, hormones, and what you ate for lunch. Some days 8 is plenty. Decline. Says some days it's not enough, some days it's too much. The wiser target is humbler. Drink enough to feel and function well, then adjust for the day you're actually having. Start with the signals you carry everywhere. Thirst is a good one. Imperfect, but useful once you learn your lag. Urine color is another. Think pale straw most of the day, dark like tea, drink, clear all day long. You might be overdoing it. Food counts more than people realize. Fruit, vegetables, soups, yogurt. These are water with benefits. Coffee and tea still hydrate on net for most people. The mild diuretic effect is overhyped. What dries you out fast is heat. Long bouts of exercise, alcohol, and salty meals without a water chaser. A few anchors make life easier. Keep water visible and within reach. You'll drink more without thinking. Sip with meals and one more time between. Start the morning with a small glass to end the overnight drought. Before exercise, drink a little. During longer sessions, sip. After, replace what sweat took. In hot climates or heavy training, plain water sometimes isn't enough. Your body also loses sodium. If your workout or outdoor labor runs past an hour in heat, add electrolytes or pair water with a salty snack so what you drink stays where you need it. Dizziness, headache, cramps, or sloshing nausea are signs to slow down and rebalance. There is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Chugging liters quickly without salt can dilute your blood sodium and make you feel worse, not heroic. Let common sense lead. drink steadily across the day instead of in panicked gulps at night. If you're older, sick, feverish, or on certain medications, your thirst cue may be muted or your fluid needs different. Create a gentle schedule or follow your clinician's guidance. If you have kidney, heart, or endocrine conditions, personalize your plan with a professional rather than chasing a generic number. Hydration done well is boring in the best way. No drama, fewer headaches, steadier energy, better workouts, kinder skin, calmer digestion. Say, zidinging me. Nanaiwa moinjata boroshins mokai, shmikivas pazbay. Says fuzz, nindish. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be consistent. Put a bottle where you work. Refill when you stand. Take 2 sips before you check your phone. Eat water-rich foods on purpose, and when the day is hotter, saltier, sweatier, or longer than usual, assume your needs changed and meet them. You water, you des days yielded there, you say huge energy. If the 8 glasses mantra helps you remember to drink, keep it as a friendly beacon, not a judge. You are not failing if you hit 6 on a quiet day or need 10 on a scorcher. You're listening. That's the habit that actually keeps you well. You can't teach an old dog new tricks lingers in the air like a sigh. Resigned, a little sad, and completely wrong. Brains don't close for business after a certain birthday. They stay plastic, changing with practice, context, emotion, sleep, and repetition. What does change with age is the way we learn best and the margin for noise. You don't need louder effort. You need smarter scaffolding. And the payoffs are gorgeous. Steadier confidence, a mind that feels lit from the inside, and the quiet joy of becoming someone your younger self didn't know was possible. Adults carry advantages that rarely get mentioned. You have relevance. You can connect a new skill to a real purpose fast. So funny otos does. Svanen, fonts and the. You have pattern memory from 1,000 lived days. Analogies come quicker. You have discipline shaped by bills, families, deadlines. When a lesson meets a need you actually feel in your bones, the mind leans forward. That's why the old classroom tricks, done gently, still work, just tuned to your life. Concrete example first, rules second. Practice that makes you retrieve the idea instead of rereading it. Short, honest sessions you can keep on your worst week instead of heroic binges that break the streak. Stoi, just wife Zizu, Vegov. Start smaller than your pride wants. 10 minutes of guitar drills that focus on one chord change. A conversational language exchange with only 2 new phrases you actually use tomorrow. One woman coding practice, where you rebuild a tiny feature and write down the one bug you met and how you fixed it. Use, such as nuance, stingil said thus to big tasens in day. Adults learn beautifully in loops. Attempt right arrow notice, right arrow adjust, right arrow, sleep right arrow attempt. Sleep is a superpower here. Your brain files the day's inputs, knits new links, and makes tomorrow's rep land faster. So protect it like part of the lesson. Make friction your ally. En, andojishtia, anli, atasdier. Far, prepare the room so the start is automatic. Instrument on a stand, shoes by the door, tab pinned, notebook open to the next blank line. Put your phone where your hands can't find it without standing. Keep a visible tracker that rewards consistency, not perfection, checkmarks you can count without judgment. When motivation dips, and it will, show up anyway and do the floor version, 2 minutes, 2 reps, 2 sentences. Floors keep the habit alive. Ceilings are for days with extra light. För, Joshandiva's for one, as Ben's gives a betsan, say does as. Feedback turns effort into learning. Ask for one note from someone better than you, one thing to tighten, one thing to try. Adults often avoid feedback to protect ego. In practice, it protects time. You stop doing the wrong rep louder, and be kind to recall. It will feel rustier at first. Spaced practice. Today, 2 days from now, a week later, beats cramming at any age. So will mixing similar skills so your brain has to tell them apart. This slight struggle isn't failure, it's the signal of memory being made. If anyone still repeats the proverb, let them keep the dog. You are not an animal trick. You are a person with agency. You can choose a reason, a rhythm, and a room where progress is measured in inches you can actually feel. Start tonight with one tiny cycle. Pick the smallest next skill. Practice it once out loud. Write what changed. Go to bed on time. Zandarishinze. You are buying. Yen. Willistane. Tomorrow, you won't be new. You'll be newer, and that's how a life learns. Sleep when you're dead is a slogan you hear from people who look busy and sound brave. Like rest is a luxury for the unambitious. But there's nothing tougher or more efficient than a brain that's actually been turned off and turned back on. Sleep isn't the opposite of work, it's where the work gets built. Memory files there, emotions unclench there, muscles rebuild there. Decision-making, impulse control, creativity, immune function, they all climb when you let night do its quiet job. Cut sleep and you don't buy time. You borrow it at punishing interest from tomorrow's focus, patience, and health. You already know the feeling of overdraft. Words come slower. You reread and still don't get it. Small annoyances feel personal, cravings get loud, and everything takes longer. That's not character. It's chemistry, the brain stuck in low power mode. The fix isn't heroics, it's design. Give your nights a shape simple enough to survive ordinary chaos. Pick a target window instead of a single perfect bedtime. Say, lights out between 10:30 and 11:00. Then. That break it's as then D. C. An hour before, switch inputs to low stim. Softer lights, screens dimmed or down. No heated arguments, nothing you wouldn't want to dream about. Keep the wind down, boring and repeatable. Warm shower, tomorrow's clothes set out. A page in a book you don't mind putting down mid-sentence. Ijitsu. Us. Nusis bingzi bakudai. Guard the easy wins. Caffeine respects a curfew. For most people, that's mid-afternoon. Alcohol makes you sleepy and wrecks your sleep. Sedation isn't rest. So keep it light and earlier if you can. Make the room a cave. Dark, cool, quiet, or steady noise. Put your phone where you can't reach it from bed. Revenge bedtime procrastination steals the exact resource you're seeking by doom scrolling. If a thought loop keeps spinning, capture it with a pen and a 2-line plan for tomorrow. The brain relaxes when it trusts you won't forget. Life won't always cooperate. On the nights that break, salvage instead of spiraling. Still get horizontal. Even short sleep beats none. If you wake and can't settle after 20 minutes, get up. Keep lights low. Do something dull, then try again. Missed your window? Don't punish tomorrow with a drastic sleep and that scrambles your body clock. Take a short early afternoon nap if you must, 10-20 minutes, then protect bedtime. Shift work, new baby, deadlines. These seasons ask for grace and strategy. Build anchor habits, same rise time most days, real breakfast, daylight in your eyes early, movement before screens, so your rhythm has points to grab onto when the rest wobbles. Treat sleep like the meeting that makes all your other meetings go better. Put it on the calendar. Oeargule. Wansopo. Eating to make berry. 4. Bilheimbo. At Oer. Let people you live with know you're protecting it. Celebrate small improvements. 10 extra minutes this week. A room 2 degrees cooler 3 nights in a row without bringing the phone to bed. You don't need perfect sleep. You need enough sleep, often enough that your days feel like they're running on power, not fumes. The grind will still be there tomorrow. So will you, sharper, kinder, and faster when you start from full. Forgive and forget sounds like a shortcut to peace. A single gesture that ends the ache and puts the past where it can't touch you. But forgetting is not healing. It's amnesia. And amnesia is a poor foundation for trust. Forgiveness, at its best, is active, a decision to stop carrying the wish to punish, while remembering clearly enough to protect what's fragile and to prevent the same wound from repeating. You're not required to erase your memory to prove your heart is good. You're allowed to keep your eyes open. Start by separating pain from the person long enough to speak plainly. What happened? What did it cost? Time, safety, dignity, money, sleep? Say it once without theatrics and without minimizing. Then ask a harder question. Is this a one-time failure or a familiar pattern? Patterns call for structure before they call for second chances. Forgiveness can be private. You can release resentment in your own chest without granting immediate access back into your life. Reconciliation, if it's possible, is a negotiation that depends on change you can see and sustain, not promises you have to babysit. If you're considering repair, let clarity carry you. A real apology sounds like responsibility, not theater. I did X. I see it landed as Y. I'm sorry. Sapskinenberg. Versus beddestansedeg, sanses vanderg you. Here's what I've changed. You don't need perfect words, you need proof. Proof looks like consistency over time, guardrails that make the old mistake harder, transparency that's offered rather than pried loose. Trust doesn't return in a speech, it returns in a calendar. You can forgive on Monday and still take months to rely again. That isn't being cold. That's honoring the part of you that has to live with the outcome. Sometimes forgiveness is confused with surrender. If I forgive, do I have to stay? No. You can care about someone's well-being and still step back because closeness isn't safe or kind right now. Forgiveness without boundaries is just a new way to get hurt. Let the memory do its job, protect you. Name terms gently and keep them. No yelling in disagreements, shared passwords during a repair season, money handled by written plan, counseling before we try again. If those terms are mocked or ignored, the data is in. You can release bitterness and still walk away. If the harm was yours, the same logic holds. Don't demand to be forgotten. Become someone it's rational to trust. Apologize cleanly. Repair what you can. Change what made the harm easy. And let time be measured in different choices. Shame will try to keep you stuck. It says you are the worst thing you did. Guilt, right-sized, practical, says do better and shows you how. You don't have to force closure. Some hurts soften slowly, and some never smooth out completely. Healing often looks like remembering without reliving, like feeling the old pull and having a new response. Tonight, if the story loops, trade the loop for a sentence you can stand by. I choose not to punish, and I choose to protect myself. That and is your way through. Kindness that does not erase caution, love that does not mortgage your safety. Peace comes from that balance, not from forgetting what taught you how to hold it. You complete me is a line that feels like oxygen when you're lonely. It promises an end to the missingness. Find the person, fit the edges, and the ache goes quiet, but the picture hides a trap. If you are a puzzle missing pieces and they are the pieces, then every wobble in them becomes a hole in you. Their bad day is now your collapse. Their absence is your unraveling. Love turns into life support, and no one can breathe like that for long. A steadier love starts from a different shape, two whole people overlapping on purpose. Whole doesn't mean finished or flawless. It means you source the basics from inside and from a life that isn't only the relationship. Sleep that's real, friends you still see, work or craft that gives you shape, small rituals that keep you steady. Then the relationship becomes an amplifier, not a generator. I will Foresters were woo to shwaba. You It doesn't manufacture your air, it makes the air sweeter. Interdependence is the word here. I can stand, and I'm glad to lean. It shows up in ordinary choices. You don't abandon yourself to avoid conflict. You speak early, simply, and with care. You don't recruit your partner to fix your feelings. You name them first and ask for a kind, concrete thing. Could you sit with me for 10 minutes? Or can we plan the bill on Saturday? You don't disappear into the shared calendar. You keep an hour a week that's just yours. Walk, class, book, friend. Counterintuitively, that hour often gives the relationship more to love. You return with stories, energy, and a self that hasn't gone dim. Completeness language also confuses safety with fusion. Secure attachment isn't two people melting into one, it's two nervous systems that know the other will return. You can be close without clutching, honest without dramatics, separate without distance. Separate. In conflict, the "you complete me" script pushes you to demand repair now to stop the panic. The interdependent script lets you regulate first, then return. I'm flooded. I'm stepping out for 20 minutes. I'm coming back at 7:30. The promise to return is love. Keeping it is trust. Ostenja zisteven sazen. In gay. Ilne. Vivagve. Romance doesn't die in this framing. It grows up. You still bring delight. Notes tucked in sleeves. Small surprises. Private jokes. But you don't make your partner the sole keeper of your okayness. When they falter, you don't crumble. You get curious. What support would help? And what boundary do I need? When you falter, you don't hand them your whole weight. You share just enough to be held while you also hold yourself. Two wholes can carry more together than two halves ever could. If the old line still tugs at you, shrink it into something truer. You don't complete me, you complement me. I am already someone, and with you I can be more of that someone. That sentence asks less and gives more. It invites love that adds rooms to the house without removing the front door. And the hitta vote as best as sef do jol. Money can't buy happiness is a neat sentence that sounds virtuous, proof that the best parts of life are free. The trouble is, money quietly buys a lot of the conditions that make happiness possible. It buys safety, a quieter neighborhood, a working heater, a dentist before the tooth screams, time off when your brain frays, a ride home at night, childcare you trust. It won't give you meaning or love on command, but it can remove the daily pains that drown both. So the phrase isn't wrong, it's incomplete. Money is a tool. Used well, it buys fewer bad days and more room for good ones to happen. Think about happiness in two layers. There's mood, how you feel today, and there's life satisfaction, how you judge your life when you zoom out. Money nudges both when it reduces chronic stress. High-interest debt is a noise machine. Every payment is a reminder that the floor isn't steady. Expensive commutes, unpredictable bills, broken appliances you can't afford to fix. These don't just make you sad. They crowd out attention. Does, do, vamun, maninjet says, yesen, fun. One of the kindest things money can do is turn those alarms down. Pay the loudest debt first. Build a small buffer. Fix the thing that breaks every week. You don't have to be rich to feel the relief. You have to be resourced enough that emergencies stop becoming routines. Once the leaks are patched, how you spend matters more than how much you spend. Purchases that fade into the background, status upgrades, the fourth version of the same shiny thing, give you a quick lift and then disappear. Spending that buys time and together lasts longer. Pay to shorten a draining commute. Trade 2 chores you hate for 2 hours with your kid or your craft. Book a simple trip with someone you love, or a class that puts your hands back on something you've missed. Generosity also pays back in a quiet register. Give where you can see the effect. Cover a friend's fee. Tip like you remember someone's day is heavy. Set aside a small monthly amount for causes you care about. Money turns into meaning more reliably when it moves through people. Tai, kuza, bindi, di, tegola, sorkaush, sad sahoasa ian. The goal isn't ascetic pride or endless upgrades, it's alignment. Make a short list of the values you want your budget to reflect. Health, learning, relationships, stability. Then label a few lines accordingly. A time-buy line for help with a task you dread once a week. A friction fund for small fixes that remove recurring annoyances. A connection line for coffees, dinners in, train tickets out. A give line that reminds you you're part of a wider circle. As ainda, as aladlas, gratas des boni. And so, protect the basics first. Rent, food, insurance, savings autopilot. Then spend the remainder like you're curating a life, not auditioning for one. Money can't guarantee joy, but it can lower the volume of pain and purchase options, the raw material of choice. And choice, used gently, lets you shape days that fit your hands. Fewer emergencies, more breakfasts with someone you love, a little light left in the evening for the thing that makes you feel like yourself. If you hold the sentence at all, let it shrink to something workable. Money can't buy happiness, but it can fund the conditions where happiness visits and decides to stay. Hard work guarantees success as the pep talk we hand ourselves when the road feels long. It makes a clean promise. Pour in hours, grit your teeth, and the world will yield. Effort does move mountains, slowly, one wheelbarrow at a time. But guarantees belong to appliances, not lives. Outcomes ride on more than volume. Picking the right mountain, bringing the right tools, checking the weather, and not digging on the wrong side. When the slogan becomes a creed, it blinds you to leverage, feedback, timing, and the uneven ground everyone starts on. A better sentence is simpler and truer. Hard work increases the odds when it's pointed well, measured honestly, and paired with recovery. Pointed well means you're choosing the game carefully, not just playing harder. Some games are slot machines dressed as careers. Winner take most fields where power laws dominate and 10 units of effort yield 1 unit of return. unless you combine it with distribution, relationships, or a sharp edge of differentiation. In those arenas, more hours without a change in strategy just polishes the same ceiling. Step back and ask, where does effort compound here? What has leverage, code, media, systems, teams, capital, and how can I plug my hours into that amplifier? Measured honestly means you stop worshiping busyness and start tracking causes. Replace worked 12 hours with shipped 2 offers, followed up with 10 real humans, fixed 1 blocker, lead actions over lag outcomes. Review weekly. What moved the needle? What was noise, and what will I do differently next lap? This saves you from the classic trap, doing the same failing rep louder. Add tiny experiments with clear hypotheses. If the signal is weak, change one variable at a time so you can learn what actually matters. Recovery isn't optional decoration, it's how effort turns into adaptation. Sleep is the meeting that makes every other meeting go better. Walks clear the cognitive cache. Food and friendships stop you from treating progress like a hostage situation. You can grind yourself brittle and call it noble, or you can design a life where you can still hear reality talk back. The second one wins more often and leaves a person you still recognize. Context counts. Oh, you, Krang Vong. Two equally diligent people can land in different places because ladders are leaned against different walls. Access, timing, privilege, mentors, luck. Naming that isn't defeatist, it's practical. Widen your luck surface. Make your work visible where the right eyes live. Ask for warm introductions. Put prototypes in public. Say yes to small rooms where trust grows. Choose collaborators who multiply your hour rather than requiring 3 more of it. Advocate for fair systems when you can, and build buffers for when you can't. The point is not to deny variance, it's to stop pretending you control the weather and start sailing smarter. If you need something you can hold tonight, pick one lever that isn't brute force. Automate one repeated task. As bells used in email. As one fiery. Template 1 email you send weekly. Batch 1 kind of decision to Fridays. Ask one person for 1 piece of feedback you can use tomorrow, and define an exit criterion in daylight. If X hasn't happened by Y date and I've tried A, B, C, I'll pivot. That last part rescues you from the sunk cost trance, where pride keeps paying rent on a dream that needs a different address. Work hard, yes, but aim, listen, adjust, and rest. That combination doesn't guarantee success, it generates chances big enough for success to find you. We histar, that woe walk. War, that do a small real piece today, let the world answer, and edit. Repeat until the results look suspiciously like luck you quietly built. Love means never having to say you're sorry sounds like a grand romantic shortcut. 2 souls so perfectly attuned that hurt dissolves before it forms, apologies rendered unnecessary by the purity of feeling. It makes a good movie line. It makes a terrible rule for real relationships. Ava, by jiva shaos. Sendens love. Love doesn't erase the need for repair. It creates the conditions where repair is safe enough to happen. You will misunderstand each other. You will speak too sharply, forget something important, make choices that land wrong. If love is present, it won't demand perfection. It will ask for humility. And humility wears the simple clothes of, I'm sorry, I see it, and I'll change this. Apology is not a performance to win forgiveness. It's a tool to reopen the channel after static. The useful version is specific and forward-looking. Name what you did. Name the impact. Name what will be different next time. I interrupted you in front of your team. I made your work smaller. I'm sorry. Next time I'll ask the question after you finish. No hedging, no courtroom caveats. No, I'm sorry you feel that way. Love can handle accountability without collapsing into shame because it knows we are bigger than our worst moment and that repair is how trust breathes. The phrase also tempts us to skip the second half. Change. Sorry, without adjustment trains both of you to expect the same wound again. Repair means altering the system that made the harm easy. Put the phone away at dinner. Set a budget meeting on the calendar so money fights don't surprise you at midnight. Create a rule for disagreements. No threats, no diagnostics. Take 20 minutes and come back. Love becomes sturdier when it's scaffolded by agreements you can actually keep. You're not stifling romance. You're protecting it from preventable bruises. On the other side, receiving apologies is its own skill. If your partner reaches for repair, don't make them scale a wall of perfection. On begin alle uvenger. Lund barv dedalise. Ask for what would help land it. Can you say how it affected me? Or could we write down the new plan? You can accept the apology and still say trust will take time. That isn't punitive, it's honest pacing. And you're allowed to set boundaries. Forgiveness does not require immediate closeness, and love does not require tolerance of patterns that grind you down. Some hurts won't fit into a neat exchange. Old grief may color a small conflict dark. Stress may thin your patience until even good intentions fray. In those seasons, I'm sorry becomes a bridge between two tired people, not a debate about who is more right. It says, our connection matters more than my victory. It also says quietly, I am responsible for my half of this. Love at its best multiplies our capacity for repair. It doesn't make us flawless, it makes us reachable. If you want a sentence to live by, try this one instead. Love means being quick to notice harm, quick to own it, and steady in the changes that prevent it. That's not cinematic. It's better. It's how ordinary days become a place you can actually rest. People never change is a sentence born from exhaustion. You tried, you asked, you waited, you believed, and the same scene replayed. After enough reruns, cynicism feels like wisdom. But never is a brittle word. People change all the time. Habits, skills, beliefs, boundaries, just not by proclamation and not on your schedule. What rarely changes is someone's pattern without pressure, practice, and a plan. If those are missing, you aren't watching a person who can't change. You're watching a system designed to repeat. Start with honesty about what tends to stay stable. Temperament, baseline reactivity, the way stress feels inside a body, those have long half-lives. A highly sensitive person won't become impervious. An impulsive person won't morph into a monk. But behavior sits on top of temperament, and behavior is trainable. The impatient can learn to pause before they press send. The avoidant can learn to turn toward hard talks in small, scheduled doses. I fayobe, muzi is yan, emphasis at the cornbea. The grudge holder can learn repair scripts that keep pain from hardening into identity. None of this is magic. It's repetition plus environment plus incentives stretched across time. If you're evaluating change, your own or someone else's, stop listening for speeches and start looking for structure. Fa. Fry vers y. Is there a specific plan, not a vibe? Are the stakes real? Money, time, reputation. So the new behavior is rewarded and the old one costs. Is the environment edited so the slip is harder, fewer cues, more friction, and the new choice is easier, clear prompts, shorter paths? Are there dials instead of switches? The 15% slower reply, the one-day cooling off rule, the no alcohol on conflict days boundary. So progress has rungs to climb rather than cliffs to fall from. Change speaks in calendars. You should see small, boring proof. Meetings kept, check-ins logged, a budget actually used, a therapy appointment attended without you policing it. A pause where there used to be a blast. Relapses aren't disqualifiers, they're data. What happened just before? What guardrail failed? All for me, for you sham nice. So's you is. What needs redesign? If the answer is always a story and never a change in the system, you're not in a change process, you're in a charm loop. For your own shifts, make the target smaller and the feedback faster. Name one observable behavior, one trigger, one replacement. When I feel the heat rise in my chest, I say I need 10 minutes. I'll be back at 7:30, and I actually come back. Track the reps you kept, not the days you fantasized. Tell one person what you're changing and how to tell you when you slip, then thank them when they do. Protect sleep and food. Tired, hungry brains default to the oldest pattern on the shelf. For other people, trade hope without evidence for hope with terms. You can care and still require conditions. If we're continuing, we do counseling. We share the plan in writing. We review on the first of each month. If that's called controlling, pay attention. Healthy change welcomes sunlight. You're not punishing, you're refusing to fund the rerun. So no, people don't become different species. But they can absolutely become different versions of themselves. Familiar bones with new reflexes, old triggers held by steadier hands. If you want a line you can live with, try this. People don't change because you want them to. People change because they want to, and then they build a life that helps. Believe what calendars and consequences reveal. Protect your heart while you watch. And when you catch a real shift, quiet, consistent, unadvertised, let your guard lower at the speed of nice guys finish last is what we say when kindness meets indifference and the sting asks for a story. It's tempting. Blame the trait, not the pattern. But it isn't kindness that loses, it's people pleasing. Help offered without boundaries, agreement given to avoid friction, warmth used as a bargain for approval. That version of nice strains authority at work and feels dull or unsafe in dating, not because goodness is unattractive, but because self-erasure is. The people who finish first over time aren't cruel. They're kind, boundaried, and competent. They can be warm without becoming a doormat, decisive without turning into a bulldozer. Start with the difference your body can feel. People-pleasing says yes while your chest tightens. Kindness says yes when it's true and no when it's not, and both land in a steady voice. Boundaries aren't walls, they're doors with handles. I can help after Thursday. I'm not available for jokes like that. I'm interested and I move slower than this. Notice the structure, a clear stance, a simple condition, no apology for existing. If someone respects that line, connection gets safer. If they only push harder, they've done you a favor by showing you the price of admission. In workrooms, nice often means agreeable and low friction. Useful until you need results. Add 2 gears, clarity, and follow through. Before the meeting, write the outcome in one sentence. In the room, make one crisp ask: owner, deadline, next check-in. After, send a short note that locks the plan. You don't need to posture, you need to carry weight predictably. Colleagues remember the person who is easy to collaborate with and hard to derail. In dating, attention can confuse us. Unpredictability reads as charisma, and kindness reads as neutral. Edit the frame. Attraction grows with aliveness plus safety. Aliveness. Have a life you'd invite someone into: interests, initiative, a plan for Saturday that isn't a test. Safety. Eye contact that listens, pacing that respects, a clean exit from anything you don't want. Don't audition, share. Don't flood with effort. Match. Curiosity beats charm in the second hour. Reliability beats edge in the second month. If nice has been your armor, practice 3 small upgrades. First, 1 honest no this week. Short, polite, final. Second, 1 self-favored daily. Sleep, a walk, a meal you sit for, because depleted people bargain. All, ra. Settle, set, you. Wa. Third, 1 decisive move where you usually defer. Pick the restaurant, set the agenda, propose the time. Watch how your posture changes when your actions align with your preferences. That shift is attractive everywhere because it signals something rare. You like being you, and you won't trade yourself for belonging. The myth lasts because jerks sometimes win sprints, but sprints aren't lives. Over a season, kindness with boundaries builds teams, friendships, and love that don't require theatrics to survive. You don't have to choose between soft and strong. Be both on purpose. Let nice grow up into good. Good at your craft. Good to people. Good at guarding the conditions that keep you that way. Go with your gut is liberating when you're stuck. It cuts through noise, gives you a yes or no you can feel, and sometimes it's right in a way logic can't yet explain. But guts learn from experience. Intuition is a pattern detector trained by repetitions you've actually lived. Ingens T, goal yins, egos are dians, all vain, fi. It's data you give. In domains where you've logged hours, your craft, your team, your own relationships, your gut can be a fast summary of thousands of micro-observations. In unfamiliar territory, a strong feeling can just be a loud bias in a nice suit. Start by asking where the feeling comes from. As bedizalest, yorkeles bomi. Inzer questiones is iwer. Or if it's in a lane you know well, your gut is likely compressing real signal. The client who won't pay on time, the hire who says all the right things but avoids specifics, the simple project with invisible complexity. Treat that feeling as a smoke alarm and look for the fire you can name. If it's a lane you don't know, investments you've never made, medical decisions without expertise, safety-critical calls, let the gut be a highlighter, not a gavel. Something feels off should trigger data, not a leap. State shifts masquerade as wisdom. Hunger, poor sleep, a fight earlier in the day, 3 coffees too many, these tilt feelings. Before you crown your instinct king, do a quick check on physiology and context. Eat, walk, drink water, breathe slower on the exhale. Talk to a calm person. Saison. Often the gut calms into a quieter signal you can actually interpret. There's a simple dance that keeps intuition useful. Let your gut suggest. Let facts decide scale. Write the hunch in 1 sentence. Then pull 2 or 3 base rates. What usually happens in situations like this, these dovens go shumun han. And have all, salvichetti of dides. Ask 1 contrarian question. If I'm wrong, how am I wrong? Do a tiny test that is reversible and informative. A small pilot, a limited time trial, a conversation with someone who has nothing to sell you. If the result supports the feeling, step up size. If not, pay attention to the disconfirming detail and edit. This rhythm protects you from both paralysis by analysis and the roulette wheel of impulse. Red flags deserve special treatment. If your body says no about a person or place and you can't yet say why, you don't owe anyone an immediate explanation. Create distance first, then investigate. Safety rules beat social grace. On the flip side, if your gut keeps delivering the same caution in a domain you care about, sharpen it with practice. Keep a hunch log, jot the feeling, the decision you made, and the outcome. Over a few months, you'll see where your intuition is calibrated and where it's just anxiety dressed as foresight. Before big moves, run a short premortem. Imagine it failed and list 3 reasons. Add guardrails for each. Run the 10-10-10 check. How does this choice feel in 10 minutes, 10 weeks, 10 months? If it holds across all 3, you're probably hearing a deeper value, not a cramp. And decide the maximum downside you're willing to accept on this round. Guts love clarity. Parameters keep them honest. And yes, Rawashabji, we, Wam, you don't have to choose between feeling and thinking. Let your gut point and your head pave. When both agree and the bet is sized so you can survive being wrong, that's a decision you can live with, even if it stings. Tonight, listen for the nudge. Translate it into a test you can run this week and give yourself a way back if the road bends. That's not ignoring intuition, that's putting it to work. Don't plan, just be spontaneous. Sounds like freedom wrapped in advice. Say yes, keep it loose. Let life surprise you. And sure, there are afternoons when an unplanned walk turns into the best thing you did all week. But spontaneity without a scaffold usually means you skip the meaningful things, forget the basics, and spend your energy putting out avoidable fires. Planning isn't the enemy of aliveness. It's what protects the room where aliveness happens. Think about the days that actually felt good. Whew. And they die since Yeah, see? They rarely unfolded from chaos. They had shape. A couple of anchors, some white space, and enough fuel, sleep, food, time, to say yes when something worth saying yes to appeared. Planning is just that shape made on purpose. It lowers background stress, so your mind isn't juggling bills, chores, and logistics while you're trying to be in the moment. When the basics are handled, the moment lands. You don't need a military schedule. You need a few anchors and a few open blocks. Put the non-negotiables on the calendar first. Work, kid pickups, workouts that keep you sane, 1 block for boring life admin. Then protect 2 or 3 empty windows each week that are truly free. No stealth chores, no backlog, no shoulds. When a last-minute invite or a sudden idea pops up, those are your spontaneity slots. If nothing shows, spend them on something nourishing. Call someone you miss, wander a bookstore, sit in a park with a playlist. Either way, it counts. Make the spontaneous yes easier by prepping the boring bits. Farzal, farne, sandes, nantingke. Keep a small go kit near the door, water, charger, headphones, a snack. Batch decisions that steal your spark. Pick tomorrow's outfit at night. Set a simple default dinner twice a week. Keep a running list of low-effort fun so you don't waste your energy choosing under pressure. The more you reduce noise, the more you notice opportunities worth jumping at. Overplanning can smother you, of course. Leave room for drift. When a plan meets a clearly better option, Choose the better option and call it success, not failure. Use light guardrails instead of strict rules. 2 planned nights, 2 wild cards, 1 focused block before noon. Then, I can follow curiosity. No screens after 10:30 unless it's for an actual plan with an actual person. These are proportions, not prisons. Creativity loves this balance. You not. Yotesenses use though for the zayap. Sir, a blank page with no constraints freezes. A tiny box invites play. Give your day constraints that guide rather than bind. 90 minutes on the project that matters. 30 minutes to tidy the universe. Then leave an hour unclaimed and see what calls you. You'll be surprised how often the unplanned hour becomes the one you remember, precisely because the rest of the day wasn't leaking. If you tend to overspend your future on tonight's impulse, add a small check. What does future me pay if I say yes? If the cost is sleep you can't afford or money you don't have, schedule the impulse for your next open block and enjoy looking forward to it. Spontaneity that ruins tomorrow isn't freedom, it's borrowing at interest. Spontaneity that lives inside a plan feels like permission you can trust. Try this tomorrow. Pick 3 anchors, 1 health, 1 work, 1 connection, and leave 1 open window you'll defend like a meeting. Prep 1 tiny thing that reduces friction, then see what wanders in. You didn't kill spontaneity, you made it welcome. Never change for anyone sounds like armor? A vow to protect the self from being edited by other people's preferences. It's a useful rebellion if you've ever been molded, managed, or made small. But taken literally, it confuses 2 very different things: changing who you are and changing how you live with other humans. Identity needs a spine. Relationships need joints. If you refuse to bend at all, everything breaks. If you bend until you fold, you disappear. You disappear, yuvan dedi say ze jeburs iung. The trick is to flex without fracture. Grow on purpose where growth makes you more you, and hold the line where change would cost your dignity, safety, or values. Start by naming your spine. 3 or 4 non-negotiables you will not trade. Honesty, even when it's awkward. Respect in conflict. Time for health. Freedom to keep a craft or faith or community that anchors you. Write them once. When someone asks for a change, check it against that list. If the ask violates the spine, leave for me, give up the people who keep you steady, accept jokes that humiliate you. The answer is no, and the no is a kindness to both of you because it tells the truth early. Most asks aren't about your spine, they're about style. Style is tone, timing, habits, the way you leave dishes or send texts or handle money when stressed. Style is adjustable. In fact, it's how love and teamwork work. You can learn to soft start complaints, to pause before you defend, to show up 5 minutes early, to put the phone down at dinner. You don't do this to audition. You do it because shared life runs on micro-courtesies and skills. Healthy change feels like expansion. You recognize yourself more clearly after. While unhealthy change feels like shrinkage, you monitor yourself to avoid punishment. A few tests help. Nen. You too. You say. Stay. Does the requested change increase mutual ease, or only serve one person's comfort? Is it reversible if it doesn't fit? Will it make you safer and more resourced, or more isolated and self-doubting? Is the person asking also changing in your direction somewhere, or do they frame all compromise as your job? Growth inside love is reciprocal. If you're the only one adjusting, you're being managed, not met. Treat changes like experiments, not oaths. Try a new behavior for 2 weeks and measure the room. Less tension, smoother mornings, fewer avoidable fights, keep it. No improvement and you feel smaller? Retire it. Small, observable adjustments beat dramatic identity edits. Name what you're trying. I'm working on answering more directly. I'm practicing leaving my weekends less crowded. When you speak your change out loud, you own it. You're not being rewritten in secret. And if someone insists that love equals total fusion, give up your friends, mirror my politics, want exactly what I want. That's not intimacy. That's control in a nice outfit. You can leave rooms that demand erasure. You can also stay and renegotiate with clear terms. I'll shift this, and I need you to shift that. If we can't both move, this won't work. That sentence is not cruelty. It's respect for the version of you that has to live with the outcome. So no, don't change for anyone in the sense of trading your spine for approval. Do change with someone when the change makes both lives more livable. The person who's right for you won't ask you to be less. They'll ask you to be honest, and they'll offer the same. Tonight, list your non-negotiables. Pick one small habit you're willing to tune, and rest knowing that real belonging never requires you to vanish to keep it. Everything will work out if you stay positive is comforting the way a warm hand is comforting. Steady, simple, soothing, and optimism does help. When you believe a path exists, you look for it. When you look, you notice doors you would have walked past. But positivity isn't a steering wheel. Cool should just tell the word to use. The use of these specific words is as loving, different. It won't pay the bill, pass the exam, or repair the rupture by itself. Hope widens your options. Honesty chooses one. Action walks it. If you try to outsource the doing to a mood, you end up quietly frightened, smiling on the surface while your life waits for you to pick up the tools. There's a softer, stronger way to hold the sentence. Let stay positive mean stay resourced enough to try, not pretend this isn't hard. Start by telling the plain truth. Here's what's uncertain. Here's what it costs. Here's what I can influence next. Your nervous system calms when it hears specifics. Then give your hope a job. Write one line you can actually complete tomorrow that bends probability in your favor. Send one application. Schedule the conversation. Set up the automatic transfer. Revise the paragraph. You don't need a miracle. Said Z's. You were say here. Send where of data. Says you need a rhythm that keeps you near the work. Optimism gets sturdier with guardrails. Do a tiny premortem. If this fails, the 3 most likely reasons are what? Now add 1 buffer for each. An extra week in the timeline, a small cash cushion, a colleague whose sanity checks before you ship. Turn. I hope it goes well into if X happens, I do Y. Those if-then plans sound boring and feel like power. They turn chaos into choreography. When the moment arrives, you don't have to invent courage. You follow your own instructions. Watch the metrics that move reality, not the vibe. Leading indicators tell you sooner than outcomes do. Outreach sent, reps logged, pages drafted, feedback cycles completed, sleep actually slept. Track these where you can see them. If they stall, shrink the target until you can keep it on your worst day. Positivity without progress is sugar. Progress, even tiny, sweetens the day on its own. Invite help. Stay positive can isolate you. If the smile becomes a mask, No one knows to lend a hand. Pick one person you trust and share the plan, the fear, and the first step. Ask for a simple assist, an intro, a mock interview, an hour of quiet company while you do the hard thing. Hope multiplies in company. The story you tell yourself gets edited by another steady voice, and keep a humane pace. Rest is not betrayal of optimism, it's what keeps it honest. If your body is wired and thin, your positive thinking becomes anxious forecasting in a nicer outfit. Eat, walk, breathe longer on the exhale, sleep at a decent hour. Tomorrow's positivity will be less forced when the machine is serviced. So hold on to the warmth of the phrase, but change its job description. Not everything will work out because I'm positive, but I'll keep my outlook light enough to do the next useful thing, and I'll keep doing useful things until the shape of my days matches what I'm hoping for. Or I'll pivot with the same care. Tonight, let a small plan sit beside your hope. I'll bu nunjitbo and ne. Set one reminder, lay out one tool, then rest. Positivity can light the room. Your steps decide where you go inside it. Quitting is for losers is the kind of line that keeps people grinding long after the work has stopped working. It sounds noble, endure, prove them wrong, outlast the doubt. But there's a difference between persistence and entrapment. If you can't tell a hard path from a dead end, you don't build grit, you build regret. Smart lives include exits. They also include returns, pivots, pauses, and restarts. Winners don't avoid quitting, they use it precisely. Like a surgeon, not a sledgehammer. Start by separating the aim from the approach. The aim is the thing that matters. Health, craft, solvency, a relationship you can stand inside. The approach is the current tactic. This schedule, this niche, this marketing channel, this training plan, this argument style. Quit tactics freely. Keep aims until they're honestly replaced. If you cling to a tactic because you've already paid for it, that's sunk cost gravity. I've come this far becomes a leash tied to your ankle. The past is tuition. Don't keep enrolling in the same class because the fee was high. Bit? Also fuzzy? For Verizon's Neddy, say, fail up this bar. It helps to decide your exits in daylight, not in a 2 a.m. panic. Write simple criteria while you're calm. If X hasn't happened by Y date and I've tried A, B, and C, I'll pivot. Now the choice isn't an identity crisis. It's following a rule you set when you were thinking clearly. Woo. Wa. Hand. Hey. Hand. Add small stop losses to protect the rest of your life. A money line you won't cross, a weekly hour ceiling that guards your health, a relationship line that keeps respect intact. You're not being timid. You're preserving the capacity to try again. Quitting well looks boring and kind. Om them. Fale ve. Fa. I'm eating ye. Kremlin. You archive the project with notes on what you learned, return borrowed things, close loops with the people involved, and make one tiny move toward the next hypothesis within 48 hours, so you don't confuse stopping with sopping forever. Many losers' stories are just unfinished arcs. The people we call resilient are often the best at ending a chapter cleanly enough to start the next one with energy left. Of course, some things deserve stubbornness. Skill building, trust repair, long games that compound slowly. Those need seasons of repetition where results lag behind effort. Even there, method can change while commitment stays. If you're learning a language and your app streak is dead, But coffee with a native speaker sparks joy. Quit the app and keep the language. If running wrecks your knees, but you love the feeling of being fit, quit pounding pavement and pick a bike or a pool. You didn't give up. You routed around. If the word quit still scares you, rename it. Call it redirect, prune, or simply no longer funding this. You are not the number of times you refuse to let go. You are the quality of the things you're holding now. Tonight, glance at your calendar and your conscience. Is there one commitment that no longer earns its keep? Close it kindly. Then put that free time and attention on something that can actually grow. That's not losing. That's choosing to stop digging the wrong hole so you can build on the right ground. Follow your dream at all costs sounds heroic because it trims the mess out of a real story. It skips the rent, the health, the relationships, the years of quiet skill building, and leaves only the leap. The trouble isn't the dream. It's the clause that mortgages everything to fund it. When you stake your livelihood, sanity, and bonds on a single bet, you don't prove your devotion, you shrink your optionality. Dreams grow best when they're resourced, not when they're desperate. Desperation makes you say yes to bad clients, bad contracts, and bad partnerships. Resourcing lets you choose the right ones and walk away from the rest. Start by separating the dream from the delivery. The dream is the thing you want to be true in the world. What changes because you did your work here? The delivery is a method. This business model, that platform, this city, those hours. Methods are prototypes. You can love the dream and run many prototypes without betraying it. In practice, that looks like building a runway, time, cash, and energy. So your experiments are information gathering, not survival moves. It looks like keeping your day job long enough to let the craft breathe, or choosing a bridge role that pays bills while sharing skills with the work you want to do next. Shrink the bet and speed the feedback. Don't launch. Test. Find 10 real people who match the audience in your head. Offer a small specific thing that helps them in a measurable way. Charge a little. Watch what happens. Do they come back? Do they refer? Do they pay on time without persuasion? If yes, you've got signal. Double down. If not, edit the offer. Not your identity. Survivorship bias glamorizes the outliers who burned everything on one role and won. You don't see the field of ash. The people who quietly succeed look boring in the beginning. They run cycles, stack proof, and upgrade constraints one notch at a time. Name the costs you will not pay. Write them as clean lines before the romance swells. I will not ruin my health. I will not wreck my credit. I will not isolate from everyone who loves me. I will not lie. Post those lines where you work. They aren't fear, they're rails. They keep you from calling recklessness bravery. These to sumem. Endensbel, rival in us though v. Was the knowledge. Then add stage gates. Points where you redecide. If revenue hasn't averaged X by Y date, and I've tried A, B, C, I pivot to a different offer or scale this back to a side project. You haven't failed. You harvested clarity at a price you could afford. And let the dream be plural for as in za. For tu vi, that zang as alma. Maybe you won't be the touring artist, but you might run the room where artists get paid properly, or produce the sounds that travel farther than a single stage, or teach the next 6 who light up the cities you can't reach. The essence, bringing beauty into earshot, survives many forms. The ego wants one poster. The dream itself doesn't care about the poster. It cares that it happens and keeps happening. Love is a better fuel than sacrifice. Love sleeps, eats, and budgets. Love asks for mentors and peers. Love is patient with slow compounding because it understands that craft is a garden, not a slot machine. If tonight you feel the old pressure rising, proof yourself at any price. Take one softer step instead. Block an hour for the paid work that buys your time. Block an hour for the dream that builds your skill, and send one message that could move it forward without burning the rest down. That rhythm might not look cinematic. It looks livable. And livable is how dreams survive long enough to become obvious to everyone else. The early bird gets the worm sounds like a law of nature disguised as productivity advice. Wake before the world and opportunities fall into your beak. For some people, it's true. Early hours are quiet, inboxes are asleep, willpower hasn't been taxed yet. You move one important thing while the city yawns and the day never quite catches you. But not every bird hunts at dawn. Bodies carry different clocks. Some of us come online slowly and hit our stride when the light fades. The danger of the slogan is the moral it smuggles in. Early equals virtuous. Late equals lazy. What actually matters is matching your best attention to your most valuable work and protecting that window like whether you can't control but can predict. Try watching yourself for a week without judgment as to for san. The dåligt davens at vi want the jungje. Note the hours when language arrives cleanly, when decisions feel crisp. When patience is abundant, that's your hunting hour. If it's morning, stack the deck, leave the phone in another room. Prep your first task before bed. Keep the first 90 minutes for a single move that matters. Let emails and pings wait for gravity to build later. If your best hour is late afternoon or evening, stop apologizing for it. Design around it. Keep the day lighter on meetings near that window, walk at lunch to preserve focus for later, and shift deep work to the time your brain naturally opens. There's no prize for being awake at 5:00 a.m. If your ideas don't show until 5:00 p.m., opportunity isn't only early. It's prepared. Arriving before the door opens means little if you brought the wrong key. Preparation looks like small, boring systems. A capture place for ideas, a short list for tomorrow's first block, a template that makes starting painless. It also looks like sleep. The bird that hunts at dawn because Instagram told it to, while running on 4 hours, misses more than it catches. Irambis upti being zi. Because sun. Rest isn't the enemy of ambition, it's the part that lets ambition land. Mornings do have a quiet magic, but they're a resource, not a religion. If you want to try them, do it kindly. Shift bedtime earlier by 15 minutes for a week. Make mornings attractive, light, warm drink, one playlist, and give the first task a small floor so you rack up wins before sunrise asks for more of you. If life won't allow an early start, night shifts, babies, global teams, let go of the myth that success requires a sunrise selfie. Write a simpler rule that travels. Do the most important thing when you're most able and keep that time hard to steal. What about the worm itself? Ige, vevet tu, you visive va. La ya, gills. Sometimes it's a reply from someone in a different time zone, a slot on a schedule that fills fast, a market that favors the quick. Often, though, the worm is clarity, and clarity doesn't care about the clock. It cares that you touched it today. You can be an early bird, a noon crow, or a midnight owl and still build a life you recognize. as long as you stop treating your biology like an obstacle and start treating it like a map. So keep the spirit of the phrase, move before the world moves you, but edit the clock. Va, anst, yes, de, used, yuki. Be the right bird, get the right worm at the right time. Tonight, choose tomorrow's hunting hour and place one small visible action in its path. When it arrives, peck once, cleanly, and fly. There are no coincidences is a sentence that turns the world into a script. Two strangers share a birthday. A song from childhood plays just as you think of someone. You open a book, and the first line answers a question you didn't say out loud. It feels like choreography, evidence that events arrive with secret instructions. That story is soothing because it shrinks chaos and centers you as the recipient of messages. But randomness is not emptiness. It's math with emotions attached. Brains are pattern engines. Whew. We draw lines between points because connection feels safer than drift. And once we draw a line, we notice more points that land near it. Coincidences cluster because large numbers allow for weirdness. In a big city, you will meet someone from your hometown. On a giant internet, two people will type the same thought at the same time. In a lifetime of commutes, you'll pick the lucky lane a few days in a row. Our minds then perform confirmation bias. We remember the hits and forget the misses, polishing the few sparkling matches and letting the 1,000 near misses fade into ordinary air. None of this makes wonder fake. It just means wonder doesn't require a puppet master to exist. There's a gentler, more useful way to hold these moments. Treat them as prompts, not prophecies. When a coincidence lights up, ask two questions. What base rate am I ignoring? And what meaning do I want to build? Base rates bring humility. Birthdays repeat every 365 days. Names cluster in generations. Rare events are common in large samples. Meaning, built on purpose, brings agency. If a song reminds you of someone you love, call them. If a chance meeting points at a project you've avoided, take one small step. The moment isn't telling you the future, it's inviting you to choose. You can even make a small practice out of it. Keep a coincidence log for a month. What happened? How surprising it felt? What action you took? Oh boy. For Ralph, over time you'll see two patterns. How frequently odd overlaps occur when you're paying attention, and how the actions you tack onto them, not the events themselves, change your days. The log prevents drift into fatalism, this must mean I should, and into cynicism, it's all nothing. It trains you to notice, to fact-check, and then to respond with proportion. If your story includes faith or a sense of guidance, you don't have to abandon it to stay clear-eyed. You can say, maybe there's mystery here, and still check the numbers. You can thank the moment for its sparkle while refusing to outsource your decisions to it. What corrodes a life isn't wonder. It's superstition that excuses passivity. There are no coincidences becomes unhelpful when it makes you wait for the next sign instead of building the next step. The world will keep offering you strange overlaps. Let them make you smile. Let them break routine enough to remind you you're alive. Then let your choices, not the goosebumps, steer. You don't need a grand plan hidden beneath the floorboards to live meaningfully. You need attention, a bit of humility, and a habit of turning sparks into small, honest acts. If at first you don't succeed, try again is useful right up to the word again. After that, it becomes a riddle. How many agains are wise? Tenacity builds skill, but repetition without learning just digs a deeper groove in the wrong place. If you've ever sent the same resume template to 50 postings and heard nothing, or practiced the same flawed guitar riff until the mistake became muscle memory, you know that persistence can harden failure into habit. The point isn't to keep going blindly, it's to keep updating as you go. Sesiches ik they, just the sazes you. In Nuz, there's a quieter sentence that saves time and pride. Try, learn, try differently. That middle word changes everything. Before the next attempt, pause and diagnose the error. Was its strategy picked the wrong approach, execution the right approach done sloppily, timing right move, wrong moment, or fit you're forcing a door that isn't yours? Those buckets keep you from defaulting to work harder when the fix is work elsewhere, or from scrapping a good plan when all it needed was cleaner form. Set stopping rules in daylight so the choice isn't a 2 a.m. identity crisis. If X hasn't happened by Y date, and I've tried A, B, and C, I'll pivot. That's not quitting, that's scientific. Shrink the bet and speed the feedback. Smaller pilots, clearer measures, shorter cycles. Swap do it bigger for do it closer to what reality just told me. If job applications vanish into the void, don't spray more. Rewrite the top third. Ask 2 insiders for a 5-minute critique. Aim at narrower roles, test 1 referral. If your study sessions aren't sticking, don't double the hours. Switch from rereading to recall, space the reps, teach 1 idea out loud. Pacing matters. Trying indefinitely without rest is how attention frays and errors multiply. Build recovery into the loop. Sleep enough to consolidate what you practiced. Walk to reset the mind. Let a draft cool before another pass. Effort sticks better when the nervous system isn't in a permanent alarm state. Effort also compounds when you change the environment, fewer distractions, a prepared start line, tools laid out. 1 metric you can actually move today. There's wisdom in knowing when the game itself is misfit. Some ladders lean against walls where returns follow power laws. Winner take most platforms where more again without distribution, allies, or a differentiator just polishes the same ceiling. In those rooms, again should carry new ingredients. A partnership, a channel, a sharper niche, a different format. And sometimes the kindest again is to try the same aim through a different role. Maybe not a pro athlete, but a coach. Not a front stage artist, but the producer who makes the stage possible. The mission survives, the method evolves. If you need a pocket checklist before your next round, write a 1-line hypothesis for what will make this attempt land. Name the single metric that proves it. Choose 1 variable to change. Set a tiny floor, the minimum you'll do even on a bad day. Set an exit. Then do the rep, gather the grain of truth it gives you, and adjust. You are not measured by how long you can push the same wall. You are measured by how skillfully you find the door. Not stressed. Failing is the quiet rule behind a lot of modern life. If you're not frantic, you must not be ambitious. If you're sleeping well, you're slacking. If your calendar has white space, you're unserious. It's a seductive story because stress feels like proof. A pounding heart, an overflowing inbox, a brain running hot. All of it reads as evidence that you care. But stress is a siren, not a scorecard. A little arousal can prime attention. A chronic blaze melts the parts of you that do your best work. Memory, creativity, patience, judgment. The people who sustain excellence don't live revved. They live regulated and use stress as a tool, not a lifestyle. Tashizma is a mainland as a vekozagan. Non-stages patients do exhausted one end the. There's a zone where you're most alive to the work. Alert, engaged, not flooded. Slide past it and everything gets loud but worse. You reread lines, you miss obvious errors. You snap at people, then spend an hour repairing the snap. Anxiety masquerades as diligence. Catastrophizing passes for foresight. If you grew up in rooms where urgency was the only language of importance, calm can feel like neglect. It isn't. Calm is a performance enhancer. It's what lets your brain keep context while you push one clean thing to done. Shadun. Xiaomi the voice for da. You don't earn calm after success. You build it to reach success. Start by making stress episodic instead of ambient. Reduce cheap alarms. Turn off non-essential notifications. Batch messages. Put your phone out of reach when you enter focus. Trade busy metrics for leading actions you can actually move. Drafts shipped. Calls made. Minutes of deep work, tests run. When the number you track rewards presence, you stop engineering panic to feel productive. Design your day like a wave, not a straight line. Choose one protected hour for the task that moves the week. Enter it with a tiny ritual. Water, one slow breath. The first sentence written on a sticky note. Work in a single tab and stop before your form degrades. Between waves, insert real recovery. A 5-minute walk, a window stare that lets your eyes land far, a snack that isn't panic. You're not coddling yourself, you're respecting the machine that does the work. If your culture worships visible stress, communicate calm competence out loud. Dukako, sektenens, viming, deyurons, zori. Day. Say war. Replace frantic status with simple clarity. Here's what's done. Here's what's blocked. Here's the next milestone by Friday. When something slips, say so early with a plan, not an apology tour. Predictability reads louder than performative urgency, and with yourself, clean up the soundtrack. Says dies als del. Say hutbusdemansikikwares d. Swap. I'm behind and doomed, for I'm between reps. Next rep starts at 2-0. Language changes chemistry. Chemistry changes choices. Keep a few structural buffers, 15% slack in timelines, checklists for repeatable steps, default templates for emails you send weekly. Guard sleep like the meeting that makes all other meetings better. Move your body most days. The nervous system offloads charge through motion more reliably than through thought. When pressure spikes, breathe longer on the exhale and write the smallest next observable action. Panic asks for speed. Progress asks for sequence. You can still sprint. Sprints are useful when rare, bounded, and followed by cooldowns. What breaks people is sprinting as identity. If you need a challenge to prove the point to yourself, try 1 week of calm sprints. 2 45 60-minute deep focus blocks a day, each begun with a breath and a single sentence goal, each ended on time. No drama, just delivery. Watch how much more you move when you stop burning fuel to look fast. Not being stressed isn't failing. It's what success feels like on the inside when it's sustainable. Keep the edge, skip the cliff. Let your work be convincing because it's good, not because you look wrecked making it. You can know the book by its cover. Flatters our craving for speed. It tells us that surfaces are summaries, that one glance at a person, product, resume, outfit, brand, or apartment lobby can deliver the truth with time-saving precision. Sometimes that's close to right. A, B. Human brains are pattern engines. We thin slice all day, compressing tiny cues into quick reads. A firm handshake or a distracted gaze. A messy landing page or a clean one. A scuffed shoe in a safety roll. A too slick story in a role that needs humility. First impressions are not useless. They're hypotheses. The trouble starts when we promote a hypothesis to a verdict and stop collecting data. Covers are designed by people and by systems. They can be accurate signals, a portfolio that shows the work, a storefront that's tidy at 9 a.m., because the owner cares about mornings as much as evenings. They can also be camouflage confidence without competence, luxury borrowed on credit, metrics dressed up for pitch day. Giva sobriot, oh what is Cairns as, a can dothither, his way, and they're shaped by bias. Our own moods, stereotypes we absorbed, expectations we didn't know we were carrying. A sharp suit means reliable in one brain and performer in another. A hoodie reads builder or immature, depending on the room. If you treat your read as the truth rather than your read, you don't get wise, you get predictable. A better rule is, let the cover set your questions, not your conclusion. If something looks polished, ask where the polish comes from. Repetitions or rehearsal. If something looks rough, ask whether the roughness lives in the core, sloppy ethics, chaotic process, or at the edges, new, under-resourced, honest. Give yourself one quick pass for safety. If your body says no about a person or place, honor that and step back, then add a second pass for fairness. Give your bride a stay. Ambinan dadisi babo. Sampikor atasanzashin you seek a disconfirming detail on purpose. Ask for a sample of the work, a small trial, a specific story with timestamps and names. The right people are rarely threatened by that sunlight. They're relieved to meet someone who cares about more than packaging. In hiring, slow the snap judgments with structured prompts. Same questions to every candidate, scored on the same rubric anchored to behaviors you can observe. In dating, replace vibe only with tiny, real plans. Coffee plus a walk beats a dim room where anyone can impersonate warmth. Which, how are those anda to me? For Pisenji, digital in buying, look for warranties, return policies, and reviews that show failure modes, not just praise. In brand building, don't despise the cover, make it congruent. Clarity at the edges invites belief in the center. Your look should be a promise your delivery can keep on a Tuesday. Fut, sing, vo van bummery. Legacy, senditone. You can't quit surfaces, you live in a world of them, but you can use them like weather reports. Helpful, incomplete, always checked against the sky. Let your first impression be a draft. Edit it with one piece of evidence that could change your mind. Either way, you'll be wrong less, kind more, and faster at finding the real thing when it's there. Ignore problems and they will go away is the lullaby of avoidance. You feel the pinch, an ache in your back, a charge on the card, a weird tone in a message. And your body says not now, you don't look. Relief arrives like a sigh. That relief is the trap. Avoidance buys comfort in the minute and charges interest in the week. The bill comes due as bigger pain, higher fees, angrier conversations, harder choices. Problems don't vanish in the dark, they learn to live there. There are exceptions, of course. Some problems are just noise. Spam emails, passing moods, a minor glitch that resolves if you don't poke it. But the human brain is talented at calling big things noise because the short-term relief of not acting feels like proof that you made the right call. That's negative reinforcement in a nice suit. You avoid, you feel better. The avoidance gets stronger. Meanwhile, the cavity grows, the leak spreads, the resentment calcifies. The unknown turns monstrous because you never let light touch it. A kinder rule is simple. Pause on purpose, don't ignore by default. Pausing is tactical. I'm setting this aside until 6 p.m. and putting a reminder on my phone. Ignoring is wishful. Maybe it'll sort itself out. The first reduces chaos. The second recruits it. Weh. If your chest tightens when you think of the thing, assume it needs contact. Not a heroic fix. Contact. A glance at the number. One email. A calendar slot titled Face the Bill. The hardest part of most problems is the door. Once you open it, the room is smaller than the story you told yourself at 2 a.m. Try a 3-step loop you can run in 5 minutes. Name it in one sentence you'd say to a friend. I'm 2 months behind on electricity. We haven't spoken since that fight. My knee hurts every time I run. Measure one thing that matters. Exact balance, last message date. Pain out of 10 after 1 mile. Move 1 inch that's reversible. Call and ask about a payment plan. Send a repair text that doesn't relitigate. Can we talk for 15 minutes tomorrow? Book a PT screen or switch today's run for a bike session. Then, stop. Small moves break the spell of overwhelm. They teach your nervous system that touching the problem doesn't equal being crushed by it. Build a weekly habit that makes looking easy. Keep a problem parking lot, a single page where you park issues as they appear. Every Friday, 12 quiet minutes. Scan the list, star the 1 or 2 with the biggest cost of delay, and schedule a first action for each. Most of life improves if you stop trying to solve everything and start stopping the worst leaks. Money? Call creditors before they call you. Companies are far more helpful when you're early. Health? Symptom plus timeline plus 1 professional opinion beats 6 weeks of guessing on forums. Relationships? Choose repair over righteousness once. Even if your pride grumbles. None of this requires perfection. So you fanafizal verja, yuns the hume. It requires contact and cadence. Safety and legality are special cases. If the problem smells like danger, abuse, threats, fraud, do not wait for bravery. Act small and immediately. Tell one trusted person, document, seek qualified help. The longer a dangerous thing sits, the bolder it gets. You don't need the perfect plan. You need a safe first step and a path to people who know this terrain. If you've let something grow in the dark, you don't need to punish yourself to prove you care. Shame is a poor rent. Use structure instead. Timers, scripts, checklists, a friend on speaker while you make the call. Promise yourself you'll return tomorrow, even if today's inch didn't fix it. Problems rarely demand heroics. They demand daylight and repeatable moves. Touch them gently, early, and again. One day, iing to be, weveri entinumban, net? And the von. That's how they get smaller. Or at least how you get larger than them. Money is the root of all evil is a sentence people reach for when a story sours. Corruption, betrayal, communities gutted by greed. It sounds clarifying. Blame the bills and coins. But money isn't a character, it's a conductor. It doesn't create a melody on its own. It amplifies whatever song is already playing. Values, incentives, fear, opportunity. What warps a person or a system is less the presence of money than the relationship to it and the rules around it. Scarcity can make decent people desperate. Abundance without guardrails can turn appetites into avalanches. The original proverb is often misquoted. It isn't that money itself is evil, it's the love of money, the worship, the identity investment, that can rot judgment. Is ugizenares phantoms of scarers fortisigua. When money becomes the scoreboard for worth, you start trading things you meant to keep: sleep, integrity, friendships, your word. On the other side, being broke isn't morally superior. Chronic precarity squeezes the nervous system until choices shrink to today only. You can't forecast ethics from someone who is constantly bracing for impact. So it isn't money bad, poverty noble. It's this: the way money is pursued, used, and protected can either poison or purify a life. If you want a cleaner relationship with it, name your enough. Not a fantasy number, but a floor where rent, food, healthcare, modest joy, and a little buffer live. Then build money systems, not willpower contests. Autopilot the boring good, a small emergency fund, a percentage that goes to savings before you see it. Simple insurance, bills on autopay with alerts. Make a values budget where lines carry meaning. Time buy, childcare help, chore swaps, health, sleep gear, movement, learning, connection, gift. When you can point to $1 and say, "This purchased fewer bad days and more of what I say matters," money stops feeling like a moral test and starts feeling like a tool. Earning can be ethical and creative. Choose work whose incentives you can say out loud without wincing. If you're in a gray zone, add personal guardrails, transparent pricing, clear refunds, a refusal to weaponize urgency, saying no to clients who ask you to make others small. If you lead, pay on time, honor boundaries, share upside. If you invest, understand what you're funding. Profit that depends on harm is too expensive, even when the spreadsheet smiles. Watch your money stories. Many of us inherited scripts. Rich people are bad. I'm just not a numbers person. Talking about money is rude. A good parent gives everything. Niemand would woo das just deving nikind. Gull. We. Those scripts quietly steer choices. Rewrite them with sentences that carry both care and agency. I steward resources, I can learn the next step. Transparency builds trust, I give from strength, not depletion. Practice small, non-dramatic conversations about money with partners and friends. Secrecy is the petri dish where financial shame and dysfunction grow. Finally, put generosity in the system on purpose. Give a little where you can see the impact. It dilutes money's tendency to make the world only about you. Pair generosity with boundaries so you don't martyr your future self to prove your heart is good. The point isn't sainthood, it's circulation. Money won't save you or ruin you alone. It will magnify you. If you want it to magnify something you respect, choose structures that make the decent thing easy, the harmful thing awkward, and the meaningful thing visible. Then let money do what it does best when guided well. Buy options, reduce avoidable suffering, and fund a life you can stand inside. Success comes to those who wait patiently. Sounds like wisdom because it praises a real virtue, patience, and wraps it in a promise. Sit still, keep the faith, and eventually the tide will turn in your favor. The problem is that tides don't care who's sitting on the shore. Whoa! Patience is not a spell you cast over time. It's a way you behave while time passes. Waiting works only when it's paired with motion. quiet, repetitive motion that builds capacity, opens doors, and keeps you close to the places luck is likely to land. Think about gardens and careers the same way. Seeds in the soil, watering on schedule, weeds pulled before they crown, trellis set before the vine sprawls. You can't shout a tomato into existence. You also can't will it by watching. What grows is the compounding of boring, right-sized acts. Outreach made, drafts finished, skills rehearsed, systems tidied, sleep protected, savings automated. Those actions don't always pay this week, which is why people confuse the lack of visible progress with proof that nothing's happening. Save is of the ways of the she, sisters as but most wins are lagging indicators. They show up late and all at once, acting like a miracle when they're really the receipt for 100 small, invisible days. Replace wait with hold a patient urgency. Be unrushed about outcomes and specific about steps. Name the small lead measures you control. 1 pitch, 1 page, 1 practice block, 1 demo shipped to a real human, and track those instead of watching dashboards you can't move directly. When a week ends, ask 2 soft questions: what carried me, what clogged me? Then edit the environment before you edit the dream. Reduce friction, prepare starts, delete a commitment that only burns calories. Patience lives in that loop. Do, notice, adjust, repeat. Timing still matters. Market cycle, gatekeepers change, opportunities bloom and close. Patient urgency doesn't mean you wait on a single dock. It means you build optionality while you wait for the right win. Learn adjacent skills that travel. Put prototypes where the right eyes live. Say yes to small rooms where trust compounds. Keep your burn low enough that you can hold position when others have to bail. A long runway is not laziness. It's strategy that lets you be choosy when the door finally cracks. One being la. From do. Geza. Beware the counterfeit version of patience. Passivity dressed as grace. I'm manifesting becomes a shield against the discomfort of iteration. Genuine patience keeps receipts. Calendars with repeating blocks, a score of lead actions, drafts that improved between versions, a network touched gently and consistently. And it includes strategic pauses. Rest isn't stepping off the path, it's letting adaptation weld today's work to tomorrow's capacity. Without it, waiting is just spinning louder. When discouragement hits, and it will, shrink the frame. Decide what a successful day means that doesn't depend on anyone else. 20 focused minutes, 2 thoughtful follow-ups, 1 tiny upgrade to a system you use daily. That definition lets you win in droughts. Over time, those days stack into something that looks like patience from far away and feels like craft from the inside. So keep the spirit of the slogan and change its verb. Success comes to those who prepare consistently, persist kindly, prune strategically, and give time enough chances to be helpful. Tonight, set 1 lead action for tomorrow morning, 1 small improvement for your environment, and 1 thing you'll stop doing that has never paid you back. That's patience you can stand inside, quiet, firm, and moving. Face is the index of mind promises a shortcut. Look closely enough and you'll see the truth of a person. Their motives, their morals, their thoughts, written across their features. It flatters our hunger for certainty and our love of speed. But faces are billboards for context, not character. They display sleep debt, lighting, allergies, culture, neurotype, pain levels, and whether the bus was late. They do not on their own reveal honesty, competence, or kindness. If you've ever been judged for a resting expression, or smiled through a difficult day to get through a shift, you already know how false the promise can be. Quick reads can be useful for safety. Someone's jaw tightens, voices rise, you step back. But as a rule for who people are, they misfire. Ooh, silent. You've rumminies first, nay. Since expressions are noisy. A narrowed gaze could be focus, distance glare, or migraine. A flat effect might be depression, autism, medication, or simply a person who economizes facial movement. Cultural display rules shape what emotions are shown and where. Some communities value big outward warmth, others value composure. Even so-called tells fall apart without a baseline. A person who fidgets when calm will also fidget when stressed. If you don't know their baseline, you're just projecting. There's also history baked into this myth. Pseudosciences like physiognomy tried to tie bone structure to virtue. Ideas that slid easily into racism, classism, and ableism. Our system needs and theirs. For do you be? Photo? Modern versions can be subtler but do similar harm. Hiring managers mistaking beauty or symmetry for trustworthiness, security staff reading guilt from faces, teachers grading warmth instead of work. When stakes are high, face reading isn't just inaccurate, it's unjust. A kinder, smarter approach trades snap verdicts for slow evidence. Treat your first impression as a draft. Look for clusters, not single cues, patterns across time, not moments, behaviors with consequences, not vibes. Ask instead of assuming, you seem quiet today. Want company or space? Okay. Build baselines by paying attention when nothing is on the line. If you rely on signals, diversify them, words, actions, timing, follow through. And always keep alternative explanations on the table: tired, shy, processing, ESL, sensory overload, chronic pain. With yourself, you can make facial signals more legible without performing. Tell people what your face won't. If I look intense, I'm just concentrating. Feel free to interrupt. In groups, de-bias the read by using structured processes. Same questions for every candidate. Written rubrics, cameras off, when content beats optics. Asynchronous feedback that values thought over presentation. In conflict, verify before you vilify. The story you write from a single expression rarely survives a gentle question. Reading faces can be beautiful when it's used to offer care. Spotting a friend's micro wince and grabbing water. Noticing someone's spark and making space for their idea. For difficulty answer, stuffing and then the diki evacuates. It's corrosive when it becomes a moral X-ray. The mind is bigger than the mask it wears. Let behavior, choices, and repair define people. Let faces be what they are. Weather, not climate. Pages, not the book. Love conquers all is a sentence made for climaxes. Stormy nights, airport gates, declarations shouted over noise. It's intoxicating because it promises that feeling can out-muscle reality, and love is astonishingly strong. It gets people through illness, through losses, through seasons that would have folded a solitary life. But love doesn't cancel gravity. It doesn't pay rent or rewrite a nervous system or change the math of time zones or magically merge two incompatible futures. When we treat love as a universal solvent, we end up asking it to do the jobs of skills, boundaries, logistics, therapy, calendars, and sometimes economics. The relationship buckles, and we blame the heart for not being heroic enough. A kinder truth is that love is necessary and insufficient, and we wishes in give us and Santa Nendanain with the wishes. It's the motive power, not the whole machine. The parts that carry you together are quieter. Basic safety, respect in conflict, aligned values about money, family, and rest. The ability to repair after you hurt each other. Routines that protect the us without erasing the yous. Love can fuel those, but it cannot substitute for them. If one person treats anger like a weapon, but I love you is not a repair. If addiction or untreated illness is burning the furniture, affection won't stop the fire without real treatment and sober structures. If your lives require opposite cities and neither of you can move, love doesn't invent hours. It asks for a new plan or an honest goodbye. Conquer is the wrong metaphor anyway. It turns partnership into a battlefield with fate as the enemy and your bond as the blade. What lasts is not conquest, it's cultivation. Small, repeating acts that build a life you can stand inside. That looks ordinary and specific. You learn to soft start hard sentences. When X happens, I feel Y, and I need Z. You time out fights before midnight turns you into your worst selves and time back in when you can listen. You divide labor, including the invisible load of planning and remembering, so resentment doesn't calcify under the floorboards. You tell each other what your stress behaviors look like and where the off-ramp is. You apologize like grown-ups and change one thing that makes the old harm harder to repeat. Compatibility isn't romance's enemy. It's love's oxygen. You can share delight and still be wrong for each other if your non-negotiables point in opposite directions. Kids or no kids, monogamy or not. Ambition's footprint. Proximity to family, faith, sobriety. Love may illuminate those differences, it cannot erase them. In Yorksa, you've chida. Forgiven says Jushi. You kids are. If you keep bargaining with your own spine to keep the story alive, you aren't loving, you're leaving yourself. Sometimes the bravest use of love is to protect both of you from the slow violence of a mismatched life, and to part with tenderness before contempt moves in. If you want a working rule, try love plus. Love plus safety, love plus fairness, love plus repair, love plus logistics. We can actually run on Tuesdays. Love plus community so the relationship isn't asked to be your entire world. When those are present, love feels taller, less like a performance, more like a room with daylight. When they're absent, conquering becomes a euphemism for suffering in circles. Put one thing on the calendar that protects connection, a walk, a standing check-in, and one thing that protects individuality, an hour alone for a thing that feeds you. If the relationship is hurting you, let love direct you toward help, not toward enduring more. Love doesn't conquer all. A Velez, pavan say thing that you heard val. Fam? It coordinates what matters most, so the rest doesn't conquer you. Always put others first. Where's the costume of sainthood? It sounds noble to your ears and reassuring to everyone around you. You'll be the reliable one, the soft place to land, the person who says yes even when your bones say no. But a life built on constant self-subtraction doesn't make you kinder, it makes you hollow. Resentment is just generosity with an unpaid invoice. The goal isn't to swing from selfish to selfless, it's to practice care with boundaries, so your giving comes from overflow, not from the last sip in the cup you need to live. Start by asking 3 quiet questions before you say yes. Is this mine to do responsibility? Am I able right now, capacity? And will I still respect myself after integrity? If any answer is no, Kindness may look like declining or offering a smaller, realistic version. I can't drive you all week, but I can do Thursday. I can't talk for an hour tonight, but I can check in tomorrow at lunch. I'm not the right person for this. Try X. Those sentences don't make you cold. They make your yesies trustworthy. People stop leaning on the kindest person because they're the easiest to push. They lean because your help is real and consistent. Give yourself a help budget the same way you budget money. Time, energy, attention. Decide what you can give weekly without crashing, and protect a reserve for surprises and care you owe yourself. Sleep, food that steadies you, movement that clears your head, a little unclaimed time to keep your edges from fraying. Caregivers and parents. Your math is different and harder. That's not failure, it's physics. You still need micro refills, a 10-minute walk, a shower without haste, one friend who texts you back, outside support when possible. Martyrdom isn't a model for kids. Seeing you keep a boundary teaches them how to keep theirs. Replace people pleasing with transparent kindness. Say what you can do and what you can't without apology, and mean it. Trade vague, I'll try, which breeds anxiety on both sides, for concrete, I can do X by Friday. Aiming me, says Grarzy, Senshanasavi, Sihit by. If you feel a pang to overextend, check the motive. Am I helping to help, or helping to avoid conflict? Look good by belonging. The first replenishes, the second drains. You are allowed to prefer relationships where help is reciprocal. Both people notice, both people offer, both people receive without tallying. When you do say yes, make it clean. Give without a hidden IUU. Ask for what you need up front. Time, clarity, appreciation, so you don't have to collect it with a sigh later. And when you say no, make it kind and brief. Long explanations invite negotiation. Short honesty invites respect. If someone punishes your boundary, that's data. Healthy people adjust. Aspirant Users escalate. Either way, your job is the same. Keep the line that protects your ability to love without disappearing. Generosity is precious. Keep it alive by feeding the person it flows through. A rested, resourced you holds doors open better and longer than the version of you scraping the floor for crumbs of self. The sentence can stay. Just edit it. Always put the truth first. The truth of your limits, the truth of your values, the truth of what will actually help. From there, you'll find you have more to give and less to resent, and the people who matter will meet you in that honest middle. All you need is love makes for a great chorus because it trims away the messy parts of life. It tells you the feeling is the foundation, the roof, and every wall in between. And yes, love is the motive power. It's why you bother to try again on a bad Tuesday. It's what turns sacrifice into choice. You. But love on its own doesn't organize a life. It doesn't file the paperwork, fix the sleep, regulate a nervous system, or reconcile two futures that point in opposite directions. When you ask love to do those jobs, you don't make it bigger, you make it brittle. The relationship starts carrying weight that belongs to skills, boundaries, logistics, and sometimes professionals. A sturdier picture is simple. Love is necessary and insufficient. It lights the room. The room still needs furniture. That furniture looks ordinary, safety you can count on, respect in conflict, time that's protected rather than borrowed from what keeps you sane, budgets that tell the truth, chores divided, including the invisible planning load, so resentment doesn't harden under the floorboards. This is dividism for design. There's let's the setish ease that's It looks like repair that is more than sorry, behavior that changes, processes you both can run when tempers rise. A pause, a return time, no threats, soft starts, and a shared language for needs that's small and clear. When X happens, I feel Y. I need Z. Love makes you want to do those. It can't do them for you. Need also has a boundary. If love is the only oxygen either of you allow yourselves, the room gets thin fast. Keep a life outside the us. Friends you see on purpose, work or craft that gives you shape, a body you maintain like it's the machine you live in. Counterintuitively, the more sourced you are, the more you bring. A partner shouldn't be your entire coping strategy. They should be part of a well-fed system that includes sleep, food, movement, community, faith, or meaning if that matters to you, and, when the terrain asks, therapy or other care. Love isn't harmed by those additions. It's protected. Compatibility isn't cynicism. It's kindness to the love you already feel. You can be wild for each other and still be wrong for each other if non-negotiables point different ways. Kids or no kids, monogamy or not, debt, tolerance, proximity to family, faith, sobriety, ambitions, footprint. Or disease, didiwani, delning hen. Love can illuminate those gaps. It cannot erase them. Choosing with eyes open avoids the slow violence of trying to bend a spine for years to make a poster true. If you want something to do tonight, trade the lyric for a tiny plan. Ask, where are we strong? Where are we wobbly? What one tweak would reduce friction this week? Put a recurring check-in on the calendar. 15 minutes, no phone. Pick one ritual that protects the bond, a walk after dinner, a silly playlist for dishes, and one that protects individuality, an hour alone you don't negotiate away. If there's a hurt that keeps replaying, choose one change that makes the old harm harder to repeat and agree on how you'll measure it. Love warms those choices. Those choices keep love livable. Keep the song. Update the clause. Not all you need is love, but love, and the everyday structures that let it breathe. You can have it all is a billboard promise with fine print hidden off the edge. It suggests that if you hustle hard enough and optimize cleverly enough, every domain, career, love, parenting, friendships, health, money, creativity, travel, community, can all shine at once. The truth is kinder and more annoying. You can have a lot across a lifetime, but not everything at the same time and the same intensity. Lives are built in seasons, not in glossy collages. Trying to live all the seasons at once turns your days into confetti, ready from far away, useless up close. Vers say, does a sun, the trade-offs aren't failures, they're design constraints. Every yes borrows time, attention, and energy from something else. When you pretend the budget is infinite, debt collects as resentment, sleep loss, and a self you only meet in passing. The fix isn't smaller dreams, it's honest sequencing. Pick a now, a next, and a no for this season. Now is what gets your best hours this quarter. Next waits on the runway with light touches so momentum doesn't die. No for now becomes a deliberate later or never. Written down so your brain stops spinning. This turns guilt into a plan. Na. For Junzan. Hananam. Naliho. Think portfolio, not pile. Portfolios balance risk and return, they also rebalance. Some quarters tilt toward income and diapers, others tilt toward study and sweat. others toward quiet repair of body and mind. Check the mix monthly: work, health, relationships, rest, play. He's viskelestelvi gabevalzom. Salvezi, sutsait sithishan, sinsagor. If one category is starving, feed it first. Even if feeding it looks small, a 20-minute walk, a phone-free dinner, a single unbroken hour on the thing that makes your eyes light. Tiny is enough to stop a domain from silently dying while you chase excellence elsewhere. It helps to right-size your all. Much of the pressure comes from borrowed pictures, feeds curated by strangers, highlight reels from a different zip code, expectations handed down by a family with different physics. Define your full life in sentences, not vibes. I move my body most days. I'm present with my kid at bedtime. I practice my craft 3 focused hours a week. We save modestly. We host friends monthly. Concrete lets you measure. Measurement lets you celebrate progress instead of living in permanent deficit. Systems beat heroics. Automate bills and savings. Pre-commit to sleep with a time window. Batch errands, default recurring dates with the people who matter. And run a weekly reset where you look at the calendar like it's a garden. What needs pruning? What needs water? What can wait? Share the load at home, including the invisible planning work. So having it all doesn't secretly mean one person does everything and smiles. If you lead a team, model humane pacing. Don't export your impossible standard and call it culture. The hardest part is grief. Choosing a season means not living another right now. Name the ache. Let it sting for a moment. Then notice what you do get: depth, sanity, and a self who actually inhabits the days you're building. You can return to the deferred plot later with more skill and more you left intact. So keep the spirit, aim wide, but upgrade the sentence. You can't have it all at once. You can craft a life that, across seasons, holds most of what matters. Do today's piece of the season you're in, protect tomorrow's runway, and stop auditioning for a montage no one lives in. Your all is enough when it fits in your hands. Ignorance is bliss, is the kind of line you reach for when your shoulders are tight from too much knowing. There's relief in not checking the balance, not opening the news, not asking the question whose answer might rearrange your week. And it's true. There are moments when stepping back protects your nervous system. You don't need every alert, every hot take, every rumor about you or your work. But ignorance doesn't stay gentle for long. Unread bills compound. Unasked medical questions get louder. Unspoken truths in relationships harden into distance. Bliss borrowed from avoidance gets collected with interest. The trick is drawing a bright line between noise you can release and information you owe your future self. Noise is the stuff that raises your pulse without expanding your options. Gossip about people you don't know. Outrage bait, the 10th identical headline, the comments section. Ignorance here is not only bliss, it's hygiene. Curate your inputs like you curate your food. Follow fewer, calmer sources. Faroni. Or spoke your spreaders. The slutchen for the dead sun. Check on a schedule, not in a reflex. Turn off the tap that keeps your attention thirsty and jittery. But the other category, the information with consequences, asks for contact, not comfort. Money, health, safety, consent, contracts, deadlines, legal notices. The feedback you keep dodging because it might sting. Those are the grown-up files. Knowing them doesn't always feel good, but it makes you freer. The fear you feel before you look is rarely about the number or the diagnosis or the answer. It's about the story your brain has inflated in the dark. Light is almost always kinder than your imagination. A simple practice helps. Schedule truth windows. 10 quiet minutes, same time each week to face the facts that matter. Balances, upcoming obligations, one relationship check-in, the inbox filters you've ignored. Treat it like brushing your teeth. Unglamorous, essential. In those windows, separate signal from static. Sera shisten tu. Psychus the bing ti. Ilegan. Say same thi. Among ye. Write the 3 lines that describe reality, then 1 line that describes the smallest next action. Rent due in 8 days, 40% short. Sell the unused bike. Text Sam about a weekend shift. Knee pain at mile 2. Book PT screen. Switch run to bike this week. Sell the overuse. 40 all day lan lishter gorgi the sushi. Sezil lang. Sela. We haven't gone on a real date in a month. Ask for Friday 7 p.m. Phones off. The point isn't heroics, it's motion. Relationships are where ignorance is bliss does the most quiet harm. Pretending not to notice a pattern because naming it might cause a fight doesn't save the bond. It starves it, does done as the done. And Amy, whack over. Curiosity beats surveillance here. Ask early and small. I've noticed you go quiet after work. Is that a decompression thing or a me thing? Can we talk money this Saturday? I want us to choose instead of drift. If you don't like the answer, you're at least back in a world where choices exist. A for human days Jesus buzz J. Yuzi. Day. Ori. That is the opposite of helplessness. There's also the version of ignorance that masquerades as purity. I don't want to learn about politics, or climate, or history. It ruins my vibe. The vibe you're protecting is fragile if truth punctures it. Robust joy doesn't require a bubble. It requires meaning and participation scaled to your capacity. You don't need to swallow fire hose feeds, but you can pick one issue, one credible source, one way to contribute. Ignorance that shields you from responsibility doesn't make you light, it makes you small. Let yourself rest from the storm when you need to. Close the apps. Walk where the trees don't ask for an opinion. Make soup. But don't confuse respite with refusal. A good life alternates between shelter and seeing. Shelter keeps you whole, seeing keeps you honest. Bliss, when it's real, comes less from not knowing and more from knowing enough to act, and then acting in ways that make tomorrow easier to live inside. The grass is always greener is the brain's way of telling you that somewhere, right now, life is happening correctly, and it isn't here. It's on someone else's street, in someone else's relationship, behind someone else's job title, or passport stamp. Comparison promises relief. If only you switched fields, cities, partners, wardrobes, morning routines, then the low hum under your days would quiet. Sometimes that's true. Often, though, you're comparing your daily maintenance to someone else's highlight reel and mistaking a well-lit snapshot for a habitat you could survive in. Part of this is wiring. Your mind is built to scan for better options and to adapt quickly to whatever you already have. That means new things sparkle and familiar things fade. A different job looks cleaner because you don't yet see its hidden chores. A stranger's relationship looks easy because you aren't there for the dishes, the budgeting, the recurring argument about Sundays. Social media turns this reflex into a steady drip. You're sipping a concentrate of other people's best 5 minutes and calling it data. It's not data, it's decoration. The antidote isn't to swear off wanting, it's to add costs back into the fantasy and agency back into your day. If a lawn across the fence calls to you, List the trade-offs it requires: hours, money, stress, skills, commute, community lost, identity shifts. Then go get unflattering detail. Talk to 3 people who actually live that choice and ask what it's like on a Tuesday when no one's watching. The verro. Fav e. Vos d. Deal. If you're still drawn after the shine wears off, you're closer to a real desire and not just an itch. Envy has information in it if you listen kindly. Instead of "I want their life," ask, what specific element am I hungry for? Autonomy? Camaraderie? Creative time in the afternoon? More time outside? In? And just vâng, turn the element into a prototype here before you uproot your whole existence. Borrow, don't buy. Shadow someone for a day. Try a short course. Spend a week working from the place you think you need to move to. Add a standing coffee with the kind of people you think you're missing. If a tiny taste changes your week, scale it. If it fizzles, you just saved yourself a dramatic relocation of your problems. Meanwhile, tend your actual patch. Greener is usually where it's water. That looks like boring, powerful moves. Sleep you actually get. A room that's less loud. A walk you don't negotiate away. Money friction reduced. One honest conversation about a resentment that's been growing under the floorboards. It looks like unsubscribing from feeds that keep you perpetually elsewhere. It looks like picking a small project that makes your life year more yours. A dinner with neighbors, a class that stretches you, a Saturday routine that gives you back some light. There are seasons when switching fields or leaving a relationship is the kindest truth. If you're at that edge, decide with full ingredients. Name exit criteria in daylight. Make a plan that protects your body and your bills, and go. But don't let restlessness do the choosing by default. Awisteu, lazan. Faisha shish, walkufchihaj indorzetsanagos. The restlessness always says the same sentence, anywhere but here. Wisdom asks a quieter one, what would make here worth staying for? And have I actually tried it? If you look up in a few weeks and your lawn feels less like a waiting room and more like a place you built, the distant green will stop shouting. And if, after honest tending and small experiments, another field still calls, you'll cross with eyes open and tools in your hands, not just a hope in your chest. If you build it, they will come is the fairy tale of making. It lets you stay in the garage polishing features and imagine a crowd gathering the moment you open the door. Sometimes that happens, a perfect timing story, a product that catches a wave. Most of the time, though, the crowd doesn't even know there's a door. Building is half the job. The other half is finding, inviting, and keeping the people who actually have the problem you solve, and doing that while you're still shaping the thing. Start earlier than feels comfortable. Before the beautiful version exists, talk to 10 people who live with the pain you're aiming at. Ask them to walk you through the last time the problem happened, what they tried, what it cost, what better would have looked like right then. Don't pitch. Listen for verbs, says Beaumondele. Verbs tell you where the value hides. Track, reconcile, hand over, calm a customer in under 2 minutes. Build the smallest version that satisfies one verb. Put it in their hands. Watch what they do, not what they promise. Then make the path to value short enough to trip over. Time to first win under 60 seconds is a cheat code. If they need a manual, they need a different first run. Onboarding isn't a tour, it's a shove toward the first relief. Remove friction that adds no meaning. unnecessary sign-ups, fields you don't use, steps you could postpone. Sachet to say such legend. Deixa desde as ski. Every click is a chance to lose them. Every minute before the "oh" is a leak in your bucket. Distribution isn't an afterthought, it's part of the product. Pick one primary channel where your people already gather and get good at it before you spray everywhere. If they search, earn the right keywords with useful pages that solve real subproblems. If they hang out in communities, contribute like a person first and a vendor last. Help threads, open playbooks, tools you'd use even if you were anonymous. If your buyer needs proof, work a tight outbound loop. Short, relevant notes with one clear ask and a tiny promise you can keep fast. Partnerships, directories, marketplaces, borrow trust where you can't buy attention. Measure what makes you better, not what flatters you. Vanity metrics, impressions, signups, puff. Behavioral metrics teach. Activation rate. Did they reach first value? Retention, did they come back without you poking them? Depth of use, did they do the second thing? Referral or word of mouth, did they care enough to tell someone? To merge D. Hey representation anxiety. Monday. Dinner. When something moves, ask why. When it stalls, change one variable at a time so you can learn. Launch is a moment. Grow is a method. Positioning is mercy. Say the smallest true sentence about who it's for and what it does in the words your user would type at 1 a.m. Invoices that reconcile themselves for freelancers who hate spreadsheets. A calmer help desk for teams with 2 agents and 1,000 tickets. The narrower you start, the clearer your yes becomes. Win a beachhead and expand from there. Breadth is earned by depth. Community beats campaigns for staying power. Start a lightweight circle around the problem. Office hours, a Slack room, a tiny newsletter that shares field notes and gives your earliest users a name and a place. Make them heroes, case studies that center their win, not your feature list. Ask them to co-design the next inch. Ship what they ask for when it's right. Retention is the truest marketing because it's how you avoid paying to require the same person every quarter and price like you believe in the value. Free is a great door, a terrible destination. Charge something that funds your support and focuses your roadmap. Offer a simple ladder that maps to outcomes, not to confusing grids. Money is a feedback channel. Let it talk to you. If you still love the old sentence, keep the spirit and update the clause. If you build it with them and make it easy to find, try and love, they will come. Stay and bring a friend. Tonight, ship the smallest invitation, a one-page promise, a waiting list with one specific question, a DM to 3 people who actually hurt, a demo video that ends at the first "oh." Doors don't fill themselves, but people do walk through when what's inside feels like relief. E. What is on that? Thus, thirst. Trust the process is the pep talk we use when results are late and doubt is loud. It can be the right medicine. Patience for habits that pay on a delay, a reminder that growth looks boring up close. But trust the process becomes a trap when it turns into stop thinking. The stop thinking was based into yearfulwes or zawolva, does the for yikus. Pi. A process is not a religion. It's a hypothesis about how effort becomes outcomes. Hypotheses need checks. If the only evidence for your system is your belief in it, you're not practicing discipline. You're practicing superstition. Treat process as living, not holy. A good process has an aim. You can say in one clean line, a few leading indicators you control today, and a scheduled review where you edit the steps instead of your self-worth. In fitness, that might be get stronger at 3 lifts with indicators like sessions completed, reps in reserve, sleep hours. In a startup, that's solve X for Y people, with activation, retention, and referrals as North Stars. In writing, it's publish weekly to real readers with drafts finished and feedback received as proof you're in the right kitchen. Beware cargo cult rituals, perfect planners, elaborate stand-ups, color-coded spreadsheets that measure everything except the thing. If the ritual isn't moving a lead indicator, simplify it. Also beware weaponized process. When a team or institution says trust the process to delay accountability, a process that can't withstand questions isn't a process, it's a stall. Build stage gates and stop losses while you're calm. It's as they thanzi, as means fennan. If X hasn't improved by Y date and I've tried A, B, C, I'll pivot. That sentence turns faith into testable progress and protects you from sunk cost worship. Pair it with tiny experiments. Change one variable at a time so you can credit what worked or retire what didn't. Keep a simple log. Date what you changed, what happened. In training, that might be a deload week or a new rep scheme. In learning, swap rereading for recall and spaced practice. In sales, sharpen the offer and narrow the who before you double your volume. The pattern is the same. Aim right arrow, act, right arrow, listen, right arrow, adjust. If you skip listen, you're not trusting a process, you're avoiding feedback. Pace matters. A process without recovery just mills you down. Bake in sleep, pauses, and light days so your system can integrate gain. And put slack in timelines. A 15% buffer is the difference between calm iteration and constant apology. If you need a tonight move, write your one-line aim. Choose 2 lead indicators, set a weekly 20-minute review, and decide one exit rule. Then, run the loop for 2 weeks. Do, measure, tweak, for, and wasserverdwe, fortsätta. To trust the process starts feeling less like blind faith and more like earned confidence, because your process is proving itself in small, boring receipts. Everything in moderation sounds like wisdom because it promises balance without the grind of precision. Have a little dessert, a little social media, a little hustle, a little rest. Keep it all in the middle and you'll be fine. The trouble is, moderation is a foggy word. Moderate relative to what? Your appetite, your peers, and algorithm's idea of average. For some things, the safe dose is none: drunk driving, abuse, lead paint, smoking if you're trying to quit. For others, moderation becomes a loophole that keeps a leak alive. One more late-night scroll. One more just this week of overtime. One more text to someone who's never been kind. Balance isn't built by vibes, it's built by boundaries that fit your real life. A kinder upgrade is to replace the slogan with a map. Put your world into 3 colors. Green, things you can enjoy freely because upside dwarfs downside, sleep, water, unprocessed food that loves you back, walks. Reading, time with decent people. Amber, things that pay off in measured amounts. Desserts, alcohol, social media, caffeine, news, ambitious sprints. Even solitude or social time depending on your wiring. Red, things that don't get moderation. They get bright line rules. No phone while driving, no yelling in conflict, no work email in bed, no just one when you know the first undoes your choice. This isn't puritanism, it's compassion for your future self. Where moderation does belong, give it shape. Farchizesens this isn't for bore, fa, won't be jayun, ha. Set floors and ceilings instead of hand-wavy intentions. 2 pieces of fruit daily floor, 2 desserts a week ceiling. 20-40 minutes of social media, timer on. 2 focused work blocks on weekdays, no more than 1 after 6 p.m. 2 drinks max, never back-to-back days. 3 strength sessions, skip heroics. Translate each into an if, then, so your brain doesn't renegotiate under craving. If it's Friday, dessert after dinner, otherwise fruit. If I open Instagram, timer 20 minutes, fits thaw. If we start to escalate, pause for 20 and return at 7:30. Moderation turns real when it's scheduled and measurable. Context matters. Your moderate coffee is someone else's palpitations. Neurodivergence, trauma history, meds, family risk, all tilt tolerances. Let data teach you. Is sanda and dead? I thus beused someone's thumb. Keep a quick log for 2 weeks. Input right arrow, mood, sleep, energy. If 3 drinks wreck 2 days, your body just negotiated a new ceiling. If 1 weekly long run keeps your mind clear, that's a green light dose even if it looks extreme to someone else. Moderation doesn't mean the middle of the chart. It means the right dose for your system. Beware weaponized moderation. When bosses use it to downplay overwork, let's just push a bit more. Or when people ask you to be less intense about boundaries that keep you safe. To just zenzigu, or se yosefzevi, July di, spamike, zizadal. Sometimes the healthy choice is intensity with recovery, a focused study sprint before an exam, a deep declutter weekend, a month alcohol-free to reset patterns. Extremes are fine when they're time-bound, purposeful, and followed by a cool-down. Make the environment do half the job. Faldi isn't there. Dette farvetsi shilarjezata. Semferzi the hairs though. Put snacks you mean to eat at eye level. Keep the bottle in the cabinet, not the counter. Tonight, draw the simplest version of your map. 3 greens you'll do freely, 3 ambers with ceilings, 3 reds with bright lines. Tape it where decisions happen. The fridge, the desk, the lock screen. Moderation stops being a shrug and starts being a plan when it's visible, specific, and kind. Fafquez Turdon. Fazos Bazar. Ferro. Sate Yi. Boys will be boys sounds like a shrug wrapped in a proverb. It promises an easy explanation for rough edges, aggression on the playground, reckless stunts, cruel jokes passed off as banter, disappearing acts when care is needed. She, sigh. The phrase pretends to be biological wisdom, but it mostly functions as a permission slip. When we label harm as nature, we stop asking for culture, coaching, and choices. We also do boys a disservice. They deserve something better than a prophecy that lowers the bar and narrows the ways they're allowed to be. What we call boy behavior is often a mix of temperament, social training, and context. Some kids run hot, quick to surge, quick to laugh, quick to collide. That energy isn't a flaw, it's raw material. With decent coaching, it becomes leadership, courage, humor that doesn't wound, the impulse to protect, rather than dominate. Without coaching, the same circuits get rewarded for risk without responsibility and swagger without service. Boys notice what earns them belonging. If the laughs come loudest when they humiliate, they'll keep swinging there. If the room lights up when they show tenderness, solve problems, or apologize well, they'll practice that muscle and grow it. Start early, but start anytime. 2. Replace the shrug with a map. When a boy explodes, don't rush to shame or lecture. Help him name what's happening inside his body. Hot, tight, prickly, floaty, tunnel. Then give him exits he can actually use. Breathe longer on the exhale. Cold water on wrists. Push the wall for 10 slow seconds. Step outside and promise a return time. After the wave passes, move from what to how. What happened, who was affected, and how do we repair? Clean up the mess. Check in with the person we hurt. Practice a different line we could use next time. If you want boys to carry responsibility, you have to hand them tools and chances to use them, not just punishments after the fact. Language matters. Trade man up for show up. Show up to your feelings without dumping them on everyone. Show up to your commitments on tedious days. Show up to your friends by naming what's hard instead of hiding behind a joke. Make kindness a visible metric boys can win at. I saw you pause and let him speak is as much a cheer as nice goal. Teach humor that isn't cruelty. Comedy that punches up or sideways instead of down. 19. Så speak intercession me. As isn't teach refusal skills too. How to walk away when a group is getting meaner. How to say not my thing without drama. How to make a safer plan when a dare turns stupid. Let boys be many things. Some will find peace in mechanics and mud. Others in music, books, or care work. Oh, books. Guavenge. Ria. Thessie ma. Tizuzas avoa. Boys will be boys. Often polices those softer lanes, correcting tenderness into toughness and curiosity into cockiness. Expand the map of masculinity so it includes gentleness, craft, caregiving, style, bewilderment, asking for help. The world benefits when boys who will be men know how to comfort a crying toddler, send a clear text, set a boundary, decline a risky drive, apologize after they mess up, and ask a friend if he's really okay. Accountability is love here. When a boy harms, online or off, hold the line without humiliation. We don't do that. Here's how you repair. Here's the consequence. We still want you in the room when you're ready to choose better. Consequences without exile teach. Exile breeds secrecy. And if you're a man listening now, model the thing you wish you'd learned earlier. Say I was wrong in front of boys. Let them watch you regulate, keep a promise, and care out loud. They will imitate what you rehearse, not what you preach. Retire the shrug. Replace it with a sentence that gives boys a future worth growing into. Boys will be good if we show them how and expect them to be. That's not naive. It's specific. It takes more work than a proverb, and it pays back in safer schools, kinder friendships, steadier homes, and men you're glad to know. Work smarter, not harder sounds like an invitation to find a magic trick, a shortcut that frees you from sweat. That's why it annoys people who actually build things. You can't spreadsheet your way out of the miles. But the sentence has a sturdy core. Results come from leverage, not theatrics. So then these us farisans of bilingual. Hours only matter when they're pushing on the right points with the least waste. Smarter is not laziness, it's respect for reality. It's the willingness to measure, remove friction, and line your effort up with the few moves that bend outcomes. Start by firing busy as your boss. Busyness pays in applause. Results pay the rent. Trade vanity tallies. Emails sent, meetings survived, for the 2 or 3 lead actions that actually move your week. Proposals delivered, bugs fixed that unblock revenue, outreach to the exact people who buy, pages drafted to publish Friday. Nunst was, forsels at their bar, shasin du, taktovia, fits. Write those on an index card the night before and make one the first thing you touch when your brain is freshest. If you don't protect that first block, the day will assign you to other people's agendas and call it momentum. Smarter lives in clarity, constraint, and cadence. Clarity is a single sentence. This week, I'm doing X so Y happens. Constraint is the rails. 1 or 2 deep focus blocks a day. 1 inbox sweep after lunch. Notifications off except for the humans who can actually set your hair on fire. Cadence is the rhythm you can keep. A weekly review where you look at work like a mechanic. What squeaked? What slipped? What small tweak would make 20 of next week's decisions easier? Smarter is rarely heroic. It's boring in the way a well-tuned bike is boring until you coast. Eliminate before you automate. Automate before you delegate. Delegate before you procrastinate. Eliminate. Make a kill list of recurring tasks that don't serve a metric and stop doing them for 2 weeks. If nothing breaks, keep them dead. Automate. Templates for emails you send monthly, canned responses for FAQ, calendar links instead of back and forth, simple rules that file what you always file. Delegate. Give away whole outcomes, not scattered chores. Own the monthly report. Do the third, success looks like X, and accept 90% perfect if it happens without you. Every loop you remove or stabilize frees attention for the work only you can do. Protect depth like it's billable R. Ifali Dil Simo Zo You Go Get for. Multitasking is just rapid task switching plus a toll at each switch. Close the extra tabs, put the phone out of reach. Leave a visible first line so re-entry is painless after a break. Work in single-purpose windows. One doc, one goal, a timer you actually respect. Na, ajan spa spin with tea, ba, and a block when your form starts to wobble. Tomorrow you'll return to a clean runway instead of a crater. Harder confuses fatigue with progress. Smarter makes future you faster. Match tasks to energy, not just time. Put creative or analytical work where your brain is sharp, shallow logistics where it's not. If you peak at 4 p.m., stop apologizing and design for it. If your mornings are gold, don't spend them polishing the spoon. Insert micro-maintenance that multiplies output. A 10-minute walk clears cognitive cache. A glass of water and a protein snack stabilizes your patience. A decent bedtime saves you from rewriting tonight's junk tomorrow. Prioritize with Kindor math. Score ideas by impact times certainty times ease, then pick the top one you can finish by Friday. Small wins compound. Half-built genius doesn't. Decide exit rules in daylight. If this initiative hasn't moved metric X by date Y, and I've tried A, B, C, I pivot. That line rescues you from worshipping sunk costs in the name of grit. Keep a done log so your brain sees receipts and stops chasing panic as proof of effort. Above all, build flywheels. Code, media, checklists, relationships, and tools are work you do once that keeps paying. Yin Yi Mo. A clear onboarding doc prevents 10 future meetings. A public article answers 100 support emails. A warm, tended network makes opportunity feel like luck you designed. Flywheels look slow at first, then they carry you farther than any single sprint. You can still work hard. Just make it count. Avale, cruise. Aim your hours, reduce friction, install rhythms, then let the quiet machinery of good systems do what hustle alone can't. Make progress feel lighter because the weight is finally on the right parts. A leopard can't change its spots sounds decisive in a way that protects you from disappointment. It says, believe the pattern, save your heart. There's wisdom in that. Past behavior is a decent predictor of future behavior when nothing else changes. But the proverb collapses two truths into one. Why, what? Sorry, does it as day. Defy the D. And then not. Temperament is sticky. Behavior is plastic. Your baseline reactivity, your energy curve, the way stress feels in your body, those spots tend to persist. What sits on top of them? Habits, skills, boundaries, honesty, how you handle conflict can change a lot when three things line up: desire, design, and duration. Without those, the old pattern wins. With them, people don't become different species, they become different versions of themselves. Desire is the engine. No change holds if it's only to quiet criticism or to keep access. Wanting the outcome, trust, health, solvency, isn't the same as wanting the work. If you're the one changing, test your want with a small daily cost you'll actually pay. Sleep on time. Block the first focus hour. Pause before you defend. Tell on yourself to someone safe. If you're evaluating someone else's change, stop grading speeches and start looking for structure. Tis 4 you sestarafimses bay Yarasola sound. Is there a specific plan? Are stakes real time, money, access? So the new behavior is rewarded and the old one costs. Is the environment edited to make slips harder, fewer cues, more friction, and the new choice easier, clear prompts? Short paths? Charm loops die in sunlight. Systems survive it. Orgi is the serve no long. Sei, sei. Design beats willpower. Put guardrails where you've skidded before. No decisions when hungry or spun up. No midnight messages. Co-manage money in writing. Weekly check-ins with receipts instead of vibe. Use dials, not switches. 15% slower replies. 2 drinks max, never back to back. I'm flooded. I'll be back at 7:30 and then actually return. Track behaviors, not intentions, and treat relapses as data. What preceded it? Which guardrail failed? What gets redesigned? Shame freezes. Move. Ra. Zasbody. Myths. Duration is the boring hero. Change speaks in calendars. You want to see quiet consistency across ordinary months, not a perfect week after a dramatic apology. Trust can be warm and still pace itself. Forgiveness can be offered while access expands slowly. If you're the changer, measure streaks and recovery time. How fast you notice and correct rather than demanding flawlessness. If you're the observer, hold hope with terms. Therapy, shared plans, regular review. If that's labeled controlling, pay attention. Healthy change doesn't fear accountability. Sometimes the kindest truth is that your spots and theirs won't make a life together. You can release someone without condemning them. I believe you can change. I don't believe I can stay while you learn. You, J, Samlan, is that as E. And sometimes the kindest truth for yourself is that you don't need to become unrecognizable to grow. You can keep your spots, your sensitivity, your intensity, your quiet, and change the way they live on you. Better sleep and better boundaries turn too much into deeply resourced. Your quasi-D, your quantaliumi. You, Gwai, did. Real friends will recognize you more, not less, when you do. So retire the fatalism and keep the discernment. Believe patterns when nothing has changed. Believe proof when something clearly has. People aren't paint by numbers. They're more like maps, terrain that stays familiar, routes that can be rerouted, bridges you can build with patience and plans. Practice makes perfect sounds clean and motivational. Put in the hours and excellence will appear on schedule. The trouble is in the word perfect. Endless reps don't guarantee mastery. They can cement mistakes until they're smooth. What practice reliably makes is permanent. Whatever you repeat with attention, or without it, becomes easier to do again. If you want skill that holds under pressure and travels into new situations, you need the right kind of repetitions, focused, feedback-rich, and sized for a human week instead of a movie montage. Think about the loop that actually builds ability. Attempt right arrow feedback, right arrow adjust, right arrow repeat. Nuance is the Josie Fortress of Dinia. Wishing you need Bundin Ladanden. Most of us skip at least 2 steps. We grind longer instead of refining one tiny piece. We avoid feedback because it stings. We treat rest like a luxury, then wonder why nothing sticks. Deliberate practice is smaller and sharper. You isolate one subskill with a clear success picture. Strike clean chords without buzzing. Solve derivatives where the chain rule appears. Deliver the first 3 lines of your pitch without filler words. You slow down to a speed where your form stays honest. You add a constraint that makes sloppiness obvious. Metronome, timer, single tab, recording yourself for 1 minute. Then, you adjust a single variable and try again. Variety matters. Brains get bored and overfit. Mix similar problems, interleaving, so your mind learns to choose the right tool, not just run yesterday's script. Space your sessions so you're forced to retrieve the skill after a gap. That little struggle is the learning, not a sign you're broken. Change contexts on purpose, different room, different instrument, different audience, so your ability survives outside the lab. In creative work, alternate build and critique days, your taste will outrun your hands for a while, and that tension is the engine, not an indictment. Wavan and Devan. So is the Ziskustes B or Zays. T. Perfection is a mirage that keeps moving when you approach. Replace it with criteria and calendars. Criteria, 3 observable marks that tell you a rep was good enough clean tone at 80 BPM, proof with no skip steps, a take you'd send without apology. Calendars, short, repeatable blocks that fit real life, not fantasy. 4 25-minute sessions a week beats a heroic Saturday you bail on. Track streaks and recovery time, how quickly you notice a slip and correct it. That measurement protects your mood when progress is quiet. 2. Feedback is jet fuel when it's precise and kind. Ask someone better for 1 inch. What would you change first? Or what's the smallest tweak that would raise this a grade? Do more with that 1 note than you do with 10 vague compliments. If you're solo, make the work visible to yourself. Record a single rep. Mark the exact second the form breaks and aim just before that next time. Tiny improvements compound, they just don't brag about it. Finally, rest like it's part of the plan, because it is. Sleep stitches practice into memory. Entanitis dus jumulishisje, ime, and sedaklik boom. Walks reset attention. A day off prevents your errors from becoming your style. When the plateau hits, and it will, don't add panic. Change the drill, change the speed, change the teacher, or take a deload week. Skill is a garden, water, prune, sunlight, time. Perfection is an Instagram filter. Mastery is a Tuesday routine. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, frees us from one tyrant and hands us to another. It says there isn't a single absolute standard. There are millions of gazes, each with its own story. That's liberating. You're not failing a universal test. But it also means beauty can start to feel like a popularity contest that never ends. A shifting scoreboard powered by whatever room you're standing in. The truth that helps is quieter. Beauty, partly taught eras and cultures pick favorites, and deeply lived, your history changes what glows to you, which means there's space to choose whose eyes you let matter, and to cultivate your own. You already know the costs of outsourced beauty. A feed full of faces filtered the same way makes you suspicious of your own. A trend tells you your nose, hair, skin, height, weight, or walk requires correcting, and suddenly your free attention becomes unpaid labor. Beauty becomes a job you clock into in the morning and can't clock out of, with supervisors you never met. The result isn't joy, it's surveillance of yourself by yourself. When you're busy grading your reflection, you stop seeing the world that could feed you. Opting out completely is a myth. We are visual creatures. The better move is to curate your beholders and expand what counts. Start with your inputs. Prune the accounts that make your body feel like a problem to solve. Follow people who live fully in many bodies, ages, abilities, genders, and styles. Your brain updates its normal by exposure. Shift the compliments you give and ask for. Less you look smaller, younger. More you look at ease. That color tells your story. I love how you're present. Appearance talk that notices aliveness instead of compliance changes rooms. Then grow your own eye. Train it the way you train taste in music or wine. Notice specifics. What textures soothe you? Linen, wood, matte ceramics? What palettes make you breathe easier? Cool shadows, warm earth, high contrast. What faces feel like home? Freckled, lined, animated, still. Make small choices that match your answers. A shirt that feels kind to your skin. A haircut that respects your mornings. Light by your desk that flatters your real face. When style is congruent, you stop performing attractive and start inhabiting yours. People read that as beauty because ease is magnetic. Beauty also lives in use. A hand that carries groceries for a neighbor is beautiful. Legs that walk you through a hard day are beautiful. Laugh lines are receipts for joy. Worry lines are receipts for surviving. If you practice gratitude only for how your body looks, you miss the primary miracle. It does things. Try a weekly body thank you note. Thanks, wrists, for typing all day. Thanks, lungs, for the long hill. Function first appreciation softens the mirror. There's a power angle we can't skip. For tithe for jedens bears mangi shon ma. So are hieden no you jerstente. Who gets to behold often decides who gets hired, protected, paid, believed. That's why expanding beauty isn't just personal, it's ethical. Hire beyond your bias, cast beyond your default. Design spaces and products for bodies that the old gaze ignored. When you widen the lens, the world gets more accurate and more humane. If you want one tiny experiment this week, do the 2 lists practice. List 5 things about your appearance that you've been taught to monitor. Then list 5 ways your presence, not your looks, makes rooms better. You ask good questions, you calm chaos, you bring humor, you notice the quiet person, you make food. Put the second list where you get dressed. Let it become the mirror that matters. Beauty shifts when belonging does. Keep the sentence but edit its job. Let beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder mean Choose beholders who behold generously, including the one in your own head, and become the kind of beholder who finds beauty where it's alive, not where it's merely approved. Patience is a virtue, survives because it's occasionally perfect. Some things only bloom on slow clocks: trust, strength, fluency, grief that needs 100 ordinary mornings to soften. But the slogan turns sour when it becomes a blanket command to wait quietly while nothing changes. Oh, tajans of the salzatsobirate. So, breathe full. Patience isn't passive, it's how you behave while time passes. It's the discipline to keep tending the right seeds, to prune the wrong ones, and to rest without abandoning the garden. When people say, be patient, ask a sharper question. Patient about what exactly? And what am I doing while I wait? When patient, the deep fun enough. There's betchen engines, and they say there's bright, useful patience. It's the athlete who lets small, consistent sessions stack instead of chasing a heroic week that ends in injury. It's the learner who spaces practice and accepts that retrieval feels harder and therefore works better than rereading. It's the couple who pauses a midnight argument, sleeps, and returns when their brains can listen. It's the job hunter who measures conversations with real humans instead of doom-scrolling postings at 2 a.m. In each case, patience looks like rhythm, small lead actions you can repeat, paired with review points where you adjust. No drama, just the process doing its quiet work. Then there's counterfeit patience, waiting dressed as wisdom. You'll recognize it by the ache that doesn't dim, the story you keep telling to excuse inaction, and the calendar that shows nothing. If your landlord, boss, partner, or your own habits keep crossing the same line, be patient becomes be available to more of the same. Patience there needs a spine, right exit and pivot rules in daylight. If X hasn't improved by Y date, and I've done A, B, C, I change the plan. Why? Window senin. What are Susans? I first round that. That sentence rescues you from sunk cost loyalty to a situation that only knows how to take. Timing still matters. Markets cycle, teams rotate, bodies heal on their own schedule. The antidote to anxious rushing isn't apathy, it's patient urgency. Unrushed about outcomes, specific about the next inch. Pick 2 lead indicators you control. Applications sent with referrals, sessions practiced, walk and talks scheduled, follow-ups logged. Track those where you can see them. If a week passes and the dials don't move, shrink the target until you can keep it on your worst day. The point of patience is continuity, not perfection. Protect your capacity while you wait. Sleep is what welds today's inch to tomorrow's ability. Food steadies your nerves so you don't confuse adrenaline for guidance. Movement bleeds off charge that otherwise turns into fights with strangers on the internet. Community makes long arcs survivable. Tiny check-ins and silly rituals are not distractions from your patience. They're the fuel for it. You, for Grugging me for shingen. Farshensin says dorying, they faggingen. You can't hold a long horizon on fumes. Relationships ask for the subtlest version. Patience with a partner's learning curve is love. Patience with patterns that harm you is surrender. If repair is real, you'll see structure. Clear apologies, changed behavior, guardrails that make the old mistake harder, willingness to measure progress where both of you can see it. If all you see is speeches and resets, patience is buying time for a rerun. You're allowed to step back and say, I hope you grow, and I can't stay while you learn this. So keep the virtue and change its job description. Let patience mean you move at a human pace, you measure what you can control, you review and revise, and you refuse to mortgage your safety or sanity to maintain an image of being good. Tonight, pick one long arc that matters. Decide the smallest repeating action that nudges it forward, the review day you'll check it, and the boundary that keeps waiting from turning into withering. Then do today's inch and let the clock do the part only it can do. It is what it is can be a bomb or a cage. In its best form, it's a breath. You stop wrestling facts, name what's true, and free up energy to respond. In its worst form, it's a shrug that shuts down agency, curiosity, and care. We say it to avoid spiraling. We also say it to avoid feeling. It's as to hudu with or spes to our hands tui. It is the one again and you be beingly. The move that actually helps is smaller and sharper. It is now what? Acceptance first, then action where action lives. Start with the part that isn't optional. Reality. The flight is cancelled. The company reorganized. The result is in. The person said no. Calling a brick wall a door just bloodies your hands. Name the facts in one plain sentence you'd be willing to read out loud. Drop the extras always and never. Of course this happens to me. Your nervous system calms when language stops arguing with the world. Then, influence is slower, norms you can advocate for, a manager's perception, a team habit you can model. Outside is everything else. Weather, other people's choices, past outcomes, write one line under each. Most relief comes from moving items to the right column and then refusing to spend today's life on them. Give the feeling a seat without giving it the wheel. You're allowed to be angry, sad, scared, disappointed. Set a timer for 3 minutes and tell the truth on paper. Don't perform it, just say it. When the timer ends, fold the page and choose one small move that fits the control column. That turn, from ruminating about what should be to tending what is the whole craft. Use tiny scripts that survive chaos. Does this need action or presence? If action, pick the inch you can complete in 20 minutes. If presence, sit, breathe slower on the exhale, place a hand on the part of your body that's loud and let the wave crest without adding a story. Spi danstike, these bunnies, use. Na, that this doesn't. Another script. Acknowledge right arrow, adjust right arrow anchor. Acknowledge the fact, launch moved a month. Adjust one plan resequence work, call the partner, update cash flow. Anchor yourself with something steady, walk, water. Message someone who keeps you sane. Repeat until the day starts obeying physics again. Acceptance isn't approval, surrender, or passivity. It's accurate seeing. You can accept a diagnosis and still fight for the best care. Accept a breakup and still grieve hard while you protect your dignity. Accept a reorganized team and still negotiate role clarity, workload, and boundaries. The opposite of it is what it isn't magical thinking. It's agency sized for a human. Simple asks, small experiments, exit criteria written in daylight. Where you have zero leverage, acceptance becomes protection. You stop throwing hours at a locked door and start building a side entrance somewhere else. Watch for the places the phrase gets weaponized. If someone uses it to dodge accountability, deadlines slip. It is what it is, translated into a question. Given that, what changes so this doesn't repeat? If you're using it to numb a situation that is harming you, translate again. It is like this here. Where can I go? That's different. Oh, wandes bio, yi is, guas sao. Te, is fun. Acceptance without options becomes resignation. Acceptance with options becomes design. If you need a 1-minute practice tonight, write the fact, draw 2 small boxes, move and let go, and put 1 item in each. Do the move before bed if it's tiny. For the let go, write 1 sentence starting with even though. Even though the answer was no, I can. And close the notebook. Tomorrow add 1 more inch under move. Over time, you'll find the phrase losing its weight as an ending and gaining power as a pivot. What goes around comes around feels like a promise from the universe. Tally up your choices, and one day the bill, good or bad, will land on the table of whoever earned it. There's comfort in that, especially when life looks unfair in the short term. But karma as cosmic vending machine is a shaky compass. Sometimes generous people get sidelined. Sometimes cruel people collect trophies. If you wait for the sky to balance every ledger, you'll either turn bitter or passive. The useful version of karma isn't mystical. It's mechanical. It's how habits sculpt your future self, how reputation shapes the rooms you're allowed into, and how small systems you build today push tomorrow toward or away from you. Start with the loops you can see. Behavior becomes identity through repetition. If you cut corners just this once, you rehearse the muscle that cuts corners next time, and your standards quietly reset. If you keep a promise on boring days, you rehearse being dependable. 1 year later, dependable has opened doors that talent alone couldn't. That's karma as trajectory, not lightning bolts but compounding. It also lives in reputation, the stories people tell about what it's like to work with you. The world is smaller than it looks. Circles overlap. The email you write today will arrive in rooms you haven't imagined yet. Whoa, whoa, kolna, oh, the stay hard. When you are fair, when you could have been slick, when you share credit, when you could have hoarded, future you meets fewer closed doors. There's also the karma of culture. In a team or family, the tone you set becomes the air you all breathe back. If the norm is we repair quickly, conflict still happens, but resentment doesn't root. If the norm is we joke cruelly, you get cheap laughs and expensive trust. What goes around here isn't metaphysics, it's feedback loops. Change the loop and the atmosphere changes, then the outcomes follow. But justice isn't automatic. Waiting for a bully to get theirs can keep you in harm's way. Boundaries and consequences are part of grown-up karma. Document, escalate, leave if you must. Advocate for systems that make exploitation harder and repair easier. Clear policies, transparent pay, 2-person approvals, audits that are actually read. What goes around improves when the rules reward decency and make abuse costly. Hoping for cosmic payback is not a safety plan. Design is. Enisis rosa sovate she wateas froze. Equally, don't weaponize karma to dodge accountability. They'll get what's coming can be a way to avoid the uncomfortable work of direct conversation, restitution, or apology. Real repair is local and specific. Name the harm, make it right, change the conditions that made it easy to repeat. Veo, why dishund? It's never too late is a sentence people toss around like confetti, and if you've got years of detours behind you, it can feel like a lie dressed up for Instagram. Time is real. Knees talk back. Calendars fill. Whole industries morph while you're busy keeping the lights on. Still, the second half of the story is stubbornly true. Late is not the same as over. Brains keep wiring, hands keep learning, networks keep forming. What changes with age isn't the possibility of change, it's the physics of it. You don't need louder hype. You need smarter scaffolding and a willingness to let the path look different than the poster you imagined at 20. Start with your advantages because you have them. You carry clarity that younger you didn't. A sense of what matters and what you never want to sit through again. You've got pattern memory. Mistakes that taught you faster diagnostics. You probably have some social capital. A few people who answer your messages, a reputation in at least one room. Fa. Wa. Fun. You. Ki. Aim those at a small, specific target. Not reinvent my life, but ship one portfolio piece by month's end, finish the beginner course and schedule a critique, shadow someone for a day. When you make the aim tiny and visible, the brain stops cooperating. Inende, day for today, iwivujinujo hamd, sesamatani. Use pilot energy, not leap energy. Keep the job that funds your runway while you test versions of the dream in low-stakes ways. Volunteer on a weekend set, take a paid micro-gig, build a tiny product, and show 10 real humans. Run short experiments with clear questions. Will anyone pay for this? T. Just borstet was, and bootstigo. And exit rules you write in daylight. If I don't see signal by X date after trying A, B, C, I'll pivot. That structure beats both magical thinking and permanent almost. Respect the body you have now. Training plans, study blocks, even social bandwidth change with seasons. Recovery is part of the plan, not a treat. Sleep on purpose. Move most days. Eat like your future depends on it, because it does. A regulated nervous system learns faster and sticks with hard things longer. If you're carrying injuries or chronic conditions, adapt the path to your physiology instead of trying to bully it. A bike instead of a run is not defeat, it's design. Expect grief to ride shotgun. Starting late means admitting there are versions of your life you won't live. Let that sting, then choose again. Trade the fantasy of being the prodigy for the satisfaction of becoming good in public. Share early drafts. Ask for small, precise feedback. Find peers across ages. Mixed rooms cut through the myth that worth has a birth year. Apprenticeship is a mindset, not an age bracket. Stack skills you already own. Mid-career pivots often win by combination, not raw novelty. Teacher plus UX, nurse plus data, carpenter plus content, parent plus offs. List your verbs. Organize, soothe, persuade, debug, host, sell, and plug them into the new DOM. Effects angsters bitches wick tip. You don't start from zero, you start from experience pointed at a new surface. Install floors you can keep on your worst week. 10 minutes of scales, 1 paragraph, 1 outreach, 1 walk, 1 module. Floors keep the habit alive. Ceilings are for bright days. Track streaks and recovery time. How fast you come back after a miss. Skill isn't built by never falling. It's built by returning with a better plan. Money matters. Name your enough, build a small buffer, and move in steps that preserve your solvency and dignity. Pride says, burn the boats. Wisdom says, keep a ferry. You'll make braver bets when you're not panicking. And when the world whispers that you're too late, borrow better evidence. People who shipped debuts in their 40s, 50s, 60s didn't time travel. They ran loops. Attempt, feedback, adjust, rest, repeat. Quiet compounding beats loud reinvention. So no, you can't rewind. but you can re-rue. Fa. S. End. And button the crazy. Oh, the road is still open, just with better signs and a steadier driver. Tonight, pick 1 inch. Email someone you admire with one specific question. Block 1 practice window, lay out 1 tool-wear morning. You can't miss it. Tomorrow, do the rep. In a year, late will look like when it started to work. Confidence is the key to success sounds like a master key you can slip into any lock. Believe and the door opens. There's truth in it. People who expect they can succeed try more, persist longer, and recover faster. Confidence changes your posture, your voice, your willingness to ask and to risk. But confidence by itself doesn't turn bolts. Outcomes move when belief is paired with the quieter machinery that actually carries weight. Preparation, skills, strategy, feedback, support, and a tolerance for being wrong on the way to being right. Treat confidence like ignition, not the engine. Still. Buzz down. Gen 1. Quell. The car still needs fuel, maps, and maintenance. Overconfidence can even hurt. If you mistake adrenaline for ability, you skip the work that would have made the moment go well. You speak over details, ignore base rates, and miss the simple fix because you're busy selling a complicated story. Dus gesti, goverbury. Als die, ho yui, the besi you must but. The goal isn't to feel certain, it's to be calibrated. Your self-belief rising and falling with the quality of your information and your reps. Quietly competent people often look less flashy, but their hit rate is higher because their confidence tracks evidence. So where does useful confidence come from? Start with clarity you can say out loud. 1 sentence about what good looks like in this situation narrows the target and calms the noise. Then build a proof loop. Rehearsal that looks like the real thing, feedback that's specific, and small stakes that get slightly bigger. Pitch the idea to 1 safe person, then to 3, then to the room. Record a 1-minute take and listen back for filler words. Run your deck with a timer. Each rep gives you a receipt your nervous system believes more than affirmations ever will. State control matters too. It's hard to act confident when your body thinks you're being chased. Lower arousal before high-stakes moments, longer exhales, a brisk walk, water, a sentence written on a card that starts with even if I blank once, I'll pause, breathe, and continue. Confidence isn't the absence of anxiety. It's the ability to perform while anxious because you built a plan your body can follow. Borrow confidence from structure. Checklists prevent last-minute scrambles from eating your attention. Pre-briefs and after-action notes turn chaos into craft. What's the aim? What could fail? What will we do if it does? And what changed next time? Surround yourself with steady people who tell you the truth while believing you can handle it. Compliments warm, useful critique compounds. Fushi ni buthas dans is holy. Shikigumyu does say. Whereas what of the sense says there's a cultural angle worth naming. Some rooms reward swagger, others reward modesty and receipts. Read the room without becoming it. Let your certainty sit in your backbone, not your volume. Trade. I'm absolutely sure. For here's what we know, here's what we're testing, here's the plan if we're wrong. Paradoxically, acknowledging uncertainty makes people trust you more because it sounds like reality and not theater. If you need something you can do tonight, pick a tiny arena and run 1 loop. Define good, do a single rep, capture 1 note of feedback, and schedule the next rep. Confidence grows like compound interest, quietly, then obviously. It's not the key. It's the hand that turns the key you forged by showing up, learning in public, and keeping your promises to yourself when no one is watching. The squeaky wheel gets the grease is a catchy way of saying, make noise and you'll get resources. Sometimes it's accurate. Systems are noisy. Attention is scarce. The person who speaks up can break the stalemate. But the proverb, taken literally, rewards volume over value and turns organizations into complaint economies. The quiet wheel, the one carrying real load without drama, wears down in the dark. A healthier truth is that clear, timely, solution-shaped voice gets the grease, and healthy systems grease the right wheels before they scream. There are moments to squeak, safety issues, bias, blocked work, broken processes that multiply waste. Silence here isn't virtue, it's drift. The question isn't whether to speak, but how. Swap performative escalation for disciplined advocacy. Name the problem in one sentence, describe the impact with a measurable cost, propose a specific fix, and request a decision by a concrete date. Our response, SLA, slips after 4 p.m. Insisted flows, but seven. Then, wingbo, set, which costs us 12% in next-day churn. I propose we trial a rotating late shift for 2 weeks. I'll own the schedule and the debrief. Can we decide by Thursday? That tone reads as stewardship, not noise. Document before you escalate. Notes turn vibes into evidence. Tinni. I sta with ma. Job DB. Week gray. When you do raise the flag, you can attach receipts. Timestamps examples, customer quotes, dollar estimates. Gather coalition, 2 or 3 affected peers who co-sign the problem and will pilot the fix. Leaders listen faster when the ask is shared and the pathway is real. Is snez the thee who's aimed for ba Kevin thee boo kev. Escalate up a ladder, not a cannon. Direct donor, right arrow, cross-functional partner, right arrow manager, right arrow sponsor. At each rung, be explicit about what you're asking for: approval, people, budget, or shield time. Bias complicates the proverb, isn't the? The same squeak gets read differently depending on who squeaks. Women and people from marginalized groups are more likely to be labeled difficult for the same assertiveness that earns others decisive. That's not a reason to disappear. It's a reason to adjust tactics and push for better systems. Wasn't in way. Reina. Sawars. Don't reason. Use framing that centers shared stakes to hit the Q4 target. Will need calibration, sense check. Am I off on impact? And allies who echo your point in rooms you're not in. If you lead, fix the bias at the source. Rotate airtime. Ask the quiet expert first, credit the originator, and install channels where feedback doesn't require social risk office hours, anonymous forms you actually read, written RFC, EO, RSTI, Forzano, Orfe, and Apoyo, Tishi, Hascorus. If you're conflict averse, start small. Script 1, clean ask. To meet Friday's deadline, I need a decision on X by 3 p.m. Otherwise, I'll proceed with option A. Practice broken record calm. Repeat the ask without justifying your existence. If you tend to over-squeak at a cooling check, is this blocking costly or just annoying? If it's merely annoying, batch it for the weekly retro. If you're a manager, drowning in squeaks triage with a simple form. Problem impact proposed fix owner timeline. So, reward the people who bring solutions and data, not just decibels. Don't let the proverb become your culture. Quiet competence should be visible and resourced by design. Install dashboards that surface real pain defects, churn, backlog age, so you're greasing based on signal, not personalities. In so for reasons as z. Les says vs d. Do proactive maintenance. Ones that ask what's the most annoying recurring friction and actually fund the top 2 fixes each quarter. Publicly celebrate unsqueaky wins. The runbook that prevented incidents, the checklist that cut onboarding time in half, the teammate who absorbed a surge and then automated it away. When the answer is no or not, now, close the loop like an adult. Explain the trade-offs, set a revisit date, and offer a smaller concession. If you're the asker, receive the no without burning the bridge. Decide whether to adapt, escalate one rung with new data, or exit the fight because the juice truly isn't worth it. The grease you want is attention, resources, and a decision. The wheel you want to be is steady, audible when it counts, and easy to help. Speak up early with specifics, holding a small plan in your hand. And if you build teams, make it so the best work gets greased before it squeaks, and the loudest wheel only gets louder when it's right. If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life is a poster that leaves out the sweat. Love does soften the edges. When you care, boredom shrinks and the hours hold more color. But even dream jobs contain chores, politics, billing, spreadsheets, revisions, awkward emails, and the occasional Sunday dread. Loving the craft doesn't dissolve labor, it makes the labor worth it. When you treat love as an exemption from effort, the first hard week feels like proof you chose wrong. I wa sen e o fa. For when you treat love as fuel, the hard week is just a week. Start by separating the craft from the job that surrounds it. A chef loves food. The job includes inventory, staff schedules, margins, and a fryer that dies at 6 p.m. A teacher loves learning. The job includes meetings, grading, and a copier that jams because that's its hobby. A founder loves solving problems. The job includes compliance, hiring, and customer fires at 11:57 p.m. Meaning lives in the craft. Stability lives in the boring scaffolding. If you only feed the craft, burnout waits. If you only feed the job, your soul goes gray. Balance looks like protecting time for the part you love while building systems that make the rest tolerable. Checklists, templates, shared calendars, clear office hours, a budget that keeps panic off your back. Love survives when it's paced. Early zeal makes promises your body can't keep. Yes to every client, every gig, every committee. Then you start resenting the thing you begged to do because you never let it breathe. Install ceilings you can point to. Max hours per week, max clients per month. One day every 2 weeks that's hands off for admin and rest. Keep a floor too. One deliberate session with the craft itself. No email, no metrics, so your week includes the thing that made you start. Money doesn't cheapen love, it clarifies it. Charge enough that you can continue. Underpricing to keep it pure forces you to take twice the work and turns passion into piecework. Price simply. Raise as your skill and demand rise, and let some work be free on purpose. One pro bono slot? One monthly hour for a community you care about. So generosity is designed, not extracted. The myth also says love is singular. Find the one true calling and pledge eternal loyalty. Yuanato sokuwa? Fonses pshitsetsechosechalese. Duzatsan an. Real lives are plural. You might adore the craft and outgrow the industry. You might love the field and change roles. You might love the mission and swap mediums. Don't confuse method with meaning. Keep the meaning steady. Teach, heal, build, connect, entertain. And let the method evolve with your seasons and your nervous system. I'm done. Touring is not, I'm done with music. Guard against identity totalization. When love and work fully overlap, every critique feels personal and every slow month feels existential. Grow other rooms, friendships that don't ask about output, movement that isn't monetized, a hobby you can be gloriously average at. A fuller self makes creative risks less terrifying because a bad quarter can't evict your whole worth. When the glow dims, don't panic. Diagnose. Are you tired, under-challenged, overextended, underpaid, or lonely? Different problems, different fixes, sleep and boundaries, stretch projects, pruning commitments, renegotiation or a new market, finding peers who speak your language, keep a why file, screenshots of kind notes, photos of small wins, the sentence that started, you. On rough days, it reminds you this isn't just a job, it's your chosen difficulty. So keep the spirit and retire the slogan. If you love what you do, you'll still work, sometimes hard, sometimes late, sometimes annoyed. But you'll get to aim your effort at something that feels like you. That's not work's disappearance, that's dignity. Build a life where the labor and the love can coexist. Clear prices, gentle ceilings, protected craft time, small rituals of rest, peers who get it, and a willingness to edit the method while keeping the meaning. You won't float through your days. Bill days. Feig det da zane snen faran moy. Say to you. You'll earn them, and like who you are while you do. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sounds practical. Why mess with something that's doing its job? The trap is that broke usually means visibly failing. While most problems grow quietly, a bolt that loosens a millimeter a week, a process that wastes 10 minutes a day, a library that hasn't been patched since last spring, a relationship habit that adds one unspoken resentment, her month high, al vi, the chala, Disney's wow. For by the time broke announces itself, you're negotiating in the middle of a outage, a bill, or a fight. The wiser stance isn't compulsive tinkering, it's preventive tending, small, low-risk adjustments that reduce the chance and cost of future failure. First, define broke like an adult, not a shrug. Fathers. Frosted body. A system isn't fine if it merely runs. It's fine if it's safe under load, affordable to operate and resilient when something else misbehaves. Ask 3 questions. Where are we 1 weak link away from a mess? What's unnecessarily expensive to keep going? And what depends on outdated parts or people who might disappear? That lens turns invisible risk into visible work. Rotate passwords. Document the ritual only one person knows. Replace the creaky extension cord. Put the emergency cache where you can actually reach it. Improvement doesn't mean ripping out foundations. Iterate gently. Vanyon. Oh. Fat for her. That level. Level. Wherever. Change one variable at a time so you can reverse it if it squeaks. In software, that's feature flags, canary releases, rollbacks. In operations, that's checklists, dry runs, maintenance windows on calendars. In life, that's tiny experiments. Try the new bedtime for a week. Move the weekly planning session to a time your brain is kinder. Clean the single drawer that always jams your morning. The goal isn't novelty, It's lower friction and fewer surprises. Security and safety are the loudest counterexamples to the slogan. Not broke today can still be exposed. Unpatched devices, lapsed smoke detector batteries, a car with tires that look fine until rain proves otherwise. The fix here isn't heroics, it's cadence. Put recurring maintenance on autopilot. Oil changes, backups, dental cleanings, budget reviews, relationship check-ins. Boring beats dramatic, especially when the alternative is a preventable emergency. There is a cost to over-fixing. Some systems get worse when you fuss. A stable team derailed by constant reorgs, a script degraded by trendy refactors, a workflow cluttered by tools that solve problems you don't have. Use a simple rule to avoid vanity tinkering. If a change won't reduce risk, time, or spend for someone soon, park it. Improvement should be felt by future you or a real user, not just admired in a changelog. If you lead, fight the perverse incentive that rewards firefighters and forgets fire preventers. Celebrate the incident that never happened because a teammate retired a flaky component. Budget for maintenance like it's a product, not a rain check. And if you're solo, be that leader for yourself. Mark a monthly tune-up hour, fix 2 small snags, and pick one risk you'll shrink by 10%. If you need a sentence you can live by, if it isn't broken, inspect it. If it's critical, maintain it. If it's costly or brittle, improve it. And if changing it today creates more risk than it removes, leave it, with a review date. Tonight, list 3 nagging friction points you tolerate. In Z, if it's fix one tiny thing, label the breaker box, schedule the backup, script the email you rewrite weekly. Tomorrow will run quieter, not because you waited for broke, but because you didn't. The best things in life are free is a lovely sentence because it points your face towards sunlight. Friendship that makes you laugh, cry, a hug that lowers your heartbeat. The first cold morning, a song you can't help but sing. The library aisle that smells like paper and possibility. None of that asks for your card at the door. But free can be a bit of a magic trick. Sunsets don't invoice you, true, but they do charge in time and attention. Parks feel free because someone already paid taxes, planted trees, swept the paths, and kept the lights working. A great conversation is free because 2 people bring presents they earned elsewhere by sleeping, eating, and managing their stress enough to be kind. Free often means no price at point of use, not no cost anywhere. That's not a buzzkill. It's an invitation to spend on the right things so the free stuff can reach you. If your days are wall to wall, the cost of a quiet walk is the hour you don't give to email. If your nervous system is fried, the cost of a slow morning is going to bed before the algorithm gets your last attention. If you want more laughter, the cost is organizing dinner instead of waiting for spontaneity to find you through 5 busy calendars. Money doesn't buy wonder directly, but it can buy fewer friction points. A decent pair of shoes so walking is pleasure, a thermos so coffee in the park is easy, a transit pass to the library across town, a babysitting swap so an evening with friends doesn't wreck the week. You spend a little to unlock a lot. Start noticing the free that's already within reach and give it a runway. Put your phone in a drawer during one meal. Schedule a standing library date. Even 30 minutes counts. Learn your city's free days and community calendars. Show up like a regularity. Wow, spuz, vigelanding, varokali. Sputazifdi. Keep a simple joy list on your fridge. Call someone who knows your childhood laugh. Watch the sky change for 10 minutes. Bring fruit to the break room. Learn one wildflower's name. Reread the poem that always lands. These are tiny and embarrassingly effective. Most of what we call happiness is not exotic. It's familiar and underattended. Also, pay back the free. Public goods survive on invisible labor. Carry a small bag and pick up a bit of trash on your walk. Return your books on time. Drop a few coins in the busker's case or a small donation at the museum that fed your afternoon. If a friend keeps hosting, be the one who brings soup or does the dishes. Reciprocity isn't about guilt. It's how the free things stay available to the next person. Finally, be careful with the comparison trap. The free bests will never look as glossy as the purchased highlight reel. They don't arrive in boxes or come with tracking numbers. They live in the ordinary. But ordinary is where your life actually happens. If you curate your days for more daylight, more movement, more conversation, more noticing, the paid peaks matter less because the baseline got good. You didn't become ascetic. You became resourced by friendships, by rituals, by places you can go without asking permission. Waar you gides benini, winzai, and as miserzage in eeuw work sourced to G. So keep the sentence, but read the fine print. The best things in life are free-ish, funded by communities, unlocked by time, stabilized by small systems, and multiplied when you contribute. Spend a little on removing friction. Spend a lot of attention on what doesn't bill you. En zo sa de. So diderlihein. So bits up. The return on that investment is a life that feels less like waiting and more like being there. When one door closes, another opens is a sentence we reach for when the air gets knocked out of us. It offers a comforting architecture. Life as a corridor of neat, labeled doors. Lose a job, gain a calling, end a relationship, meet your person, miss one chance, watch a better one swing wide. Woo! Why? Wanand. Sometimes it happens exactly like that. More often, there's a hallway. It's dim. It's longer than you hoped. And the next door doesn't open by itself. You build it, or you notice a side window you couldn't see while you were staring at the old knob. Start by letting the closed door be what it is, a loss. Skip the motivational rush for a second and name it plainly. What ended, what it gave you, what it cost to lose it. Grief isn't a detour. It's part of the road that keeps you from dragging the past into the next room. Give it a container. Talk to one steady person. Write a page you won't reread. Cry in the shower. Walk until your body remembers it can move without that chapter. The goal isn't to get over it, it's to move with it so you can use both hands to build. Then translate the loss into needs. Ask, what did that door provide underneath the label? A salary was also structure, identity, camaraderie. A relationship was also touch, shared routine, a witness to your life. Turn each need into prototypes instead of a single replacement. Structure? A co-working morning twice a week. Ident en erwen. Yours boy. Career mea. A love is a project with a visible finish line. Camaraderie? Join the small room where people do the thing you care about, not the big room where people pose about it. When you aim for needs, you stop trying to clone the past and start designing something that actually fits now. Momentum loves small, scheduled experiments. Write a 2-week plan with 3 tiny bets. Reach out to 5 people who do adjacent work. Audit your days and move one task to the hour your brain is best. Ship a rough draft to a real human. Add stage gates in daylight. If I don't see X signal by Y date after trying A, B, C, I pivot. That sentence keeps you from waiting for fate to wave you through and asks reality to answer sooner. Luck isn't magic, it's surface area. Make your work and your interest visible where the right eyes live. To wawast, mates theosin du van. Firm nays. Say yes to small rooms with high trust. Put prototypes in public. Follow up once, kindly. None of this guarantees the perfect door, but it puts you in the hallway where doors exist. And take care of the machine that's walking. Sleep so your brain can rewire. Move so anxious energy has somewhere to go. Eat like you're funding a comeback, not a sprint you can't finish. Be wary of the weaponized version of the phrase, full. Sometimes a door shuts because a space was harmful. The open door might simply be safety and quiet for a season. Sometimes a door shuts because of injustice. The next one doesn't open until you and others push. Hope is not passive. It's a hand on a hinge. If you need a handle tonight, try a simple map. Lost right arrow need right arrow 3 experiments, right arrow review date. Put one call on the calendar, lay out one tool where morning, you can't miss it, and set one boundary that stops the old door from reopening under a new name. Fuck with a Z, wa then, fa for wall, tsatse, he wa. The corridor won't feel endless if you're measuring steps instead of staring at walls. Another door is possible. You don't have to wait for it to find you. Keep improving is a sweet compass and a dangerous god. Pointed well, it turns ordinary days into a series of small, honest upgrades. Clearer sentences, cleaner code, kinder conversations, steadier sleep. Worshipped blindly, it becomes self-surveillance with a smile. You start treating your life like a firmware that always needs patching and rest like a bug. The version of keep improving that actually pays is humble and loop-based. Pick a thing that matters. Make the tiniest change you can keep. Look at what happened and keep the parts that worked. And loom, sedze estedini, sidia Londonzen, hetch. That's not hustle theater. That's craftsmanship. Begin with aim, not appetite. Improvement for its own sake gets you shiny 90-day sprints that collapse on day 91. Improvement toward an aim gets you compounding. Write one clean sentence about the outcome you want this season. Fewer chaotic mornings. Publish weekly to real readers. Less conflict hangover. Then choose 2 lead actions you control that make that outcome likelier. Lay clothes and lunches out the night before. Draft on Tuesdays, edit on Thursdays. Soft start complaints and set a return time after a pause. Put these on the calendar like stubborn little rituals. If they're too big to keep on your worst day, shrink them until they stick. Keep a done log. Your brain forgets quiet wins and remembers the one wobbly moment at 3 p.m., a running list, shipped draft, walk taken, boundary held. Turns effort into receipts. Review weekly for 15 minutes. Zemens biz bus wakaksan. Henin day. For einen. Ask 3 questions only. What worked, keep. What squeaked, fix. What didn't matter, kill. Improvement is as much subtraction as addition. Retiring a draining habit, the late-night scroll, the extra tool, the recurring meeting with no owner, can give you more life than any new upgrade. Wafo, bonovo, an. Walkwin any lane, suv, dui, Noble. Expect plateaus. Design for them. Skill grows in steps. Surge, stall, jump. In the stall, don't panic and throw the whole system out. Change one variable, the order you work, the constraint timer, metronome, single tab, the teacher, or resource. Take a deload week in training or creativity to let your nervous system consolidate gains. Rest isn't the opposite of improvement. It's the part that converts reps into capacity. Guard against never enough. Improvement should make your life more livable, not more inspected. What is end? Define good enough for now in advance. 3 workouts, 5 vegetables most days, 1 deep hour on the project, phone outside the bedroom 5 nights a week. Hitting the floor counts. The ceiling is optional. If you keep moving the goalposts, the game stops feeling worth playing. Celebrate boring consistency, streaks and quick recoveries after misses. Over dramatic peaks, invite feedback with boundaries. Ask one person for 1 inch, what's the smallest tweak that would raise this a grade? Then actually try it next rep and report back. Don't crowdsource your identity. Do recruit a small circle that knows what you're trying to improve and cares enough to tell you the truth kindly. Pair outside feedback with self-audits you'll respect. Record a single take, mark the exact moment form breaks, and aim just before that line next time. Oh, futsas doors dumon, sus do, daptun. Make the environment do half the job. Lay out tools where morning, you can't miss them. Hide the distractions you reliably lose to. Template the emails you rewrite weekly. Schedule maintenance like meetings. Improvement that relies on willpower alone becomes a grind. Improvement that relies on design feels suspiciously easy. Finally, let seasons exist. Some quarters are for building, others are for bedding in. Ship, then stabilize. After a push, declare a hold phase where you don't raise the bar. You just make the new level feel like home. The point of keep improving isn't to become unrecognizable. It's to become reliably yourself under slightly heavier weather. Tonight, pick 1 domain, 1 sentence aim, and 1 inch you'll repeat 3 times this week. Put it on the calendar. Next week, review with mercy, prune 1 thing, add nothing flashy. That's how lives get better without burning out the person inside them. Once a cheater, always a cheater sounds like armor you put on after the floor drops out. It promises certainty when you're dizzy. Past equals future, case closed, protect yourself. There's a piece of wisdom in it. Patterns do repeat when nothing else changes, but the always turns a warning into a prophecy. People cheat for different reasons, and those reasons have different futures. Some are running from conflict and choose the shortcut of secrecy. Some are chasing novelty like a drug. Some are exiting a relationship without the courage to say the sentence. Some are intoxicated by entitlement and opportunity. Lumping all of that into one fate makes it harder to tell who can build a different life and who will just rehearse the same mistake with better excuses. What predicts real change isn't speeches, it's structure. First, full ownership without blame shifting. No, we were distant. No, it just happened. No, if you hadn't. Only I chose this. I hurt you. Second, immediate and permanent no contact with the affair partner, not performative, not slow. Third, radical transparency for a season. Not as punishment, but as scaffolding. Voluntarily open calendars, consistent whereabouts, proactive updates, therapy attendance visible, money that isn't hiding side channels. Fourth, deeper work. individual therapy that hunts the driver avoidance, novelty seeking, self-worth maintenance, substance abuse, trauma responses, plus couples work that builds conflict skills, repair, boundaries, and a shared definition of fidelity, including digital emotional lines. Forburr, stay. Force, first burn. Ford. Fifth, time. Months of quiet consistency. Trust returns at the speed of proof, not promises. For you, the betrayed partner, safety first. You're not obligated to stay to be magnanimous, and leaving isn't small or petty. It's sometimes the kindest truth. If you do stay, you set the terms and tempo of disclosure and repair. Watch behavior, not charm. Beware trickle truth, new details only when cornered, and the flip where you're made the villain for asking questions. You're allowed to pause intimacy, ask for tests if there are health risks, require specific boundaries, and insist on a review date where you decide whether the relationship is actually getting better or just quieter. Distinguish a single lapse with immediate confession, clean cutoffs, and sustained repair from a pattern of deceit, multiple partners, overlapping lies, blame, secrecy about phones, finances, rage when asked for accountability. The first can sometimes be healed into a sturdier relationship than the original, because the system gets rebuilt with honesty and tools it never had. The second is characterological, or at least deeply practiced. It usually repeats unless the person commits to long, humbling work, with community and consequences, not just apologies. Some people do that work and become trustable. Some don't. Your job isn't to be an optimist or a cynic. It's to be a scientist. Set hypotheses, gather data over time, and choose accordingly. If you're the one who cheated and you want to become someone different, expect a long calendar with no hero moments. Tell the whole truth once, even if it costs you. Orn vuz. We. You mo. Do End contact and make it verifiable. Enter therapy and bring the ugliest parts on day one. Learn to tolerate shame without flipping it into anger or collapse. Offer transparency before you're asked. Let your partner's mistrust exist without punishing them for the wound you caused. Measure progress by how predictably you behave when no one is looking, not by how convincing you sound when they are. The proverb is too absolute, but it's not naive about risk. Believe patterns when nothing has changed. Believe change when a life has been redesigned and kept that way for longer than your fear can imagine. And believe yourself. If your body tightens around this person and never loosens, you don't need a philosophy, you need an exit. Failure is not an option sounds heroic because it makes you feel sealed to success by sheer will. In crisis movies and pep talks, it galvanizes teams and quiets doubt. But as a way to live or build, it's brittle. If failure is truly not allowed, people stop telling the truth, experiments shrink to sure bets, and small errors hide until they become catastrophes. Progress needs survivable failures. Tiny, honest misses that teach you where the real edges are while the stakes are still low. There are outcomes where failure must be minimized. Surgery, aviation, critical finance. Notice how the best in those fields operate. They don't chant the slogan, they design for reality. They run checklists to catch human limits, simulate worst cases, use redundancy, and hold blameless debriefs where information is safer than ego. They don't deny failure. They budget for it, trap it, and learn from it before it can escalate. That same posture works for ordinary lives and projects. Den, Let your mission be non-negotiable. Let your methods be endlessly negotiable. Start by splitting the goal from the route. Launch a steady business can be non-optional. This exact offer, price, channel is a draft. Write 2 lists. Must not fail safety, solvency, ethics, health, and can fail small copy variants. Feature ideas, ad sets, formats. Now you can take real swings without endangering the things that carry your life. Add a fail budget. Time or money you're willing to lose in exchange for information, and a stop-loss rule that returns you to safety before panic takes over. If revenue X by Y and we've tried ABC, we pivot. Run a pre-mortem. Imagine the plan flopped. What are the 3 most likely causes? Indu D. B. E. Su. Evard. Beguer. Put a guardrail against each. A cash buffer, a backup supplier, a second rehearsal, a written escalation path. Turn hope into if-then statements. If signups lag by Wednesday, then we email the waitlist and test a new subject line. If still flat by Friday, we pull the spend. En sida resistentes waren destive, sinus baller, that choreography keeps decisions out of 2 a.m. improvisation. Shrink the blast radius of every experiment in software that's feature flags and rollbacks. In content that's soft launches to a small list. In careers that's a tour of duty with review dates, not a forever leap you can't reverse. Oh, we gives SD. That we bought as even that. In relationships, that's a pause and return rule during conflict, so you fail at arguing without failing the bond. Record what you tried, what happened, and what changed. The loop? Attempt right arrow feedback, right arrow adjust, turns failure into a receipt. Language matters. Oh, tajist so me. Right erstemstes blah. Sedegwer. Failure is data I paid for, calms the nervous system far more than I blew it. Track lead measures you control, pitches sent, sessions practiced, minutes of deep work instead of doom-watching lagging metrics you can't move today. Celebrate cancellations that prevented bigger trouble. Catching a flaw before ship day, declining a misfit client, saying no to a tempting but value-bending deal, that's winning twice. Beware the dark side of the slogan at work. It breeds risk concealment and punishes the messenger, just is, say we. Stimulus of this ekamunjinze, yeveyo. Sadly, if you lead, install psychological safety with real teeth. Make debrief standard, separate accountability from blame, and reward early flag raising. Grease the wheels of reversal so your team isn't handcuffed to bad bets out of pride. If you're an IC, practice clean escalation, problem, impact, proposed fix, and a buy when ask. Systems get safer when truth travels faster than fear. Personally, draw the boundaries that keep ambition from eating the person who has to live with it. Sleep is not optional. Integrity is not optional. Diversity diversity. Doesn't try to prevent this as mirror to say. Sell, first is debt. You can't service is not optional. Everything else, even the dream you adore, can be iterated, sequenced, or swapped for a better version. The flexibility to change routes is how you protect the mission. Tonight, choose one aim you care about. Write the 3 non-failure lines you won't cross, 1 fail budget, 1 premortem cause with a guardrail, and the tiniest test you can run this week that would give you a real signal, then run it. If it stings, breathe, log the lesson, and adjust. Failure is an option, so design it to be small, informative, and survivable. That's how success stops being a slogan and starts being a method. Pain is weakness. Leaving the body is the kind of chant that sounds brave in a locker room and reckless everywhere else. It turns suffering into a scoreboard. If it hurts, it must be helping. If it hurts more, you're becoming someone new. But pain isn't a trainer, it's a messenger. Sometimes it's telling you you're working. Sometimes it's telling you to stop before you break. Treating all pain as progress is how weekend warriors become Monday patients. There's a difference between discomfort and danger. Discomfort is the burn of effort, the breath that gets rough on the last interval, the steady fatigue in a muscle that's doing honest work with decent form. Danger is a sharp stabbing or electric pain, a joint that feels unstable, a pull that changes your gait. Pain that spikes with specific movements or lingers beyond a day or two in a way that makes you move differently. Soreness is not a trophy. It's a signal. Delayed onset muscle soreness, DOMS, often peaks 24-48 hours after a new or harder session. Some is normal when you change volume, speed, or movement patterns. But I can't sit on the toilet isn't a badge of honor. It's a programming error. Ja, säg it's a benzamin. Sortiet the progress is about stimulus you can recover from. If you can't train again because you obliterated yourself, you slowed the weak, not impressed it. Instead of worshiping pain, pursue quality stress. Warm up like someone who intends to keep this body for decades. Blood flow, range. A few reps that rehearse the exact movement you'll train. Use load you can control. Then progress with small nudges, more reps, slightly heavier, cleaner tempo. Learn a couple of boring but magic dials, RPE. Rate of perceived exertion, reps in reserve. Leave 1 or 2 good reps in the tank most days. That margin is where longevity lives. Form is kindness disguised as discipline. If you're hinging, feel your hips move back, not your spine rounding forward. If you're pressing, stack wrist over elbow and ribs down. If you're running, increase distance or intensity, not both, in the same week. If pain shows up mid-set, stop and regress. Lighter load, shorter range, slower tempo. No. Sorzinzel said, if we're core den zat's being yours ye. Their pride won't spot you when your shoulder complains at 2 a.m. Recovery isn't optional. Sleep is where the upgrade installs. Protein and carbs aren't cheats. They're building materials and fuel. Walks, light movement and mobility between heavy days keep blood moving without adding chaos. They're building brumi, quad bungi, yitwetieri, beribu, b, and Plan deload weeks every 4-8 weeks where you reduce volume or intensity so tissues, tendons, and your nervous system can consolidate gains. Toughness isn't white-knuckling forever. It's knowing when to downshift so you can climb again. Pain can be informative in another way. It maps your weak links. 4. Foam, foot. Lay. Foot say. Knees achy after every run. Maybe it's your cadence, your shoes, your hip strength, or your downhill technique. Lower back barking on deadlifts. Your setup, bracing, or ego might be off. Treat recurring pain as a debug ticket. Film your movement. Ask a coach. See a physio. Replace the mantra with curiosity. Where exactly? When? What preceded it? What reduces it? That's how pain stops being a wall and becomes a teacher. Mental toughness still has a seat, just a smarter job. Let it help you start when you don't feel like it. Finish the last clean reps, breathe through discomfort that's safe, and walk away when the line shifts from hard to harmful. Quitting a bad rep isn't weakness leaving the body, it's wisdom staying for tomorrow. If you want one simple plan, pick 3 compound moves that respect your joints, progress them slowly, fill the spaces with easy conditioning, and protect sleep like it's the supplement that actually works. Track effort, not pain. Aim to leave the gym feeling slightly better than you arrived, warmer, clearer, proud. That feeling is resilience entering the body, and it lasts longer than bravado. It takes money to make money is half through and dangerously tidy. Capital helps. Cash buys time, inventory, ads, talent, and a margin for error. But if you wait to move until you're funded, you'll postpone the very actions that earn capital. The other half of the truth is leverage. Money is one kind of leverage. Skills, trust, distribution, and design are others. Plenty of tiny engines: consulting, teaching, repairing, editing, DevOps, cleaning, tutoring, guiding, small logistics spin up on sweat, clarity, and borrowed infrastructure long before they need big checks. Clichés, design. Start by shrinking the bet until information appears. Don't launch a company. Sell one outcome to 5 real people. Pre-sell a workshop before you polish slides. Offer a setup cleanup package to office managers and price it simply. List a tightly scoped service on a marketplace with a turnaround promise you can keep. If it sells, you just funded version 2 with revenue, not fantasy. If it doesn't, you learned cheaply. Money protects you from some mistakes. Smallness protects you from the rest. Use other kinds of capital like a grown-up, social capital. Ask 3 specific people for intros or 5 minutes of critique. Trust capital, show receipts. Before-after testimonials, a simple guarantee. And keep your word on boring days so CAC quietly drops. Distribution capital. Go where your buyers already gather: associations, Slack groups, vendor directories, local B2B breakfast, and be useful before you pitch. Tool capital. Rent, borrow, or use community assets, commercial kitchens, makerspaces, library media labs, co-warehouses, until ownership makes math, not pride. If you do spend, make dollars do measurable job. A $50 ad test should buy you answers: which message pulls, which audience clicks, what the time to first call is. Print those questions on a sticky note above the campaign. Buy assets that earn. A template you reuse, a jig that halves setup time, software that eliminates a whole step. Chom an. Easy fonda. Asinetect. Funzens a. Sa. Beware second-order costs, maintenance, training, compliance. That turn cheap into expensive. Keep fixed costs light and variable costs aligned with revenue until your base is reliable. Mind the cash loop. Unit economics first. Can one sale carry its own weight? COGS plus labor plus fees plus a sliver of overhead and leave oxygen? Cash conversion cycle next? How fast does cash return after you spend it? Shorten it with deposits, milestone billing, subscriptions, or productized services that charge up front. Vigilankord feindu. Yuki sei zuri. Sun. Negotiate terms with suppliers but pay people on time. Reputation is currency that compounds. Track a real runway. Months of expenses covered if new sales stop. Buffers make courage cheaper. Consider bridge models that print cash and insight while you build a product. Freelance in the exact problem space your product will serve and let clients fund your research with clean boundaries. Run a cohort-based service, document everything, and turn the playbook into a lighter product later. Partner with someone who has what you lack. Your ops to their audience. Your audience to their ops. and split upside instead of buying it. If you raise outside money, match the instrument to the plan. Crowdfunding works when your audience wants the thing now. Pre-orders de-risk inventory. Grants favor public good angles. Revenue-based financing maps to steady, non-venture growth. Debt is a lever, not a lifestyle. Use it where payback is clear and quick. Avoid swiping for brand vibes. The point isn't to be anti-investor. It's to avoid using dollars to paper over an unclear offer. If spring ones doesn't end, pay. Pricing is a lever most starved businesses never pull. Price the outcome, not your insecurity. Simple tiers beat clever matrices. A clean guarantee lowers buyer risk more than a discount does. Say no to misfit clients early. Cheap money from the wrong customer is the most expensive you'll ever take. Words gain to spree. There, prices on the sinjai. Underneath all of this, separate your fuel lines. Keep business and personal money apart. Pay yourself something, even tiny, so you see reality and sleep. A regulated nervous system makes cheaper, smarter choices. Panic swipes cards. So yes, money can make money. So you says, to us says is neater deist, tenizal says usapervetiger ye, fictulia borzis the befili. But so can a narrow promise, a calendar, a checklist, and a kind follow-up. Treat cash as one lever among many. Pull the others hard. Clarity, skill, trust, distribution, and small experiments. Make money the last resort for proof, not the first substitute for it. You must be busy to be successful is the costume ambition wears when it wants applause. Full calendars, unread counts, late-night replies. These look like momentum from far away. Up close, busyness is mostly heat without light. Success doesn't come from being at capacity. It comes from being effective. The best operators are often the least visibly frantic. They're not idle. They're selective. They spend their best attention on the few moves that bend outcomes and design the rest of their day, so those moves actually happen. Busyness is seductive because it feels like proof. Your heart's pounding, your apps are chirping, and everyone can see you on. But the brain, taxed by constant context switching, becomes worse at the very things success requires: judgment, creativity, patience, follow through. So fire busy work as your boss. Replace it with a simple loop. Choose the week's 2 or 3 lead actions you control, drafts shipped, sales conversations held, bug fixes, unblocking revenue. Protect one daily block to do them when your mind is sharp, and measure completion, not just activity. Just aces ewer. So was la fahareozer. Design beats willpower. Block deep work like a meeting with the most important person you know, because it is, and defend it with quiet friction. Notifications off, single tab, phone in another room. A visible first sentence or task, so re-entry is painless after a break. Thus, Viabi Hane gaze bezai nantagrate, Bei, Dirgans, Zenze, Hand. Group shallow tasks into a maintenance window so they stop peppering your whole day. Move recurring chores into templates and checklists. Automate before you delegate, delegate before you procrastinate. If a task doesn't reduce risk, time, or spend for someone soon, it goes on the kill list. Delikogord emojas you. Fee. Gorzani use. Busy cultures reward noise, healthy ones reward predictable output. Practice calm status instead of performative urgency. What's done? What's blocked? Next milestone by Friday. Ask for decisions with a by when. Say no without essays. I'm at capacity. I can do it by Tuesday or be by Friday. You're calling the my horses is Steve Gateway. But yeah, Fridays. Protect slack on purpose. About 15% of your week unscheduled. So surprises don't topple your plan and good ideas have somewhere to land. Slack isn't laziness. It's how you keep promises when life shows up. Meetings are busyness with a calendar invite. Cut them by half with written briefs and decisions in docs. For the meetings that remain, add owners, agendas, and an exit time. Default to asynchronous when the goal is information, not connection. If you lead, shine light on the invisible productivity. The runbook that prevented incidents, the checklist that shaved onboarding in half. Tie rewards to outcomes, not the number of fires someone stood near. Your body is not optional. Sleep welds your work to tomorrow's brain. Movement drains off stress that would otherwise masquerade as drive. Eat like you're funding clarity, not chasing a crash. When you're rested, you do in 90 focused minutes what your busy alter ego spreads across a bleary day. Capacity is a strategy. Decide yours and keep it visible. Overcommitment steals quality from every promise and calls the theft grit. The most respected people in a room are often the ones whose yes means something because their no is real. Keep a done log so your nervous system sees receipts and stops manufacturing panic as proof of effort. Busyness is a vibe. Effectiveness is a plan. Let your days look quieter from the outside and louder in the metrics that matter. Trade the theater of exhaustion for the dignity of finished work you're proud to sign. Trust is everything sounds pure because it promises a shortcut to safety. If I trust you and you trust me, the rest will sort itself out. The real world is friendlier and fussier. Trust is essential, but it's not everything. It's a decision to accept some risk because you believe the other side will carry their part. That belief should sit on more than warmth. It should sit on evidence, incentives, and boundaries that make good behavior easy and bad behavior expensive. When trust is everything gets used to silence questions. Just trust me, it stops being glue and starts being a gag. Trust grows in layers. First is character. Do you tell the truth when it costs you? Then, competence. Can you do what you say at the level the situation demands? First is to inspire Elam's love, Hustost. Do you host to Boston? Then reliability. Do you show up when you said you would in the way you pledged again and again? Then care. Do you hold my interests as well as yours? When any layer is thin, trust wobbles. That's not cynicism, it's diagnostics. You don't throw the whole person away. You decide which promises are safe to place where they are now. Good systems cheaply create trust. Clear agreements in writing, simple checklists for repetitive work, money flows that are visible, timelines with buffers, and reviews that happen when nobody is panicking. These make reliability the default. Trust me becomes here's the plan, the proof, and the place you can check without asking me UNGV. The das is best is Janigens for whoever. In a team, align incentives so doing right and doing well rhyme. If speed is rewarded and quality is scolded, you'll get corners cut and a culture that blames the janitor. If you lead, broadcast expectations, and publish receipts, who owns what by when, what done looks like, and how you'll handle misses without humiliation so truth travels faster than fear. In close relationships, trust is tenderness plus terms. Safety, consent, and respect are non-negotiable. Intimacy without those is just exposure. Boundaries don't signal distrust. They create conditions where trust can breathe. No yelling, no threats to the relationship as leverage, timeouts when flooded with a guaranteed return, phones down during repair, money visible, calendars shared enough to remove guesswork. Trust deposits are small and boring. You keep a promise on a tedious Tuesday, you tell on yourself before you're caught, you change a behavior after you apologize. Withdrawals are bigger than they look. Missed micro-agreements, white lies, contempt. Keep the account visible so you're not arguing about vibes. Rebuilding after a break isn't a speech, it's a redesign, full ownership without spin, clean cutoffs from whatever enabled the breach, radical transparency for a season that you offer, not that is pride from you. Full the fortico. Chick-fil-A's, this ye, wicked ye, Jesus. For professional help. If the pattern is older than the relationship, and then time, enough ordinary days of good behavior that the nervous system stops bracing. If you're the one evaluating, give clear waypoints. What you're watching, when you'll reassess, what changes unlock which privileges. If you're told if you need guardrails, you don't trust me, understand. Healthy people welcome rails while you both recover. Manipulators demand a blind leap. There's also the kind of trust you extend first, on purpose. Trust to try. A new hire gets a small, real project and a safety net. And sa, wine day, utens years, de, herst onde. A friend gets the first chance after a move. You're not naive. You're planting conditions where proof can grow. And there's the kind you withhold, also on purpose. Trust to harm. If someone has access to your body, your money, your reputation, your time, they earn that in increments. Love can be large, access can be phased. If you need a 1-minute practice, before you hand someone a promise they can't keep, ask 4 questions. Have they shown character, competence, reliability, and care in this lane? Are incentives aligned? What boundary makes failure survivable? What single proof will we look at next week? Trust then becomes what it's meant to be. Not a trance, but a bridge you keep inspecting so both of you can cross. Chase your dreams sounds heroic because motion feels like progress. You picture a sprint through obstacles, wind in your face, the finish line glowing. But chasing implies the thing you want is always a few steps ahead, just out of reach, unless you run harder. Real dreams are fickle in pursuit and loyal in cultivation. You don't outrun them, you build toward them. You create a place they can land, time, skill, runway, feedback, and people who steady your hands when they shake. Begin by translating the dream into a problem you want solved in the world. Fa, de, fonder, wow, de, yeah. Be a filmmaker becomes tell stories that make ordinary people feel less alone. Open a cafe becomes create a third place where neighbors linger and leave fed in more ways than one. When you articulate the change, not just the costume, methods expand. A dream that can only exist as one job title is fragile. A dream grounded in impact can take many forms. Film, shorts, audio, live shows, cafe, cart, pop-up, supper club. Flexibility keeps the ember hot while circumstances shift. Shrink the distance. Instead of sprinting at a poster, run short experiments with receipts. A microfilm for a niche community, a pop-up table at a weekend market, a 2-session workshop that teaches what you love. Charge a small, honest price. Watch what people do more than what they say. I have a specimens brown ye. If they come back, you found a live wire. If they don't, you didn't fail. You bought information. Stage-gate your courage in daylight. If X doesn't happen by Y after trying A, B, C, I'll pivot to version 2. You're not abandoning the dream, you're changing shoes. Protect the parts of you the dream needs to survive. Sleep is not optional heroism, it's where your brain lays brick. Food and movement aren't vanity, they're attention maintenance. Money isn't the enemy of art, it's a fence around your focus. Build a runway you can say out loud. Keep or design a bridge job that funds Tuesdays without draining the marrow you're trying to pour into Saturdays. Pride whispers burn the boats. Wisdom keeps a ferry. Find a small circle that sees the same horizon. You don't need a crowd. You need 3 honest faces who will clap for the draft you actually made, not the fantasy you recite. Who will give you 1 inch of critique you can try tomorrow. Who will remind you to laugh when the version you shipped looks flatter than it felt in your head. Woo, Bill, Bull, Uis, Fu, Fu Yuafuchi B. Loneliness is where big dreams go to get heavy. Community is a mechanical advantage. It cuts friction you can feel in your spine. Replace chase with invite. Invitations look like consistent slots on a calendar that your future self can find. Like templates and checklists that make starting easy. Like a done log that keeps your nervous system from forgetting progress the moment it happens. Invitations also look like saying no to gigs that pay in exposure, to partners who want your shine but not your boundaries, to timelines that impress strangers and injure you. The dream should enlarge your life, not consume it. Expect grief alongside joy. You'll release versions of the dream that were more about ego than impact. You'll learn that gatekeepers are just people with calendars and biases, and you'll build parallel routes where you can. You'll accept that the work you adore contains chores you don't. Then you'll systematize them so they steal fewer mornings. Over years, the dream will look less like a chase scene and more like a workshop. Tools within reach, scraps on the floor, a rhythm you return to, even when you don't feel cinematic. Tonight, trade sprinting for 1 deliberate step. Message a real person who might benefit and offer a tiny, concrete thing. Block the first quiet hour this week and put a sticky note where you'll see it that says what you'll finish. Move $10 or 10 minutes toward a runway. Light 1 small signal fire where the right eyes live. Dreams respond to this kind of weather, steady, kind, iterative. Keep making that weather and watch the distance shrink until the running stops and the building hums. What you don't know can't hurt you is a lullaby for the anxious brain. Close the bill, mute the headline, avoid the test. Don't ask the question, feel better instantly. That relief is real, and it's why the myth survives. But ignorance isn't a shield, it's a delay. Unopened letters still accrue fees. A lump you don't check still grows. A contract you don't read still binds you. Avoidance buys calm in the minute and charges interest in the month. Not all information deserves your attention. There's noise that only spikes your cortisol, gossip, rage bait, the 5th identical take, and opting out of that is hygiene. The trouble is, we use the same off switch on things with consequences. Your nervous system learns the wrong lesson. When I don't look, I feel safe, so you look less, feel safer, and meanwhile risk compounds in the dark. The antidote isn't to drown in data. It's to aim your knowing at the places where ignorance is expensive, and your action can actually change the outcome. Make a quick map. Circle 5 arenas where early knowledge bends the curve. health symptoms, screenings, meds, money, balances, bills, interest, taxes, safety, passwords, backups, smoke detectors, consent, commitments, deadlines, clauses, renewals and relationships, expectations, patterns. 지우급반 버리는지 버림이외 라이브레시 surgings surgy hard truths you've been stepping around. For each, write one sentence of reality you avoid and 1 inch of contact. I'm 3 payments behind. Call and ask about a plan. My knee flares every run. Book a PT screen. Switch today's run to a bike. We keep fighting at night. Pause and schedule a daytime talk with a timer and phones down. The win isn't perfection, it's getting a hand on the handle. Install truth windows so courage doesn't depend on mood. 10 quiet minutes, same time weekly, to open what you'd rather ignore. Statements, calendars, inbox filters, a simple relationship check-in. Write 3 lines. Fact, impact, next inch. Close the window when the inch is scheduled. That cadence turns knowledge into motion and keeps you from doom-scrolling spreadsheets. When the fear is social, if I ask, they'll be upset. Use small scripts that survive nerves. I want us to be clear on money before we book this. Can we look together for 10 minutes? I'm noticing I'm guessing about where we stand. Could we set aside half an hour Saturday to compare expectations before I sign? Can I walk clause 7.2 in plain English? Curiosity isn't accusation, it's maintenance. Digital ignorance hurts too. Oh. You don't need to be a security engineer. You do need 3 moves. Unique passwords in a manager, 2-factor enabled wherever possible, and automatic backups. Those pieces you'll only notice when something goes wrong are the exact ones to set and forget now. There's a gentler layer here. Sometimes we avoid knowing because we're scared of the grief that will follow. A diagnosis, a breakup, an audit of how we've been living. Give grief a chair. Don't let it run the room. Even if the news is bad, future me needs the time a fast answer buys. Documentist ifan something Setting me spots e does it there's end. Write that on a card. You don't become braver by waiting. You become braver by acting while afraid and discovering you survived. Ignorance can still serve you deliberately in bounded ways. Put nonsense on a news diet. Mute the cousin who picks fights. Batch headlines to 3 times a week. To find uses by spy will run. Why do you use bimets but treat critical facts like oxygen? Seek just enough to act and stop when acting begins. When in doubt, ask, will knowing this expand my choices or only my panic? If it expands choices, look. If it only inflames, close the tab and go do the smallest useful thing. You don't need to know everything. Or's bus bid it's my dough, but dizzy's the. You do need to know where not knowing burns. Aim light there, regularly and kindly. The hurt you dodge isn't the sting of a number on a screen or a sentence you didn't want to hear. It's the slow damage of drift. Look, act an inch, repeat. That's how knowledge becomes a doorway instead of a doom. The emo you think you'll go of this day. So you say, says that there are no second chances is a sentence that sounds like toughness but mostly breeds fear. It tells you that the first draft must be flawless, that one mistake will define you, that doors slam once and echo forever. Reality is messier and, fortunately, kinder. Consequences are real. Some mistakes cost money, trust, time, or access, but life runs on iteration. Bodies heal with repeated care, skills grow with repeated practice. relationships recover with repeated repair, and careers bend through repeated attempts that look like. Start by splitting the idea in two: forgiveness and access. Forgiveness is an internal decision to stop carrying the burning coal. Access is the set of privileges someone has to your time, money, body, reputation, or resources. You can forgive and still gate access. Second chances live in the space where access is reissued carefully, with terms that keep everyone safe. That looks like clear ownership. I did this, no excuses, clean cutoffs from enabling factors, no contact, new routines, changed environment, visibility calendars, receipts, progress you can see, and time. Long stretches of boring, good behavior that change the story because the pattern jade. For you, for Fakabroy. The morning thing for say. Not all second chances are wise. If someone uses harm as leverage, punishes boundaries, or treats your safety like a bargaining chip, you don't owe them a laboratory. Leaving is not a failure of grace. It's the condition for your life to keep happening. Second chances make sense where curiosity and responsibility already showed up. The person names the harm without spin, asks what repair would look like, and is willing to be measured without calling it control. Give yourself second chances with the same structure. A relapse into a habit you're trying to kill isn't proof you're broken. It's proof the old path is still easier to find. Make a better path easier. Remove cues that trigger the slip. Front-load the day with the behavior you're trying to grow, and add a tiny friction to the old route. Track recovery time, how quickly you notice and return. Over perfection. That metric builds self-respect faster than shame ever will. Shame says you get one shot. Craft says you get as many as you're willing to learn from. In work, second chances look like stage gates and stop-losses written in daylight. If the launch misses, conduct a blameless debrief, extract 3 changes, and rerun smaller. If you blow a meeting, send a same-day summary, name the miss, propose the fix, and ask for a short follow-up where you demonstrate the change. It's astonishing how often people reopen doors for the person who makes repair cheap for everyone else. Second chances aren't resets. They're redesigns. You alter incentives so the right behavior pays. You install boundaries that turn harm into friction and care into flow. You put dates on calendars when everyone checks the map instead of arguing about vibe. The world becomes less brittle when you treat mistakes as information you paid for, sometimes dearly, and then restructure so you don't keep paying. There is grief in this. Some doors don't reopen. Some relationships can't carry what happened. Some careers close a lane and ask you to take the frontage road for a while. Let that hurt, then get specific. What need did that door meet? What 3 experiments might meet it differently? Who do you need next to you so the plan doesn't depend on a perfect mood? If you grew up under the gospel of one strike, try a gentler test, the rule of 3. First miss, feedback, and a tweak. Second, guardrails and a smaller scope. Third, a candid boundary, with exit if needed. With yourself, make the first miss a note, the second a redesign, the third a bigger change in context. It's firm, humane, and survivable, so retire the fatalism, keep the accountability. Make room for return routes, narrow at first, well lit, and honest about the cost. Budger. Vardio. Sovagos dandies with a spelthani, best fire, with a the third, the varia. The person who can offer and inhabit a real second chance, structured, measured, and boundaried, becomes less afraid to start, more willing to repair, and better at building things that last. Good friends are hard to find is the kind of sentence that makes loneliness feel inevitable. Like friendship is a treasure hunt where most of us will wander with a flimsy map. It's true that adult friendship is trickier than it was when a shared homeroom did most of the work. Calendars collide, neighborhoods sprawl, energy runs thin, but hard to find isn't the whole story. Friends aren't rare gems so much as living structures you build from ordinary materials, repetition, proximity, small risks, and keeping promises. What's scarce isn't good people. It's the systems that let good people become friends. Think about how closeness actually forms. It's not one epic night. It's micro contacts that thread together. The weekly class where you trade the same seat and a joke. The dog walk that overlaps, the consistent invite you send, even when the answer is, can't this week. Familiarity lowers the cost of trying a little vulnerability. Rough day, honestly, and that small reveal earns a small reveal back. Reciprocity grows roots. From far away, this looks like luck. Up close, it's logistics plus courage. Drop the soulmate myth while you're at it. You don't need one friend who gets everything. You need a small, mixed ecosystem. Someone who makes you laugh. Someone who will help you move a couch or a feeling. Someone who shares your nerdy niche. Someone older or younger who stretches your map. Treat your circle like a garden, diverse, seasonal, occasionally pruned. Some friendships are intense and brief. Others are quiet and decades long. Both are real. If finding feels hard, make meeting easy. Show up where repetition is baked in. Clubs that actually do things, recurring classes, volunteer shifts, coworking mornings, faith, or community groups, with small breakouts. Replace "we should hang sometime" with a concrete invitation that is specific, small, and soon. Friday coffee near their office, a 30-minute park lap, a shared errand, an open seat at your table for pasta and store salad. Make it easy to say yes, short, cheap, kid-friendly, transit-friendly. Oh? Voorzwaar des woordarpels idee. Yan. If they say no, offer once more later. If they ghost twice, let that path rest without making it a referendum on your worth. Being findable matters too. Answer messages, suggest times, keep tiny promises, show up on time, and when you can't, communicate like you care. Tanuict too. Notice what your friend is trying to become and help. A link, an intro, a babysit swap, a reminder to drink water before the big thing. Friendship is built on usefulness with tenderness. It's also built on repair. When you miss a beat, say the simple sentence. I dropped the ball. I'm sorry. Is B. E. UVS. Uvary. Ga. Say. E. Can I make it right with X? Then do X. Most bonds don't fail from one wound. They fail from small, unrepaired cuts. If you're shy or burned, start even smaller. Keep a people to warm list and send one gentle text a week. Saw this and thought of you. Compliment specifics in public, a colleague's clarity, a neighbor's garden. Join the after thing for 15 minutes and leave while you still have energy. Practice one new question that goes past weather. What's something tiny that made your week better? Friendship requires a little risk. Ask and you might be ignored, but the risk is survivable and the wins stack. Finally, protect capacity. No relationship thrives on fumes. If your life is packed to the rafters, the issue might not be hard to find so much as nowhere to land. Carve one evening or morning a month that belongs to connection. Put it on the calendar like a bill that pays you back later. Good friends aren't hiding behind a secret door. they're in your orbit right now. Acquaintances one repetition and one honest sentence away from mattering. Wa? Ah? Tvotsensis. Forzapeturen didarze. T. Trade the myth of scarcity for the craft of cultivation. Show up where people gather, offer small real invitations, do what you say, repair when you wobble. It isn't magic, it's human. Mother knows best is a sentence built from love and certainty. It carries the smell of soup on the stove and the sound of warnings said by someone who's watched you since you were a roomer. Sometimes it's solid guidance. Don't get in cars with people who've been drinking. Keep some cash for emergencies. You're more tired than you think. Go to bed. Mothers often have pattern memory and a sixth sense for risk because they've been bracing for you since before you had a name. Duh. Vuhansam. Samstianadenli says uasansanza. But the phrase turns sour when it becomes a trump card, a way to win every disagreement by invoking devotion. Knowing a lot isn't the same as knowing best, and love can't make outdated maps accurate. All parents, even the good ones, have blind spots shaped by era, class, culture, religion, trauma, and the survival strategies that got them here. A mother who climbed by keeping her head down may preach safety where your life needs voice. A mother who stayed may romanticize endurance where your life needs exit. A mother who sacrificed everything may overvalue sacrifice as proof of love and undervalue boundaries as a tool for love. The aim isn't to unseat your mother, it's to right-size the phrase, "Guh?" Treat maternal wisdom as high-quality input, not an automatic verdict. A simple test helps. Is this advice about safety or conformity? Text me when you arrive. Protects a body. Don't dye your hair. People will talk protects an image. Is the urgency rooted in real risk, or in the fear of gossip, status loss, or the discomfort of watching you live differently? Another test? Does the advice update when new facts arrive? Wisdom listens, asks for details, and sometimes changes its mind. Control repeats itself louder. If you're the adult child, build a way to receive care without surrendering the steering wheel. Start with appreciation. She's earned it. You've seen more roads than I have. That matters to me. Then set the frame. I want your perspective as data points. The final call is mine. Ask for story instead of orders. What happened the time you faced something like this? Stories carry context without stealing agency. When you decline advice, keep it short and kind. I'm choosing the other path. I'll keep you posted. Long defenses invite cross-examination. Clarity invites respect. Protect your life from drive-by opinions by making requests specific. What I need right now is encouragement, not solutions. Or can you help with childcare Thursday instead of talking through the whole plan? For Jensbo Olo. Shawanedzins Brosats Biliofudzi. Figuopans. If you're the mother, trade correctness for connection. Ask calibrated questions. What outcome are you aiming at? What options have you considered? Where are you excited, and where are you scared? Offer a menu of help rather than a mandate. I can listen, share what I've seen, or roll up my sleeves. What would help? Remember that being trusted with their uncertainty is a higher honor than being right. When your child chooses against your counsel and it works, celebrate. When it wobbles, comfort first, autopsy later. I'm here. We can figure next steps when you've slept. Culture complicates all this. In many families, filial piety is a virtue and disagreement reads as disrespect. So, when you verstatiget were vem, says it say, One fudges. You can honor the person while challenging the instruction. Use and instead of but. I love how much you care, and I need to try this. I hear your worry, and I'm going to therapy anyway. I know the neighbors will talk, and I'm not building a life for their conversations. Respect is a tone, not surrender. Some people don't have a mother in reach or have one it's not safe to be near. Mothering can be a verb you find in many places. Aunties, mentors, teachers, sponsors, friends who bring soup and straight talk. You can even mother yourself. Keep promises to your body. Speak to yourself in the voice you wish you'd heard. Build routines that feel like care, not cages. Keep the heart of the proverb and edit the crown. Mother knows a lot. Together you can know better. The best relationships grow from I know to let's find out. Love as a lamp, not a leash. A woman's place is in the home is a phrase that tries to sound like comfort while quietly drawing a box. It conjures a tidy kitchen, a warm table, children asleep, a lamp left on. Then it locks the door from the outside. It forgets that place is not a destiny handed down. It's a decision made by a person with a life, and that homes don't run on magic. They run on labor, logistical, emotional, physical, most of it historically invisible and unpaid. The sentence also forgets another truth. A home isn't a gender, it's a system. And systems work best when the load is shared, the workers are respected, and the choices are real. If we're honest, the phrase sticks because it organizes power. Calling the domestic sphere natural for women makes a huge amount of work disappear into love. Meals are love, schedules are love, forms, pickups, teacher gifts, doctor visits, holiday planning, the stocking of toilet paper, the remembering of everyone's everything. Love. When the workload is framed as love, asking for help feels like asking to be less loving. That's how a compliment becomes a trap. Meanwhile, the labor buys everyone else the ability to chase their place out in the world with both hands free. The fix isn't to sneer at home. A well-run home is a small civilization, a creative project, a safety net, a school, a bakery, a clinic, a logistics hub, a sanctuary. Choosing to center your energy there can be meaningful, skilled work. The fix is to treat it like work, counted, divided, respected, optional, and to allow every person of every gender to decide where their hours belong without being praised for disappearing or punished for showing up. If you live with others, put daylight on the load. Write every task that keeps the place alive, including the mental load, the tracking, anticipating, sequencing. Who currently does it? How often? What's the true time? Then split ownership, not chores. One person owns school emails end to end. One owns meals end to end. One owns bills end to end. Then spiras for fries, roams and nin, beds. The chore right ones it. Ownership includes planning, doing, and noticing when it's time again. Rotate quarterly so no one grows moss in the same lane unless they want to. If one partner earns more cash, that doesn't buy a pass. It buys the ability to outsource together or to take heavier lifts elsewhere. If you parent, negotiate night shifts, sick days, pickups, and the invisible stuff, birthday RSVP, camp forms, before resentment builds stairs. Choice is the spine here. Some women want the lab, the boardroom, the cockpit, the studio, the startup. Some want a season at home. Many want a blend that changes by year. The only place that fits all women is the one they choose with full information and without punishment. That means policies matter. Paid leave that doesn't assume only one parent cares. flexible schedules that don't tank careers, childcare that doesn't cost a second rent, managers who measure output instead of presence and who don't punish the person who leaves at 5 to pick up a child, while quietly rewarding the person with a spouse doing everything unseen. Culture matters at the table level too. Don't hand daughters the broom and sons the remote. Wait, Fobiki? Teach everyone the domestic arts. Cooking, cleaning, care, calendars. So competence isn't gendered and intimacy isn't a favor. Praise boys for tenderness and precision, girls for boldness and boundaries, and all kids for contribution. A home that trains humans, not roles, exports people who can build smaller, gentler worlds wherever they go. There's a darker side we need to name. Sometimes a woman's place is in the home isn't advice, it's control. If the sentence comes with isolation from money, friends, education, or work you want, if it arrives paired with monitoring, insults, threats, or harm, tradition is being used as camouflage. That isn't culture, it's abuse. Love doesn't require you to be small. Safety plans, hotlines, trusted allies, and legal counsel are not betrayals of heritage. They are bridges out of harm. A better banner is boring and beautiful. Everyone's place is where their values, talents, and circumstances meet, with reciprocity at home and respect at work. Some days your place will be the sink. Some days the stage. Some days the quiet chair where you rest so tomorrow doesn't collapse. The test of a good life isn't how well you fit a sentence written before you were born. It's whether your days feel like yours, whether the people you share them with are partners, and whether you can change your mind without becoming the villain in your own house. If you want a tiny start tonight, run a 20-minute house audit. List 10 recurring tasks. Put initials by who actually does them, choose 2 to rebalance or automate. Schedule a check-in 2 weeks from now. If you want a bigger start, write a 1-line job description for the life you want this season. I build things and come home to a team, and edit your calendar to match, even if the edit is small. The home should be the place that helps you go where you're meant to go, and welcomes you back when you return. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best is a line that shows up on mugs and mood boards because it sounds like self-acceptance with a backbone. And sure, no one is charming all the time. We get sick, stressed, underslept, we spiral, snap, go quiet. Wind, ça va. Use water should Real closeness includes the unglossed versions of us. But the slogan often gets used as a hall pass for behavior that needs responsibility, not branding. Handle me shouldn't mean endure me while I offload the bill for my choices onto you. Love can make room for rough days. It can't be a landfill for recurring harm. There's a difference between a worst moment and a worst pattern. A moment is you overwhelmed, saying something sharp, then catching it, owning it, and repairing. I spoke unfairly. I'm sorry. Here's what I'll do differently next time. A pattern is the same blow-ups, same apologies, no change, and blame when someone names the cycle. The first asks for compassion. The second asks for boundaries or exit. Don't let a pretty sentence turn your nervous system into a crash pad. For some, the site fours as besanir, sabes dever utisandi nanyanza saikon. The secateurs. Closeness gets sturdier when worst is navigated, not excused. That looks practical. You learn your early warning signs, tight chest, faster talk, tunnel vision, and you say, I'm flooded. I need 20 minutes, I'll be back at 7:30. You and your people pre-agree on a pause and return rule. So breaks aren't abandonment and returns aren't ambushes. You write a tiny user manual for bad days. When I'm spun up, please, fewer questions, water, short walk, no problem solving. What helps you? You keep a short list of non-negotiables that protect the relationship even when you're messy. No yelling, no name-calling, no threats, no public humiliation, no phones thrown, no financial sabotage. Those are lines, not vibes. If you want others to handle you, give them something to hold. Accountability, ownership without spin, repair that includes changed behavior, transparency around the work you're doing, sleep, therapy, meds if relevant, fewer drinks, different routines, and patience while trust recalibrates. Via the prayers and Vernungsmeisake, it was as bombans, von yes day. That's just how I am is not a personality, it's an exit sign people eventually read. I'm working on it this way, here's what to expect. Here's how to tell me gently when I miss. Is how the worst becomes rarer and the best becomes credible. On the other side, loving someone at their worst doesn't mean shrinking yourself to fit their storm. You're allowed to say, I care about you, and I won't be spoken to like that. To leave a room during contempt, to protect sleep, to ask for counseling, to tie access to measurable change, and to end contact if safety is at risk. Compassion without boundaries breeds resentment. Boundaries without compassion breed distance. Healthy care carries both. Social media turns defiance into a pose. Real intimacy is quieter and more specific. It sounds like, I was cruel, I'm sorry. I canceled our plan because I procrastinated. I've set up a Sunday reset so it doesn't repeat. When I go silent, assume I'm overwhelmed, not angry. Text walk, and I'll meet you. It also sounds like, I love you. I won't be the target. We can finish this later. Tonight, write 2 small cards. And taspidomen like you. Be. Satto. Chant. One labeled when I'm at my worst with 3 cues that mean you're flooding, 2 things others can do that help, and 1 promise you'll keep even then. Another labeled repair with the 3 steps you'll follow after a miss, ownership, apology, 1 change. Share them with your person if that's safe, or keep them as instructions for yourself. Your best deserves to be believed. Your worst deserves a plan, not a slogan. Quitters never win sounds like steel in your spine. Stay, grind, outlast. It honors a real virtue, persistence, and then stretches it past usefulness until it becomes a trap. Grit gets you through plateaus. Blind endurance keeps you in cul-de-sacs. Winning rarely means never quitting. It means quitting the right things at the right time for the right reasons, so your best energy can pile up where it actually pays. Start by separating identity from decisions. If I'm not a quitter is your self-definition, you'll keep feeding projects long after the returns turn negative. Degrees you don't want, jobs that flatten you, relationships that only work in your captions, ventures whose only metric improving is your caffeine tolerance. Loyalty to an outcome is noble. Loyalty to a sunk cost is expensive cosplay. Replace the slogan with a better North Star. I finish what still aligns. I release what doesn't. On purpose, quitting becomes skill, not shame, when you design it in daylight. Before you start, write kill criteria you'll respect later. If we haven't hit X by Y date after trying A, B, C, do it when you're calm so future. You doesn't have to arm wrestle pride at 2 a.m. Pair that with stage gates. Checkpoints where you ask only 3 questions. Is the trend improving? Is learning still rich? Is the cost now crowding out higher value bets? Shiz. If two answers are no, you're not failing to persist. You're persisting at failing. Use small experiments so exits are survivable. Sell 5 seats before you build the course. Soft launch to a tiny list before you tattoo a brand on your forehead. Date ideas like you date people. Start polite. Raise the stakes as proof appears. Leave kindly when it doesn't. The point isn't to avoid discomfort. It's to avoid mortgaging years to preserve an image of grit. Quitting can be an act of care. You don't run through a sharp electric pain to complete a race. You protect the knee so you can run next season. You don't keep arguing until midnight to prove devotion. You pause and return so the relationship has a tomorrow. You don't keep a client who abuses your team for revenue optics. You end the contract to protect the culture that earns every other dollar. Strategic exits are how you defend the mission. There's a language shift that helps. Swap quit for prune. Pruning removes healthy-looking branches that steal light from the fruit you actually want. It feels wrong in the moment and right in the harvest. Do a quarterly prune. List your recurring commitments. Mark what feeds your goals, what feeds your ego, and what feeds neither. Kill one neither. Redesign one ego and deepen one goal. Space appears. Energy returns. Progress speeds up because drag went down. If you're scared to stop because of what people will think, write the short, adult sentence you'll use when asked. It wasn't meeting my goals after fair tests, so I'm redirecting to X. People who build will nod. People who posture will forget by Thursday. Your job isn't to maintain their myth, it's to steward your runway. And yes, sometimes the right move is don't quit yet. If learning is still rich, if your indicators are inching up, if the cost is sustainable, hold. But make that a measured choice, not a reflex. Never is lazy. Not yet, for these reasons, until this date is craft. Tonight, give yourself one honest review. Pick a project, a habit, a role. Write the aim, the next review date, and the kill criteria. If the criteria are already met, end it kindly. Close the tab, cancel the subscription, text the graceful no, archive the deck. Then take the hour you just freed and point it at the thing you've been starving. Quitters never win is a sticker. Pruners do. Laughter is the best medicine survives on t-shirts because it's often true enough to feel like magic. A shared laugh loosens a room, drops shoulders, and turns strangers into collaborators for a minute. Physiologically, a good laugh is a mini reset. You exhale longer, your body downshifts, pain can feel a notch lower, and your brain gets a short break from ruminating. Socially, humor says, we're safe here, and the nervous system believes it. But a medicine is a dose, not a doctrine. Says a yuizhen, funds, na new. Laughter won't knit a bone, fix a budget, or replace therapy any more than a vitamin replaces dinner. Used well, it's a supportive light. Used poorly, it becomes a spotlight that blinds or burns. The gentlest upgrade is to treat humor as seasoning, not a meal. Lead with validation, then lighten. Or with tabaxelos, manazasa. That meeting was brutal. Let's get water, and maybe nominate the copier for Best Actor in a Tragedy. The order matters. Joking before you acknowledge pain can feel like dismissal. In conflict, use humor to soften your own defensiveness, not to score points. A self-owned line, there goes my noble tradition of interrupting, can reset the tone. A jab at your partner won't. And get consent for levity the way you would for touch. Some moments need quiet, not quips. Mind the direction of your punchlines. Humor that punches down buys cheap laughs at an expensive cost. Trust. Punch up at systems, sideways at shared absurdity, or inward at your quirks. If a joke would still be funny with you as the butt, it's likely safe. If it requires someone else to be small, it's borrowed power in a costume. Or T. Amnestiosdenzated humor. Online, curate your feed like a mood pharmacy, accounts that delight without cruelty. Meanness is a stimulant. It fakes energy and leaves you shaky. Laughter can also be a mask. If you're laughing to swerve every serious topic, your friends are carrying the weight you're dodging. Keep the jokes, add a sentence. I'm kidding because I'm anxious. Here's the real thing. On the flip side, don't let the slogan talk you out of care you need. Depression, trauma, grief, chronic illness. These deserve treatment that includes professionals, routines, sleep, food, medicine when indicated. Humor can make that path more walkable. It can't be the path. You don't have to be funny to benefit. Notice the world's accidental comedy, the solemn sign taped with 9 kinds of tape. A dog failing to understand stairs. Your own browser tabs like a poem about avoidance. Keep a tiny lightness kit. A 30-second clip that gets you every time. A friend you can text. Send a GIF. A playlist of silly songs. One comedian who aims kind. Schedule micro doses, 2 minutes between tasks, not as procrastination, but as a palate cleanser. Then return to the thing. Sest, says bay, sense of bay, even the body mechanics help. A deliberate long exhale, the shape of a sigh or a laugh, tells your system it's safe to unclench. Teams can design for healthy humor. Start tough meetings with a tiny, non-performative prompt. What ridiculous minor inconvenience did you overcome this week? Las a usfant imifanda imik a. Celebrate fixes with a meme wall that never mocks a person. In care work and other heavy fields, institutionalize gallows humor guidelines. Never about patients or clients, only about the impossible systems and your own foibles. Private, consent-based, and always paired with real debriefs, so jokes aren't the only pressure valve. Grief has room for laughter, too, but it's the quiet kind. Stories that made the person who's gone them, shared at a pace the slowest heart in the room can bear. Let joy and sorrow sit together without debating which one is appropriate. That coexistence is how the nervous system learns the world can hold both. If you want a tiny practice tonight, try the 2-step. Name one true thing that's hard, I'm cooked. Then add a gentler angle, I am a lasagna of fatigue. Text it to someone who gets you. Or take a minute to list 3 small absurdities you noticed today. Humor isn't a denial of reality. It's a different light on the same furniture, enough to stop you from bumping your shin on the way to bed. Inspiration isn't perishable, sounds comforting. Like your best ideas will sit on a shelf waiting patiently for the perfect mood, the perfect gear, the perfect weekend when life finally moves out of the way. But you've lived the counterexample. Lightning hits in the shower, or on the bus, or while you're cutting onions. You tell yourself you'll remember. An hour later the sentence is fuzz, the melody slips, the fix for the gnarly bug returns to the fog. Inspiration is not a can in the pantry, it's a mayfly with a half-life. The good news is it's also renewable. Treat it like fresh produce. Harvest quickly, store smart, cook soon, and you'll eat well most days, even without a storm of genius. The first move is lowering the friction between spark and capture to nearly zero. Don't rely on memory. Memory is a charming liar. Và đây bất thon ting. Stall ingen. Keep a dumb, fast inbox for ideas. Voice memo, paper card. A notes app pinned to the lock screen with a single rule. Verbs over vibes. Not episode on productivity, but open on burnt toast right arrow tie to calendar. Sin's right arrow 1 fix readers can try tonight. The two voice says, voice tengencio vor, farb tistive. Not song about summer, but chorus climbs on back to the bright, snap at 92 BPM. If your capture tool opens slowly or demands structure, you'll negotiate with yourself and lose. Make it ugly and immediate. You can pretty it later. Then turn capture into conversion with a tiny, repeatable ritual. Once a day, or at least 3 times a week, sort the pile. 10 minutes. Label each spark. Ship this week needs a walk. Compost. Ship gets a slot on the calendar and a first tiny step you can do in 15 minutes. Outline the 3 beats, lay the track skeleton, code the smallest test. Needs a walk gets incubation on purpose. Pair it with movement, a shower, a bus loop. You're not waiting for a mood. You're creating conditions where your brain connects spare parts. Compost doesn't mean trash. It means file where scraps can feed future work. Titles, half phrases, riffs. Compost piles make gardens prolific. Hunger for inspiration less. Design for invitation. Ton de burrows. Your Tsirviasike. Dansensein. Inspiration shows up more when you keep appointments with your craft. A daily or near-daily time window, modest and stubborn, teaches your brain that ideas are welcome here. Most sessions won't feel cinematic. That's fine. The point is to show up so the weather can find you. Pair the window with constraints that squeeze a shape out of fog. Write 1 page of dialogue with only 1-syllable words. Sketch 5 thumbnails in 5 minutes. Produce a beat that lasts exactly 30 seconds. Explain the concept in a single slide. Constraints create edges. Edges create momentum. 4. For desbirelevés astisve, startface phosphori. Guard the conditions that keep the well refillable. Sleep makes associations stitch overnight. Walks and showers do alchemy you cannot brute force. Input matters. Curate sources that widen your taste instead of cloning it, and mix eras so you don't breathe only today's air. Anxiety is the great inspiration killer. Calm your nervous system with basics, water, protein, breathing, so your mind has surface area for surprise. And be careful with social media. Sharing too early can spend the dopamine your brain uses to finish. Capture first, build second, post last. Estas tiu emai shis dem thus, gavas nlasa for her way. Respect little ideas. Most careers and bodies of work aren't built on capital G genius. They're built on small, steady pieces that interlock. A thread of tiny essays becomes a book. A month of 1-minute beats becomes an ep. A library of utilities becomes a framework. Make a done log so your nervous system sees the receipts. Otherwise, it will insist nothing's happening because nothing exploded today. When the spark doesn't arrive, you're not broken, you're between cycles. If you've been shipping, take a hold phase to stabilize. If you've only been capturing, pick one and cook. If you've only been cooking, go gather. Live music, a museum, eavesdrop with kindness. Read outside your lane. Inspiration isn't perishable when you treat it as a loop. Notice right arrow nab, right arrow nurture, right arrow nudge into the world. So keep a jar in a stove corn the 요연quaeng이. Catch the fireflies as they flash, then turn their light into something that feeds a real person, including you. Tonight, set up your capture tool, schedule a 10-minute sort for tomorrow, and pick one spark you'll move forward by a single inch. Romance can join you later. For now, make it easy for ideas to live long enough to matter. Comfort zones prevent growth sounds like a dare written on a gym wall. It makes comfort the villain and discomfort the only honest road to becoming someone new. The truth is softer and smarter. Comfort is where you recover, integrate, and stabilize. Growth happens at the edge, not in the panic beyond it. If you treat all coziness as cowardice, you burn out or break. If you treat the edge like a practice space, with a return path and water on hand, you get braver in ways that stick. Picture 3 rings. The center is comfort. Known tasks, known people, known rules. It isn't a trap, it's your charging dock. The next ring is stretch. Slightly elevated heart rate, attention sharpened, skills you can almost reach with a small step stool. Out here you make new connections because stakes feel real but not overwhelming. Past that is panic. Tunnel vision, breath that can't find its rhythm, mistakes multiplying, lessons failing to land. The internet loves to frame growth as living in that outer ring. The evidence of your own nervous system says otherwise. You can flirt with panic briefly, but you learn and stretch and keep what you learn back in comfort. The rhythm, out, learn, back, consolidate is growth. So your job isn't to flee comfort, it's to dose discomfort. Set a dial, not a detonator. Choose one domain and one edge that's honest. Ask a tiny question in a meeting. Ship one messy draft to a friend. Lift 5 more pounds. Speak for 2 minutes without a script. Take 1 sales call a day. Pair each dose with a recovery ritual you'll actually do. A brisk walk, 5 slow breaths with longer exhales, a high-protein snack. A text to your I survived buddy. A 5-minute debrief where you write 3 lines. What I tried, what I learned, what I'll tweak tomorrow. A sao done. A 5 for I use a hand. That log is how your nervous system starts believing you're safe at the edge. Design the edge like a grown-up. Put rails on it. If public speaking spins you out, start with voice notes or a camera that only your cat sees. If conflict floods you, agree with your partner on a pause and return rule and a time you'll actually return. If cold outreach terrifies you, create a script and a number you'll hit. Even on low-energy days, 1 message counts. If learning a new lift scares you, film your form and let a coach give you 1 correction at a time. Panic loves vagueness. Stretch loves specific next inches. Expect your edge to move. What felt brave last month becomes today's warm-up if you cycle it right. Celebrate that. Don't immediately raise the bar so high you erase the win. Install hold phases where the goal is to make the new level feel like home. Same reps, calmer breath, cleaner form, less drama afterward. Growth isn't only climbing, it's cement curing between pores. There's a cultural trap here. Some rooms glamorize constant intensity and shame people for protecting capacity. That's not toughness. That's dissociation with applause. Real courage includes saying no to the dare you can't recover from. It sounds like not this week. I'll pilot this with 5 users first. We'll add an on-call rotation before we scale traffic. I'm taking the bedtime I promised myself. The point of stretching is to become more yourself under heavier weather, not to become unrecognizable to survive it. Is kovak sanjajia, salonazin du salvai. If you've been stuck so long that comfort feels like quicksand, make leaving frictionless. Put one stepping stone where your foot already is. Set a 15-minute timer called Edge. Choose an action so small it's embarrassing to avoid, and do it with the tiniest witness, your future self in a done log. Endyms as de no stitches, stack those embarrassingly small edges for a week. You'll look up and realize the ring moved, not because you leapt, but because you walked. The sentence to keep, comfort misused prevents growth. The sentence to live, comfort well used powers it. Tonight, pick one edge you'll visit tomorrow, one rail that makes it safe, and one ritual that brings you back. Go out, learn one thing, come home, and let the skill settle. Repeat. That's how a comfort zone becomes a launching pad instead of a cage.